prep crew in order to get the track in tip-top shape, and that's what it is right now. The only trade-off, of course, for that is that we've got a track out there. Look, I honestly think we're going to be A-OK, but you know when you think about tracks in the middle of the day, is that sometimes that's not an ideal situation. I beg to differ, I think, in this situation, because we haven't had the sun on it all morning, is that I think it's just going to be prime Nelly from word go. Maybe take a little bit to get in to the optimum track temperature, because as you know, if you are applying different compounds, i.e. rubber on rubber, and then putting the traction compound on that we are now, is that there's certain temperatures there where it won't really like it, and that's low track temps. We had a similar issue earlier on this year at the Bend, with an event there, of course, a Kenda down there. Never had the sun out, couldn't get the track even warm enough to get the glue to work, and we didn't have an ideal scenario there. And unfortunately for that one, we succumbed to the weather gods down there pretty badly. No sun came out, but at least here in Queensland, the Sunshine State, for all our interstate visitors here and our international visitors, welcome. Welcome to Willowbank Raceway. If you're here for the first time, welcome. If you're joining us again, welcome back. You know Jamboree's on everyone's calendar as pretty much the must-attend or must-watch event of the year. 35 years young, and boy, haven't we come a long way in 35 years. So good to see so many familiar faces here, a lot of new faces as well, but it just goes to prove that we have got it in spades. The Horsepower Festival continues to expand. Our average horsepower per vehicle continues to seem to continue to go up, and I wish we kept some data from the early days here of first Jambos, when you might have packed 250 horsepower back at the first. You would have been a gun at the first Jambo with 250 horsepower. Now we've got all motor cars doing that with no power adders, and everyone else making thousands of horsepower, right? From our Pro Mods, our Factory Extremes, our Pro Compacts, our Pro Turbos, you know what we're all packing there. Throw in all our J275 and J315 cars, every other modified compact, Street 289, modified 10.5, you name it. We've got horsepower in every single category. And I made this call a couple of weeks ago just on a post on Facebook about, I think that this event you're going to see probably the top 150 door car passes of the year. As far as anything with swinging doors, any sedan, we're going to see some pretty quick sedans go down this track over not only today, tomorrow and Sunday. Of course, tomorrow is the qualifying day. I think what do we end up with? 230 odd entrants. A lot of guys to get down the track 3 times tomorrow. Obviously, if anyone's got their ears on and listening to us in the pit area, obviously we may have a briefing tomorrow to try and lay down the rules, but I'd love to mention it to the people there now that are running tomorrow or today. Just try and keep all your stuff in check. I mean, your catch cans, your lower engine containment devices, anything to do with maintaining the vehicle to the point that it won't drop anything on the track. Obviously too, mechanical failures, breakages. I know that we're going to get an occasional one of those. And you know what? When it happens in qualifying tomorrow, it throws the whole schedule behind because we're picking up pieces and delays on track. So for anyone out there that's running today, tomorrow, please just be mindful. If you can predict into the future what might be a weak spot in your vehicle, I know it's hard to ask. Can you please rectify that situation now so we don't have the delays tomorrow? Because I do know that we do have a pretty decent attrition rate when it comes to throwing all this horsepower down. It's the good and the bad to Jambo. The good is all the horsepower. The bad is horsepower brake stuff. We've seen guys with unfortunate, they bin them, they hit the wall, they blow the rear ends out, they blow bits and pieces up. I know that the engines are getting more and more bulletproof as we continue on with all the billet equipment and all the billet pieces, but looks like all the cool cats are out here today. The young fella here with his look at the young fella there. Look at him. He's got his hat on with his little propeller on there as well. Good to see a young fella. First Jambo, hey? No, looks like he's been here to a few. Got a few track babies here as well. Young spot on kids again skipping school on a Friday. That's about the 100th Friday that they've missed this year. And I don't even think there's been 100 Fridays this year. But it's good. You know, I call that a drag strip education, a racetrack education. It won't be any. You won't. You learn a lot more here than you would at school, I think, sometimes. You can't hear us, Dan? Are they complaining that they can or can't hear me? All right, so no speakers down in Spot On Alley. Apparently, is that the word? Okay, well we better see what we can do there. Thank you for your feedback. So so apparently no word at the back there in Spot On Alley. All right, we'll get on to that. Well, thanks for the feedback. That was good. Thank you there. So we'll see if we can't throw another speaker down behind there. Of course, when we come into Jambo and we're doing this fantastic overtaking lane live stream. Are we on live now already, Todd? We're already live. So big shout out to all of our people watching. Show us the new camera angle while we're here. Oh, I love that camera angle. Look at that. Straight down Broadway, right at the finish line, right there. Big shout out to everyone watching already on our Jamboree live stream, presented by Real Street. Big shout out to everyone here watching locally and overseas. And look, a big shout out to everyone that's watching locally on our stream today. Listen, we're on here today, Friday, predominantly to do one thing, and that's to encourage you to just put the award-winning stream away tomorrow a little bit and come out in person, because tomorrow you need to really suss it out here in person. You can see if you're watching on the screen now, you've got the little QR code down in the right-hand corner. Get that, click on that, get your tickets and get yourself out here, because if you have not been out here in person, honestly, even walking around this morning, now look, it was overcast, it was dreary, it was dull. Right, people are drying off. They're chamoising things up. We're shaking off tarps, and there was a little bit of a lull there initially in the morning. But guess what happened? Guys started to warm their stuff up. So we started to hear the occasional 13B and a 2J, a sort of twin turbo Noon and Hemi out there in Spot On Alley. Everyone started to warm their stuff up. I heard the world's quickest SR20. Going to the chip there before there, the anti-lag and everything too. So Shane T's wound the SR up this morning. I've heard the 2Js screaming, the RB screaming. So just when you start to hear all that horsepower start to get itself warm, that's when the atmosphere winds up. You will not get all of that atmosphere watching the live stream. You will have to make the effort to get out here to Willowbank Raceway, Champions Way. Put it in your GPS, get out here. I don't care whether you're 3 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours away. Get out here and take it in for yourself through the gates. Come and see what it's all about. We've got enough horsepower even here for Friday to impress you. But if you can't get out the Savo, definitely make it a weekend to take it in. Of course, qualifying is all day tomorrow. So 220 odd plus entries. All got to qualify 3 times tomorrow. That's ideal. That's the ideal scheme, of course. 3 qualies, and then that'll be quali for Saturday. Racing happens Sunday morning. We start in some categories. There is elimination formats in some categories, so some people are on the trailer pretty early Sunday morning, unfortunately. But in order to win a billet J, these fantastic Jamboree trophies, the best of the best win those. And even if sometimes the best of the best does rise to the top. Sometimes it is a game of survival. It's a little bit of horsepower Hunger Games in another way. Sometimes we see everything from Brilliance to Bradbury all in the one day, and we are going to show you all of that, not only with a little taste here in testing on Friday, but quali tomorrow, eliminations or racing Sunday. Of course, a lot of our categories are Chicago Shootout, so 3-round format on Sunday. So you're going to see a lot of the various categories have that. Where you get to see them race in 3 rounds of racing on Sunday before determining finalists. And we've got a lot to do between now and then. But the track is in prime condition. As we said, it's not so much... And again, when we get the prep down on this surface, it's pretty much a non-porous surface. In other words, rain sits on it. So we're looking at the whole quarter mile here. So the whole 1,320 feet of hallowed ground is when it's got the glue on it and it's all prepped. That rain does not soak in. That stuff sits, if anything, once it finds its... And normally you would think there's a little bit of natural fall that gets the thing off to the side. But that's where the water is. It doesn't soak in this prep surface, but you get to the asphalt braking area, and that asphalt is a very big sponge. That is where we've spent so much time this morning. Not saying it held us up, it just was going to take what it took. Everyone's trying as hard as they can to get it dry. They've done that. The sun's come out. Thank goodness Mother Nature's broken through. The sun's come through, taken the cloud out, taken the fog away, and the asphalt has managed to dry itself to a point that has given us the go-ahead for a 12:30 start, and we've got plenty in the lanes already to do that in a variety of different categories. So it's not too far away from kicking off here on the Friday. All right, okay. 88 FM, just getting a couple of bits of feedback here, guys, listening around the place. 88 FM, volume flat out, barely hear us on the radio. Okay, so we'll do a few little tweaks there. No, not going to happen? Okay, not going to happen. So there we go.
No, we'll get it going. We just need to, when you stop, we'll get the levels fixed.
Perfect. So there you go. So good to see guys are ready to go for the weekend. It's good that, well, tell you what, aren't we sprawled here today? Like, I've just been the whole neck and breadth of this place, and now that we've got this open paddock area on that side, we've got them pitted out in that area as well. So it is we are sprawled all over the place. It's so good to see everyone out there enjoying it, and so please keep your ears peeled. You'll see you guys rolling around here doing everything that we need to do to get you guys through. And of course it's testing, so this is what testing's all about. This is a test day, so that means testing for everything. This is what we call the bump in day. What do we call this? Well, I mean, testing kind of becomes a bump in day from Wednesday these days, especially at Jambo. But hey, we had to wipe Wednesday off. Guess what? I had to wipe yesterday off as well. So all of our testing for our competitors is obviously happening for the rest of today and the afternoon. I don't know how long we go to tonight, but I suppose we just keep going while it still feels good, and we're still doing it all. So it will be a fantastic 3 days here now. Could have been 5, but the weather wasn't going to let us. And remember back in Wednesday, we were all having pretty grave thoughts about what it might end up being if we couldn't, if the weather couldn't change. And look what's happened. The weather's changed for the good, and it is a forecast that's continuing to improve from now until Sunday. So you're in the right place if you're here with us right now. If you're watching the live stream, you're in the second best place, but we want you all in the best place in the world to be, and that's here at Willowbank Raceway tomorrow for the commencement of our 35th running of the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree presented by Fueltech. You are watching the Real Street live stream, and we are not too far away from a start here with testing on the Friday afternoon. So stick with us.
We never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. 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 Just let yourself go. Let yourself go.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become. Eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end on myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now.
Pits, we are just about ready underway there. A little bit of moisture around the place, and we're just playing with a couple of reflectors and stuff down there at the moment. That's all that's the issue at the moment, so that's what we're doing. Now, look, attention in the pits. Anyone testing, and again, this is what happens when you don't read a text from one of our track management people. I'm not going to say who it was, but Jane's texted me this thing. Lanes 2, 3 and 4 in the staging lanes are the Pro Tree. Lanes 5, 6 and 7 are the full tree. So if you're testing today, and this means something to you initially, and obviously for practice, because tomorrow we're running a variety of Pro Tree and full tree cars in different categories. So this is what our testing people should be doing today. Lanes 2, 3 and 4 here at Willowbank are for Pro Tree. So if you want to go into stage and have the Pro Tree thrown, lanes 2, 3 and 4 is where you'll be to test today. If you want the full tree, you got to be in 5, 6 and 7. So let's get, these guys will get into the habit anyway when they're testing here. A lot of our competitors here, regulars at Willowbank Raceway, know nearly every inch of the staging lanes by the back of their tyres. But all of our interstate cars testing, it's a thrill and excitement, I think, when you haven't been to the hallowed ground and you come back and it's Jambo and it's your first time to let it rip. And this is what I think the energy thrives in Jamboree, is that these are real people with real thrill machines. And this event has made them the biggest playground for horsepower people ever. Especially because we're so dominant with the drag strip side of Jamboree, is that the world's numbers with these engines and all various combinations has come as a very big measuring stick by the Jamboree standards. So we've got people all over the country with the same fetish. You could almost call it the fetish. It's like small tyre fetish, big horsepower fetish, Barra fetish, 2J fetish, rotor fetish. It's, you know what I mean. It's if we turned it into a convention, we I think we've got enough freaks here as it is, no offence, and horsepower freaks. I love you all. I've been driving around the pits seeing you all and welcoming you all to another Jamboree. 35 years of doing this, and I can remember them. And do your sums, I'm 55, so the first Jambo I went to, I was 20. So here we are, 35 years later, and has it got any less, has it got boring, has it got exciting? No, every year it's off the chain. And for those people that have made the effort to be here Friday, you're in for a real treat. Other people that are just sitting in here we go, Friday test at Jambo. Got a nice little crowd in. People over there in the sun, beautiful Queensland sunshine. Hands up if you've come from interstate to be there here today. Are you from interstate, you people there with your hands in the air? Yeah, lovely, lovely. So did you drive or fly? So you did the airplane thing. Used your hand as a plane. Well done, son. So he didn't drive. Anyone drive? Anyone drive here? Do the steering wheel motion. There you go. This guy's got a big steering wheel. Must have been driven a truck here, that bloke. Drove his prime mover here. Good. Look, wherever you've come from to come here, this is I call it the metric mecca. I call it the this is the holy grail of horsepower. Initially, it was all about small engines. You know, our Rotaries, our 4 cylinders. It's now just turned into a world of horsepower in any engine combination you want. It's almost like you could rename Jamboree 5 other names, like Sandfest, or top 5 new names for Jambo could be things like the Sandfest, honestly, because that's what you see. No one comes out here to not impress. And you know what? They're not out here, folks, to impress you. Their intention is not to come here and go, I can't wait to impress the people here. They're here to impress themselves. They're here to get the number they want. They're here to get the billet J that they haven't won yet. And they know you got to go through the toughest of their kind in the country, because Jambo's become that national measuring stick. That if you can win a Jamboree, you've got yourself to a point that it's a pretty serious achievement. These days, of course, back then I think I won in 1993. Me and my brother won our categories here, but and guess what? How's this for a long time ago? 1993. That's when I won a Jambo with my brother here one night. I had a turbo 180B Datsun, and guess how many turbo cars were at that Jamboree? 4 turbo cars at that Jamboree. I was one of 4 turbo cars. Everything else was still aspirated and stuff. Turbos came on after that, and more modern stuff, EFI and everything. But back in my days, we had the old CD Stromberg in front of the T3, and off we went. 14s, yeehaw, my brother had his Datsun 1600, and he won his class. And the funny story about that is we only had one helmet, so we both turned up to race, right, and qualify. So we'd have to borrow the helmet, and then as we got to the semi-finals of our brackets, I'm waiting for my brother to bring the helmet back. We had to borrow my uncle's, and then couldn't believe that we both won on the one night. It could be, was it Brilliance or Bradbury? That's the question. Mine was Brilliance, actually. The time slip didn't lie that night. So chopped that bloke. Sending him back to New South Wales, didn't I? Won my $50 gift voucher and a 5 litre of GP50, and I was on my way. No billet J back then. I've got the timber with the glass and the etching. I should have brought my Jambo trophy in. I'll bring it in tomorrow. No, I can't. because I'm camping here for 3 days. So anyone want to stop past my house and bring... Actually, I wouldn't even know whether... I have to go digging for it, I think. I also found on the way up to the event all my old official shirts from, I think, probably 20 plus years. I've been doing this event, probably 25 years of doing this event, I'd say, is what I'm up to. It might even be 27 years, I think I've been doing it. But no better place, folks. No better time of year. It's this ultimate freedom of automotive expression coupled with a time slip that could show you how perfect or fast you are against your opposition. You're either here to take rounds and win on just pure racing, being a good racer on the Christmas tree, cutting good lights, steering a good race. And let me tell you about steering. These cars, here's another one. So what do we call the first one? Power Fest. What about Steer Fest? Like, you want to see these guys steer. This guy, Danny Busbridge, on screen right now from Victoria. This guy is notorious for cleaning up J275 trophies because this thing is sorted. It's an iconic car, the Two Whizzes LJ Tirana. It's packing a genuine small block Chevrolet with two whizzes. And this thing works a treat. He's in J275 this weekend. And he wants to do a test hit here back on Queensland soil, and he's paid for the Friday test day. So this is Danny Busbridge's recreational time right now. The man has travelled up from Victoria. He's got this Tirana. He doesn't use it too many times a year, mind you. But if the event has a J at the beginning of it, guess what? Two whizzes. Yeah, that's perfect. You're using AI to... We got 400 new names for Jambo. Sendfest was good. Steerfest, we'll get that. Piston Party. Yeah, well, you're offending half of the people. You're being a bit rotorist there. Oh, how about this? You want to talk about radial heavy hitters coming out for a Friday hit right now. Here we are, Friday afternoon in Queensland. The Queensland sun is out. Our visitors are in the house. Some of them are testing today, and some of our local heroes and you know, Public Enemy is the name of this Mustang. And Andy Coles, they don't shy away from the responsibilities of the big boy engine. This thing is the fruit. Andy has got himself, anytime he wants to try and ask for it to eat, it'll make 3,000 horsepower. Danny Busbridge, I am sure for all money, you could make this small block Chev go 2,000 horsepower as well. Because guess what? These are just Australians doing Australian radial things different ways. They're both 275 cars. Danny Busbridge here, the Two Whizzes. We're going to go to Bump City on the first pass of testing. Oh boy, where have you been, Danny Busbridge? This isn't testing, this is just flexing. Oh boy, off the throttle, both of them. 794 to a 729 for Andy. 111 in the 60 foot for Public Enemy. Half track 444 for the Mustang. Danny Busbridge, I think just in the 450s there as well. Left hand front wheel of the Tirana. Iconic picture already of that wheel not even in the air. Not even on the ground. Not in the air by just an inch or two, but just carried that to 300 foot. Did everything that old faithful Tirana has always done in the previous visits to Jamboree here at Willowbank and in Sydney. And this is testing, honestly. That was the most epic run we've seen all Jambo. And how good was that run? That shows that the track is just... Put two radial cars down the track like that, it's mint. So just reminding you about the lanes there for our competitors, that if you want to be on the Pro Tree, it's lanes 2, 3 and 4 today. If you want to be on the full tree, it's lanes 5, 6 and 7. So if you come up to the line and the tree doesn't quite do what you're expecting it to do, I guess you could be in the wrong lane. But doesn't matter, it's testing, there's no pressure, there's no racing here. The only pressure these guys have got are on their power plants. Okay, so there's a car that needs to be removed. IZX 3BM needs to be moved. 1ZX 3BM. If it's a big van, oh good. If it was a big van, I've got to move my van and it'd be hard. We interrupt this broadcast to move a car. Victorian plates. 1ZX 3BM, that's 3 Bravo Mary. Car needs to be moved, please. All right, so can we get anyone available? Oh. Okay, there we go. If anyone can help out here, just right in front of the tower here, folks, if anyone can just hear us here, guess what? It's testing, but we're going to put up our very big J right here now, and the ladies are trying to unpack it. So if you want to help, you don't need it? You're right? You're right, okay. We're looking for a bit of help there, but looks like the boys have got it. You got it all done, Ash? You reckon you're going to be okay? He's an ultra driver. He'll get it done. He handles adversity, 125 inches at a time. So he's going to get the big J up. So I just had a message there because just because you use such dramatic language, Leanne, in your comment, like we have a pregnant lady down here doing it, and it's like, well, we can't have that. And then I realised it was Kelly herself down there, and it's like, well, that's right, technically there, the cat's out of the bag. Yes, Kelly and Blaze approaching parenthood, and she's still here pushing the big J around herself. And God bless them for it. The whole team, the super team, it is a well-oiled machine, the Jamboree team. Colin and the Army, led by 3 lovely ladies in the office there. And they do a great job. Sally, Renee and Kelly. The power. They could be Colin's Angels. We could just call them Colin's Angels. That's what would be a good one. Good morning, Angels. How can we make Jambo kick ass? And they do. Here we go. Superstars in all sizes of cars. Epic run coming up. It's only testing, but it's an epic run coming up. And you know what? Tony Gooderham did that for himself, not for us. But you know what? I got a kick out of it. Did you get a kick out of it? El Squirrel. Big news since he set the World Suzuki Swift record with this car is now in Puerto Rico. They've just taken it back. So he needs to find another couple of tenths in the Suzuki Swift this weekend, the Squirrel. Tony Gooderham from Toowoomba. And Guy King beside us here. Epic Corolla. Oh, we got the world's most epic Corollas. I'll make the statement right now. This one, Barra powered. Honestly, this thing is an epic car on a radial tyre. We've got that 13B and G-Force clutchless gearbox in that 80-inch wheelbase Suzuki Swift. This is just testing, but how good is the equipment, folks? Serious cars testing for Jambo all afternoon. Tony, 119 in the 60. Oh, what a send! What a send for the Corolla. 127 gets shuts off at half track. 496. 878 for Tony. 878 for Tony to blow a cone out then. Which one did that? So it was the Corolla did that. All right. So we got a cube out down the bottom there, guys. So just hold up. You can see how the adrenaline gets out of control in about 1 or 2 runs when you see these things sending themselves down the track, everyone behind them ready to go. But we do have a delay down there that it looks like maybe the dump pipe, the exhaust outlets blowing that cube off down there a little bit further. So we can do that. So that camera covers that guy, what's doing down there at the moment. I don't know. We got that other special angle this time, don't we? What have we got that special angle? Oh, there we go. Okay, no. So it's. Oh yeah, there's one. Is that the one you're talking about? There's one just out of the kick there in the shot. That's the one I think that got our attention. So we would have got out there and rectify that. No problem, no biggie. But oh, how good is everyone finding their mark? That track is prepped so well. Both guys hitting in their own time, so no one attacked the tree on that one. They both just let the beams come, and when they were ready, they went. Good send for Tony, and then when Guy had that thing ready, there's something about a car like that. Like when you see that thing come out and it sticks, and it's bobbing the front wheel in the air, and again that Corolla, that left-hand front wheel just holding in the air. This is the epicness of some of our local vehicles that lurk amongst the Queensland and New South Wales and Victorian garages, and we're going to see them all. We're going to see pretty much every shop that's who in the industry have always stayed close to Jambo, so it's still very much got that workshop vibe about it, and good products coming out of every workshop. Especially if you keep turning up at Jambo and wanting to compete, you're not hiding from your credentials. You're trying to earn them, and a lot of people have built success in their businesses from what happens on this very track for 35 years. And you know what? I feel like we're going to probably sit down and talk to a few of those guys if we get a chance in the next 2 days to talk about the rise of a few of the businesses that have come from just this event, just the success primarily in the early days of displays of horsepower and success and being measured by the time slip. And I'm sure there's a few dynasties being created from this very concept. And again, this is just testing. So we've got various cars in different categories just running on the Pro tree. And you're going to see a difference shortly when our first Pro mod comes out for a hit. But right now, a couple more J275 cars. I'm assuming Scott Cortina is going to be J275 tomorrow. This thing is even epic on a 235. And Steve Farrelly beside it, well, when you get a Barra in a Commodore, you get a Barrador. And when you get, 1,200 plus to the tyres through a VL, you've got yourself another exciting car lurking in the garages. Tell you what, they might do a 275 there with Scott Cortina and Farrelly laying down the radial skid right there. Good on you, Hodjo. I'm pumped up as well. Very pumped up about it, mate. Hop on your bike and ride up here, mate, and join us. Might take him a couple of days. Good one. Tour de Jambo, that'll be great. All right, so Scott Cortina coming back. The Gazzard brothers, the Leaf Spring Kings. Can you see underneath that suspension on the Gazzard car, carrying dead weight under that car? Look at what they have on the lower arms of this is why they call them the Leaf Spring Kings, the Gazzard brothers. They have formed a success through racing. Jambo a little bit, but mainly through Pro Street and Radial racing. And this is the ultimate Radial build for the moment for Scott Cortina and Paul Cortina, the Gazzard brothers. Paul out the front there. This is a Proline 481X, I believe, with the centrifugal Vortex supercharger or Pro Charger on it. This thing's epic on a 235. Can you believe it can go 460s and a 450s on a 235? But it can. Farrelly, same deal. Mid to high fours with this thing, real street car. Look at that. Tell you what, he's going to send it to half track, all right. 468 and a little bit out the end for Cortinas. Oh, 758, 139 mile an hour, making all the right noises, you must agree. Farrelly, however, no noise, things gone dead. Joys of a test day. If you want it, Steve, you just send it. If you got a problem, obviously we move you on. But a lot of the times, if you maybe stuff up the staging a little bit or muff something up, normally on test days, because you've paid for the privilege, you can. It's almost like we'll give you a little, back yourself in. We'll run you. So no, but this is a more of a gremlin than, he's got something. Well, it's again testing, no pressure, nothing lost other than a little bit of time. And isn't it amazing that since we've gone to this testing procedure where you can test normally a couple of days before an event, if you can get the time off and you can pay for the day, it helps you sort your car out a little bit before race day. And I think why also the quality of what we've seen over the years through events like Jambo and Canada is because these guys get extra days on the track. But honestly, there's also a bit of a trend of, especially workshops, especially in Sydney, because it's hard for promoters to work in Sydney. Test days do work very well down there for a lot of workshops. If anything, that's a perfect thing a workshop can do, is have a track day. But of course then, I always feel my own opinion is that you should attach an event at the end of it, and it just means the best day's quality you've seen because everyone rehearsed for 3 days. I always like the idea of a test day ending with an event. And if you're there for that, then it is the craft at its finest performance levels. Here he is, he's back in a door car. and not working this time. This is John Canooly's new Firebird Pro mod. This technically, he was telling me about it, this was an I think, Al-Anabi car from the United Arab Emirates. Arrived in Sydney at some stage, had no engine in it, and the owner never quite got sort of around to starting the project, just had it as a roller. So John's got onto this, put the running gear out of his top alcohol funny car in it. So it's a 526 odd cube, 3-speed auto. It's got the converter in it now, not the clutch, the pedal clutch, got a converter in it. So it's got... And I'll tell you what, at the moment, it's sort of carrying on like it could be a pretty good no prep car. You can nearly leave that off the line without anything else, and she'd probably handle it. But a new combination, so look, I do know it was going to, whether it was a different ignition system or a fuel system in here, so it's about getting all of that tuned and trimmed to suit the new converter combo behind John's already potent 3,000 plus horsepower top alcohol funny car engine. So the Firebird is, would you believe? And look, I believe John when he says that this is his wife's car because she bought it for him. So Kirsten Canooly's car, Kirsten Tucker Canooly's car, but John says, well, I'll give you my alcohol funny car engine, but let me sort it all out for you first. And I'm sure she'll thank him for it. He is the experienced steerer at the moment, so yeah, I suppose he's going to get some laps in it before Kirsten gets in it. And then, pardon the pun, but she's going to be muscling that thing down the track. All right, Johnny. Don't know what we saw at the beginning, but let's see what happens right now when you stomp on it. He's not afraid to stomp on it either. Tell you what though, like that's not a bad lick to half track. It goes 430 to half track, and he does roll off at 736, 126 mile an hour, 117 in the 60 foot, 117 in the 60 foot. And yeah, once it came out off the grid or whatever it had there, it did clean itself up for a bit, and it sort of let itself eat for a bit there, and it had plenty. But not a bad hit there, considering also just rolling off the throttle. So the test day working out well for most, and so much anticipation here, folks. This not only for Friday but for Saturday. Get here tomorrow. Don't just watch the stream if you're watching it right now. Be like these people that are out there in the grounds. All those people that are so glad they're here and not watching it from a live stream, put your hands up. Anyone so glad you're here that you're not watching it? You can do both. You can sit here and watch and have the live stream on, the official Jamboree live stream on, and catch it from the other camera angles that we've got here on the live stream, because the overtaking lane guys have made this whole operation look so slick. Just like any workshop out there that's got a new creation that performs excellently, well, this is what they do with this fantastic stream, and real car nuts, and they love it all. Just having a look at a few texts here. I've got I have got 6 brand new people coming to the track tomorrow. 6 people that have never been to Willowbank and have never been to a Jamboree in their lives. So I have 6 of them turning up. The dirty half dozen coming tomorrow. Have you got 6 people out there, folks, that you know have never been? I think the dare would be you get them out here tomorrow, blow their minds. What about it? I can't wait to have them here. Won't be able to probably do too much with them, and because running around working like we do, it's going to be a busy schedule. You should see our all of our schedule stuff. You wait till the Show N Shine rolls up here tomorrow. You wait till all of the rest of that area behind us here is full with all the rest of the gear we know is coming, including the entrants that are going to roll up tomorrow to race. So they'll all pit in tomorrow. A lot of people have been here for 2 days, and they've already got their setups, and it's definitely over half full at the moment with all of our competitors. And I don't actually know what the official figure is for how many test spots we had today. 50 would be fantastic if we had 50. I think at Kenda a couple of weeks ago, Mackay, we had 50 plus on the Friday, and it's just so good that you can go somewhere on a Friday on a weekday in Australia and let it rip with one of your your favourite cars. It's good that we have the freedom to do that so many times a year in so many different places, and we're right for tracks, right for venues, right for all the parts. Just got to give the people the spare time to do it. But it's so good to have everyone here, and using their parts and power. All right, we're just checking all that out there. It's good to see. Hey, is that you, Anthony, out there? Anthony, there's Anthony. There he is. I just saw him out in the water there. So get away, just in the middle tower here, mate. Just in the middle. G'day, mate. How are you? Good to see him back. He's been international this year, steering over in the States, and it's been a hell of a year, mate. I tell you, and so much progress made. And VL God is here though, right? So I'm not going to put the idea in your head, but it does deserve appearance fee though. It does, doesn't it? It's almost like we've got this list of iconic cars that I think we want to show new people about these things and the cars. And I tell you, we've got the right people with the right power and the right talent to be world class, and these guys won't stop until they are the world's quickest import powered vehicles. It's not like we're in a war. It's not a horsepower war. Yes, we know Natty Racing 554 is a mark. It's 2JZ, but anything as elite as these door cars with these amazing power plants and the people building them, we should be just as quick as them, and we are. And I know we've got a couple of guys out there like him and Rob that do think that the 2J will one day get overrun by the RB, and the RB will be the almighty. And right now, even some more talk from Lakita Killer just the other day that he does firmly believe that if the air temperature this year at World Cup finals goes below 70 degrees Fahrenheit, that you will see the world's first 5-second rotary run. That's the prediction being made by Edwin Colon just 2 days ago, that he reckons Raffaelito, World Cup finals, if the temperature gets below 70 degrees Fahrenheit and the track is good, that 13B will make enough power to run the world's first 13B 5 or rotary 5-second run. But we've got a few guys here that might shake up some numbers by the end of the weekend as well. All right, well, look at this. Oh, the more fruit. Oh, God bless this country that I can hear that on a Friday afternoon in my own city. I know you guys have got your start line cameras, mics pretty good there, don't you guys? Is that right? On your streams, you like to get in on that engine a bit. I like that. I'm going to give that some room. I'm going to try and tell all of our team this weekend we want to try and let some engine go this weekend because you guys have got it covered. Look at this country when guys like Steve Smith. Now, Smithy is 110% all in the sport. 2-car team in Pro Mod this weekend. He's got the old school Mustang with Ricky Fenwick driving it, and decides to give this thing a birthday. I believe this has got a 4.8 Noonan in it now. Twin turbo 4.8 Noonan, like fruit, and fruit. We couldn't get any more fruit on the line now than God's green earth. Honestly. Whatever the salad bowl is in the world, guess what? We've got more salad as well as fruit, mate. We're growing more organically erogenous horsepower, erogenous stuff, shape, horsepower. This is a Pro Mod versus Factory Extreme test hit beside each other. So in racing, you wouldn't see Smithy bump in against than a fifth. All right. Holy dooly, Smithy. 408, 201 at half track, 600, 245. Glorious, 136. He zings the tyres off the beast on the start line. The 6-banger, a little bit too hard on the power, threw everything at it, absolutely everything at it. We've got another one of those reflector cones that is blowing off right near the finish line. That little thing's been tossed around a little bit already. So 4:01, 201 mile an hour at half track for Smithy in the Corvette. Again, same deal. This angle, when you sit in the middle of the tower here when we do this full live stream broadcast, you get a better view of the track from where we're sitting, and from where I see left-hand wheel in the air, and just these cars are literally floating down from this angle. Just wheels not on the ground, full sand, full carry. Wasn't even on the wheelie bar either. Like, this is the thing. It was a surreal experience to see that thing so well tuned. Just missed, didn't quite get the 60-foot time there for Smithy. I kept the eyes on the car as it continued to dangle them, and by the time we got to half track, I had a look, 4:01 to 2:01, and the 600 at the end there, 2:45. Considering he hasn't hit that combo at all, put it all together, had it on the dyno, no sends down the track yet, and then that's your first send down the track with all that new combo. That is nothing but an A+ report card for a debut of a new combo essentially. And hats off to those guys, Ricky and Smithy. Like Smithy, I've never seen a guy, Steve Smith, more committed to just the animal, the beast that are these things, and moving forward to fuel that passion to succeed, and seeing him do it, get those results. It's a tribute to how hard those teams work to get themselves a little bit of what we call that race car love. When the thing gives you back what you're expecting and impresses you back, and it's not a burden. For about 3 seconds of the whole experience, it doesn't become a burden anymore. It's just the most glorious moment you've ever reached at that moment. And that's what keeps you addicted to the beast, I think, every time. Is that when you do get those moments where everything performs well, you can have a whole day where it just does everything well, and you'll go home and you'll pat that thing on the head and go, oh, I'm going to do that again with you real soon. Or days where it's like, I've had enough, I'm burning it, I'm selling it, I've had enough, I've had no luck today. You get to that moment where you do have a nice journey with the thing one day, one weekend. It might just keep you interested in it for 35 years. Or more, and we've got a few OGs running out in this field this weekend that have been at the first Jambos, and have continued to visit us ever since. And you get a bit of a rolling history lesson in regards to that. I think we were trying to have a little time capsule there. I think one of Rocky's early RX2s was coming out of mothballs. I mean, honestly, if you do want to have that little flashback, is just get onto YouTube and have a look at those early Jambos, even from, the early 2000s. Like, we had some crazy moments here where it was just, an event that was edgier than any other ones, and watch the workshops continue to refine their products, and faster cars and more people racing, and just all the glamour that came with our great show and shines, our sound off, all of that, our stage action. Go back and have a look at that there. We definitely knew how to make it a party event, and it continues on. But we are at a serious level of horsepower that I never thought we ever imagined would get to at the end of all of it. We still party everywhere else in the precinct, and the good stuff rolls out of the garages and will be in these pits, which is hard for you people to see it on watching on the stream, but all the people that are here this weekend get to walk every inch of it, and it will be full of just where we're at in the industry and what people have got, plus what people have rolled up in as well. So we can't fit every single car that's worthy of being in a show and shine in here, but I can tell you the ones that are going to be in here tomorrow with the Shannons Show and Shine will be stuff to see, let me tell you. And again, you're here, you're lucky you're here. Convert 6 people by tomorrow to come and join you and take them through the ride, because I do think that the stars are all aligning, working well for us to see what 35 years of Jambo looks like, and think that, we are in a really, really good spot right now. And Willowbank, since we've had that great track upgrade here a couple of years ago, this is where we can all go fast and safe in whichever vehicle you choose to use. One of my good friends, Dwayne Wisby. I've known Dwayne for 20 plus years. that little 180B I'll talk to you about. Him and I were partners in that little Gemini project, little 180B project. A little Dado project together, the 180B, but he's got into the Rotaries. And our RX2 beside him there. No details on the test days for everyone. El Capella. But yeah, Dwayne Wisby, he's had this. He's aiming for a 626 record. I think it's in that mid to low 9-second area, and just had the car revamped through spot on performance. It's a little meaner, it's a little nastier, it's a little more powerful, it's a little lighter. But the 626 is ready to get its first run out of the way. But right now, our friend in the RX2 just needs to try and get a burnout happening here. Dwayne's going to go by himself here a little. All right, there we go. All right, he's going to find the beams real quickly. And again, test days are good for getting that start line craft sorted. So again, new maybe for a new track, new surroundings, and very fast to roll into stage. Here we go. Righto, there we go. Hold on to it, son. Tell you what, I like the way you came out there. Half track to Wiz. He'll be impressed. 579 for him, and not a bad run either. 10.03 off the throttle. That's a good first run for Dwayne. Good first run for Dwayne. RX2 comes through now. Half track 7.34. Rolls through the stripe now at 13.20. But yeah, look, 1.25 in the 60-foot for Wiz. Half track 5.79. Going through that 3-speed auto. And he clicked that early, so that's into the 9's next pass, and maybe the record for the 6.26. Now, here's a guy that deserves to get what he wants out of this Cressida, because he's had a couple of little scenarios where he kept overpowering the track and couldn't get the Cressida down in its potential. But Shane Crichton, been to plenty of Jambos in the past, the current evolution of the Cressida, just evolved over the years, and you know, world famous. Anyone that knows a Cressida anywhere in the world will know that this is, probably is, the baddest radial JZ anything Cressida in the world. Definitely built with that intention to be so anyway. And our VL, we could just literally get a Netflix series just on the VL, I reckon. I thought about that the other night. Episode 1, 1986 when it was first released, to now. Yeah, they're both bumping in. Let's go, boys. Oh, nice run. Half track 487 for Christ. He's going to keep it through here. 785, 137. So I reckon 1,000-foot click there. 785, 137, 1,000-foot click. Thank you. 120 in the 60. So 120, and it did everything right. That's the run he deserved. Good run there from Kreitz. Early click there. 137. But the VL too, 890, 153 mile an hour. More timing block down there again. Oh, it's just like a soccer ball, that thing. Can we put 3 more feet on that cube? And that poor little cube, he's getting tossed around out there. I suppose that's the thing with. We need more Gorilla Glue. I thought Velcro would do it, but it's there. I'd recognise that profile anywhere on the start line. I recognise that bloke out there. That's old Shane T out there. Good mate of mine out there, Shane T. Can we get the start line camera on the man? There he is. He may not be hearing us, but Shane Tecklenburg is in the house for the second time ever. I think in 2017 it was. He came here to Akenda and helped tune Daniel Farris in Kyle Hoth's amazing Radial Camaro. There he is. There's the man. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, hang on. Hey, Shane. No, this is what it is, mate. In the middle. Look right in the middle of the tower, mate. Look right in the middle. There he is. No, yeah. Peace out. I'm wearing my Shane T-shirt. I caught up with the man in the States just by chance. Well, not by chance. we agreed to drop in and went and saw him in his shop, and it was so good to catch up with him. And I do drink my daily coffee out of my Tuned by Shane T coffee cup, and it was good to wear the Tuned by Shane T shirt today. The man loves this country. This is his second time here. Now look, I'll ask him a bit later on, just as a professional tuner, and again, it's a thing that it's a big. Well, it's not a big thing, but it's definitely a career choice. And he'll give you the list of things he's worked on just throughout this year alone, and it is some of the biggest events in the world that he ends up tuning on. He's either at Bonneville or he's at. Of course, Pikes Peak as well. Always at a drag strip. Plenty of times there, tuning pro mods and the Sorceress, which is the I think one of the world's quickest street cars per se, inverted commas. But yeah, still full send stuff. He helped Andy Robertson, I think it was Andy in the United Kingdom. They have the Europe's quickest street car over there for many years. I think it was the world's quickest street car. At 6:30s or something, I think he ran in this Vauxhall, and good to see Shane T. Oh, we're on the camera live. This is just what you do on a. Oh, yeah, there we go. Is that the shirt you're looking for? The Shane T shirt. Thanks for that. But yeah, he's made a living out of horsepower and tuning horsepower, and he was asked to come over, of course, by the ProTech team. Shane T had told me that car came to Australia, but I had to keep it a big secret. But then for him to come over here, mate, Shane, I kept it a secret, man. I did not say it at all. I may have told Kelly, but I think she already knew, right? So, but I didn't tell anyone else. I'm not wild on FB like some people are, mate. I know you're a little bit more proficient, but and you know what? I think that's probably why you've got this. You've got the following, because you share your day-to-day plight wherever you are, and we all love to see it. And it is a thing, and it's a story. And to be honest, bro, I honestly think there's a damn Netflix series in that sort of business, in that sort of career now more than ever. Just because the industry is so big and it's almost being ignored by popular culture, it's right in front of us. And it's iconic that at the end of the day, whether it's No Prep Kings or whatever, I think at the end of the day, if you were to pick two different types of drag racing, no time and time, I'm a time guy every time. Right? So are you. So are you. The ET is what is the ultimate dream for someone. The win light's one thing, the ET doesn't lie. The time slip doesn't lie. And I think that's it. When it comes to the different sorts of racing, and you look at some of the fields we've seen not only, and we're going to see it in World Cup finals, we're going to see it this weekend as the first sort of launch of a full assault of Ultimate Pro import and Pro mod weapons. This will be the biggest swing for Australia this year in everything. But then, of course, World Cup finals happens in the States near the end of the year, and then we get to see all of that. And as we said, there's going to be a few milestones smashed here, and could be some world records, and could be some world records before the end of the year when the air's really cold over in the US of A. Almost the perfect weather conditions to boost something to the moon. And we know that stuff happens every year. It's almost like an extra little, it's like a Jambo Christmas to us. This is just our version of it, which is massive, and then the American version, which is just goes to show the scene is just so, I don't know, epic. Feats of epicness that they get displayed there. And what I think really throws it in over there at World Cup finals is that, you know, Puerto Rico versus USA, import versus domestic. It lets countries fight against each other in just good competition and outright horsepower, and it's nothing more than that. Yes, it's a war on the drag strip, but I wish we could fight all of our world wars on a drag strip, because guess what? The time slip don't lie. No fake news, no conspiracy theories. The top bulb don't lie. take no time from the RX3 wagon or the 808 wagon, but he had it all lit there, got it in there, and then fluffed it. $9.99 though for our patient VL testee in the other lane. Wow. Yep. It's a test day, but it's turned into Australia's toughest VL fest. Well, might I have no doubt in the world, Dale, that that Mark Benston Jr. might just clean him up again over there at Maryland. Good to hear you listening on the live stream. Danny Lansdowne, here it is, the Wags. Is this not the ultimate VL Commodore wagon with a 2J heart? The guy steering it is the guy that built it. I love that. I love the creation. The guy steering stuff he created. Of course, the Aegis is beside there as well. Hang on. Stop it just for a sec. The boys just about to unleash hell. And then we're just checking something down the end that's just caught their attention. We're going to back them back out probably for a sec and they can engage again. So, Danny technically I think in J275, might be in J315 this weekend. Michael Aegis beside is normally on a 275 Radial. This is a very stout Holden 308 based engine, twin turbo, a lot of horsepower, 2,000 easy. Danny's 2J would have 2,000 as well. He is on the 275 tyre, as is Aegis, but as you can see, Aegis's car more towards our Kenda OG 275 style car, where, you know, it's not quite a back half car. All right, go to Bump City anyway, boys. All right, little bit of... He doesn't mind a top-end sand, Danny. He doesn't mind one. 955 at 182 mile an hour, and buttoning off the throttle there as Aegis. It showed some promise, 131 in the 60, but then the thing like shut off. So whatever happened there, it lost power. Danny's in the tyres, but just to give it a top end steer, decided to squeeze the 2J out. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to hear. And we've got it in all shapes and sizes. That is one angry RX7, Series 2 RX7. And that's Shane Faccione's VN that we just saw on screen. But this is the thing I'm talking about, the Series 2 RX7 Pro Turbo. Now, I did sense 20B on board. Judging by the injector rails, definitely 20B. That's lengthy injector rails there, so 20B on board. Not much information to go on other than it looks like it's an order. Hang on, it's got strong motors on the side, so it's the boys from North Queensland. The boys from North Queensland are back. So they're former Cannon and Strong, but now, yeah, Strong. They were original Rotary OGs, Cannon and Strong. All right, here we go. Faccione Turbo LS bumps in the big VN. Early click for the RX7, 499 to half track, 118 in the 60, everything tick. 499, 132. Shane zings the tyres off the VN and goes 884 to the 8th and rolls off the throttle. But yeah, 118. That was a half track click. I just looked up and I saw that little puff of smoke as he lifted just past half track. Now check this thing. This was at the Nostalgias, I think, last weekend, getting licensed. I'm going to have a listen to this thing too. It's something going on here. Got nitrous oxide sticker on it. Got zoomies on it, but it's also got screamers, so it's turbo something. Don't let the scoop fool you. It's twin turbo. Just when you think this country couldn't get any cooler in the car scene. Just when you think you've seen nearly everything. This bloke goes and builds this Valiant. And who does not think that is cool? Honestly. Hands up if hands up who doesn't rate it. Hands up if anyone doesn't rate it. No, hands up who rates this thing. Yeah. I rate this. Oh, God bless this country when guys want to do this. Test pilot says they're Dale Gridley. Mr. Dale Gridley, I like your style. I haven't met you, but I think I could party with you, Dale Gridley. I'm going to let this thing, twin shoots, oh my God, this thing just, the wheels though, he hasn't skimped on the wheels. Tell you what, some candy on that thing. All right, I'm going to let this thing eat. Let's let this thing eat for all the people. Oh, half track 522, and now's that 807 off the throttle. 807, 157 mile an hour. Half track 522, 141 at half track. 807, 157 at the end. I like that thing. Whoa. Dale Gridley, do you think he's getting a kick out of the creation? Why do you build those things unless you want to be, well, what do you want? Do you want to be thrilled? Do you want to be excited? And I don't know, I'm sure knowing that everyone else rates your machine, you build it, I think, just to make that impact. I think people deliberately do, yeah, the magic button's back. That's good. Thank you for that. Of course, we're broadcasting from the middle floor of the Willowbank commentary tower or control tower. Normally when we're up the top, we're right next to race control. We're down one level. And finally getting all of our bells and whistles back, like the magic clicky button. All right, more testing. Friday, testing. Get here tomorrow, though. Get here. Take this as a sample. Come and see it in the flesh. Live it, breathe it, touch it tomorrow. Bring 6 new friends that you think you could blow their minds with it. Tell them it's their Christmas present. I'm going to blow your mind tomorrow. And that's what they say is a good gift. You know, those experience gifts, you know, drive a V8 supercar, do that. How about we give you 2 billion horsepower right in your face? See the world's most epic, primarily door cars and historically important small engine cars to an event 35 years young. And if this is what we look like in the age 35 years, if you were back 35 years ago and showed them a picture of what's on the screen right now and say, in 35 years we'll be driving these things, you would say, no, how can we? And that's where we are. Frank Tarabay. This is the original King Kong from the States. The late, great Lizzie Musey drove this thing, I think, with a nitrous big block for so many years. Known as the King Kong, I think, Avenger it is. But here is Frank. He's still kept it as tribute to Lizzie Musey in that original King Kong colours. But this was the ex-Mastermind car. Had a 2J in it. Has a 2J in it now. And he's going to send this thing. I'm going to let Frankie go here, mate. So good to have you up here, Frank Tarabay. You ain't kidding. 401 606 997. Is Frank Tarabay ready? Is Frank Tarabay ready? 010 off the button. Frank Tarabay, 010 off the button. Is he ready to race? Is he ready to claim it all? What a statement. What a statement. What a run. That is, if you paid to get in today, you got your money's worth already, guaranteed, with what we've seen already. That's just an epic first checkout run there for Frankie. Did so well. 010 off the tree. 997 in the 60. So Australian drag racing is in pretty good practice and exercise to flex our muscles. All right, the Salupa. See it? Australia, multiculturalism, diverse, proud of their heritage and their lingo. When the universal language is horsepower, and that's why we all get along. All right, it is time for not only Mr. Joe Gauci to make his triumphant return. Oh, he is back. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. He is back. One of our nice guys that just... And, well, I can nearly not call him a young gun anymore, but Jay Sadek, He's a man, but he was a kid when he first sort of got subjected to what of course Sam was doing, and was always going to grow up doing the same, just like Pete Rahayam with Rocky and the uncles. The same here. A Rotary upbringing is one so good to see happen, evolve in front of your own eyes, and for being involved with this event for nearly 30 years, to see these guys from when they were children to when they're men and family men that get to still drive these things because they love that top bulb so much. Jay Sadek, Bill at 20B, pretty much the epitome of a Rotary door slammer, 3-speed auto on board, Joe Gauci beside him, Proline 481X. All right, we need a car move behind the grandstand, 793 FR2, 793, it's a white Kia Carnival, that could be one of the pack ones, 793 FR2, behind the grandstand, there's a trader spot and you parked your Kia Carnival in the wrong place, 793 FR2, can you move that vehicle please, white Kia Carnival. It's blocking a trader's sight. You need to move the Carnival, mate, please. All right, Sam Sadek gives a little kiss to the parachutes. He goes back. Joe Gauci ready to bump in against Sadek. This is just testing. To the 60-foot Joe Gauci, 980 to this Justin Simpson, this start line, 980. 413 to half track, gets off it as it goes towards the centre line. Oh, Jay, half track click, 429, it was good, 104 to the 60, 104. 104, Justin, this start line, 980, 980 for Gauci. A Juzza, 980 for Gauci off the 60. So we're going sub ones in the 60s with the turbo cars, and it looks so good for Joe. And just near the centre line, clicks it off on that run. Just some really good signs from these initial hits. Just every single run so far been fairly awesome to see. So glad that you've joined us here Friday for testing. Live stream presented by Real Street. Big shout out to everyone watching all over the world. And for, I didn't quite get it. It'll be on the slip. 10, no, down the bottom. Yeah. Geez, if you're old enough to remember getting time slips at the bottom of this tower, Pete, you are getting old, mate. The little kid I was just kind of talking about remembers the time slip down the bottom here. No, down... When he tows back, he'll get the slip. Jay will get the slip. So good to see. He'll be out for a fang soon too, I would imagine. So great to have you wherever you're watching all over the world. If you can't be here, if you can be here, then get here. All right, that's the message. We want to pack it tomorrow, like the epic crazy early days of the 2000s when we were just still in a fit and frenzy with all of this stuff. All right. People have still got that on their corner. Listen to it just thunder through the deep end. 911, full-bodied Commodore. 911, 135 mile an hour. Half track 584. Good run there. Our testing will. We'll see plenty of these guys probably get their favourite, well, hopefully a PB or a new good time slip. That practice on the start line also helps as well. Have a look at this. For some reason, the old blood pressure goes up a little bit when I see Jozewski racing, because Georgie Jozewski is another guy, like Smithy, like all the other guys we've talked about that we've got in this sport, that is so hooked on the drag strip and horsepower. And this car at the moment is the priority, but he's got unfinished VL business as well. He's got a Radial car that he thinks he wants to uncork here at Kenda with Johnny Ricker and all the guys a bit later on this year. But this thing is pretty much the epitome of what an import pro mod is, and as we call them, factory extremes. But this Nissan door slammer with that billet RB on board, that trick 3-speed auto lock-up clutch. I don't know whether he's got the Liberty in it, because we've got a couple with the converters and the clutchless gearboxes floating around, and we'll have to listen to the car on the run to see. We've had a couple of teams kind of play in that deal with Liberties and converters, and then we've also got a few good 3-speeds with lockups there as well that are working. So I know the next car coming up, the green BMW, has a clutch in it. I know that for absolutely bloody sure. But I think Georgie is on the converter in this thing. Got Burnsy, got the very best in the business behind him, Craig Burns, just lining up George. Now, not much of a burnout here for George, but he's going to try and let this thing eat anyway. You know, this is where we are 35 years down the track. Pretty much the elite import door cars that you can get lurking amongst us here in Australia. Oh boy, and I'm glad you pulled them out there, Georgie, just for your first test hit today. 432 to half track, 109 in the 60 foot, 161 mile an hour. So 432 to half track, 109, and 109 in the 60, not 109 mile an hour, 109 in the 60. But that was, again, just a beautiful suspension work well. Burnsy got the setup nice. It left hard, it left straight. It had the right amount of power in it to handle it. Albeit, again, when as we said, the time slip doesn't lie. 109 shows that you've left a little bit there to play with. But you know what? That's a keeper. That's a keeper. We see those 980, 960 foots that we saw there. That is on the big tyre, just so close to a shake. It's not funny, but good to see these guys getting in and having some sharp numbers. This is just testing for Friday. It just feels like we're just knee deep in it already, just how epic the performances are of these vehicles. And for those people that came here today, you must admit this has been a very good decision on your behalf. You want to see the best. Got a fair example of them just today, and of course the rest tomorrow. Yes, the one that does have the clutch pedal in it, this is the one. It's had a little birthday. It's had a freshen up in the paint. It's had a little tweak. They've been through, you know, from the front to the back of it again. They'd normally just whack new paint on it. They would give it a freshen, and here it is, Zoran Gajic, this BMW. We know by now, you know what his goal is. He's got Mr. Eric Lazinski here with him. Where's the Laz? Where is he? Is he there? There he is. Stands behind the car. Does a wheelie bar check. We have got Shane T, Eric Lazinski. We've got the who's who here with us at Jambo this weekend. So Luz just gave it a little tweak on the right-hand bar. He does the clutch in this thing, of course. He's the clutch guru that's helped a lot of 2JZ World Records. And this Zoran's still got that easy clutch in the can here with the best clutch guy on it. And of course, Joe Signorelli and Gas Racing, all that gas horsepower. So just got to all click. He just wants to run a 5 in this BMW because he hasn't run one. So if anyone's to have their own version of a Mount Everest, maybe this is one of Zoran's Mount Everests. I mean, he's run 550s in the Pro Mod that he's got, the Mustang Pro Mod with the Hemi, but this 2JZ Beamer is his little favourite, I think. First test hit for Zoran. Here we go. I'd almost give him that one just to get it down, but he'll get it. He'll get it. Oh, all right. No, Luz is saying just a real quick bring it back, and we'll get him straight back in. Isn't it good that it's a test day that you can do that? If you're in an event situation where you're trying to do a qualifying run and you do that, you lose the run. There's no backups. There's no second goes. Testing's where we got to get all this sorted. All right, here we go. Oh, baby. She's got some stank in that thing. 116 in the 60. It came out and then it just did the rattle. 116 in the 60. So made a mess of them tyres. And we'll have another crack a little bit later on. The testing continues. Just checking that lane should be right. I hope we got that white Kia Carnival moved. The 793 FR2 white Kia Carnival. If you haven't moved it, you need to. You're blocking one of our traders that are trying to set up for tomorrow. Nice casual Friday afternoon, you know, just a bit of serenity before we let it all loose again. You got to admit, once we get on a streak and they're running run after run, you do tend to, 3 minutes of silence feels like it's an hour because we've just been fed horsepower since the beginning of testing today. Is that you, Keithy, there? I can see Keithy Hard's there in the grandstands there. G'day, legend. You running the XW tomorrow? He doesn't need a test run. Keithy's test run will be the first hit tomorrow. He'll be dialed in after that first hit tomorrow. What does it feel like driving a 6-second 4,000 pound XW feel like, Keithy? Yeah, it sure does. Oh my goodness. Oh, you're living the dream, mate. Honestly, you know the dream is it's still a hell of a nightmare of a car to keep the beast fed, isn't it? But when it goes down, it's a treat. That's a price of admission. So all you people out there watching on the live stream, if you want to see a 4,000 pound 6-second XW in the flesh, we'll come out and see Keithy tomorrow. He'll be, I think, in J275. Is that right tomorrow? J275. All right, I think this could be. Is this Matt Russell? I thought I saw Shane T hovering around this one. It is another beautiful S13s. No details on this 8844 for testing today, but got the K house on it. We'll find out his name tomorrow, but just another evolution. Check out this SMIC S13, another universal platform that's used all over the world. I think they call them 200SX and 240SXs in the States. Sylvias never came here, but then didn't we get a lot sort of come over as imports? All the drifters killed them. No, didn't want to have any part of it, those tyres then. There is some spice out here. We have got spice in abundance. Spicy stuff, but just that time. No good for the Sylvia that time. Oh, we've got another camera angle here just in the lanes, having a look at a few guys getting ready for their first test hits. Yeah, I love, there you go, a bit of Aussie Falcon. Got Scotty ready to come and have a run, Jason Scott. Oh, we've got another little KE20 there. I see the iconic Rougier brothers in the lanes there. I can see, oh, I think that might be Ricky Fenwick in the far Mustang. Could be Benny Graham in the other Mustang. So another new exciting car. Is that Simon there in the RX-8? Yeah, so I do think that's Benny Graham's new deal, the new Mustang, which was Smithy's old one. That's what I love about this stuff is Steve Smith's earlier car, one of the ones that sort of got him hooked. That car, he moved on, bought another one, and guess who bought that one? Benny Graham. Benny giving alcohol burning 13Bs a rest for a while and has gone down the dark route. Turbo V8. A few more guys down the lanes there. There's Dodsey, Mr. What Up G with the dreads. Two-car team this weekend. Of course, Moose driving the What Up G. He's in the Sup G, and it looks like might be Moose coming up shortly. So Moose is going to be coming up in What Up G for a test hit shortly. So that's exciting stuff. God, this is just testing. This is just testing, and look at the fruit that's decided to test on it. Where is Shane T? He'd be in his element. Like he'll be crowing to the world just what he stumbled into here, because he's never done a Jambo. He did, of course, the Kenda here. When he came over, he saw a taste of Australian Radial racing, which was, of course, got his attention. And now he's come into the thick of the import stuff with Jambo especially, and he'll be in heaven. All right, here we go. Is this Botha? And, oh, it's Marjan. Here we go. Zeus. Oh, dearie me. Just checking our Jamboree live stream myself here. Here we are, we're live right now. Might that be a good way to run the battery down on my phone by watching my own live stream there, just to make sure. I wanted to share it with all my friends at work actually at the moment, because it's, I think everyone needs a taste of this on Friday. If you know you got a mate at work right now, how about you send them a text and get them to watch the live stream with us this afternoon where they're working, because we want them all out tomorrow. All right, this is just testing. This is the world's quickest RB powered door slammer over there with Zeus, and one of our quickest 20B powered door slammers, Jason Bott. Geez, Rob is not sparing it. 399 at half track, 605, 219 will do. We're checking down the deep end. We're all A-OK. 605, 219, 104 to 60 foot, 399 to half track, 197. Up she went. And Rob did steer the rest of that. What a good run there. 605, 219. Off it early, though. So good to see these numbers. It's incredible. Big shout to Paulie Chabotto an hour ago. Dropped my name on Facebook and said, I'm watching the live stream, listening to me. Well, good, I'm glad that's one bloke out there, one of my big fans. On you, Paulie. He wishes he was here. Of course, he has the EB Pro Mod. Twin single turbo Windsor powered EB, one of our quickest taxis in the world. Right now out there is Ricky Fenwick, I think. Is that, no, this is Lorenzo. Is this Renzo? Oh, yes, indeed. And the VL God, Anthony Took. Sounds like he's got the clutch pedal back in it. The iconic VL God. This is just testing. Flexing the muscles. Let's go. Nope. Just going to have to send him. Oh, drove through the shake. 108 in the 60-foot half track. 420. It's good enough for a nice run. 634, 228 mile an hour and a send. What a set. As I said, we're going to have the quickest 150 door car ETs this year by the end of this event. No doubt about it. We're throwing down low sixes here like nothing else. 634, 228 mile an hour. It rattled, but it got through that rattle. And it got down. It got down indeed. All right. Thought that was Nelly going to do it, but he had another go at it. And it did go 114 in the 60 there for Anthony, but he's aborted the run. He'll come back and have another crack. But yeah, good to see the clutch pedal back in the old beast. It had a crazy time there where it was on an auto, with an auto in it for a little while, but back with the clutch pedal on it. And that Liberty gearbox, which made that car so quick and so iconic. The VL God is truly the VL God. Can you sign my what? NOS bottle? Oh, that's a lovely back. Thank you very much. Can't wait for Adelaide Jambo. I think that's October 18, I think. Adelaide Jambo at the Bend. And again, for all those people that are here, if you've got the resource and wherewithal to get yourself here to Willowbank for the 35th running of the Jambo on a Friday, we can see you at the Bend, probably 17th, 18th of October. Come in on the Friday test day down there and see Jambo at the Bend even. Here's the guys from North Queensland, from Mackay. Jason Scott's first run with the almighty EL. And our friend in the F6 270 utility. This is where we deviate from import vehicles to domestic vehicles. And I do love a good domestic Falcon or a domestic Commodore. Turbo Barra powered EL Falcon there for Jason Scott. License plate SS this. That shows you his attitude to the Holdens. And tell you what, the Turbo Barra engine, if you're not buying crypto, if you're not buying stocks and shares or property, buy Barra. That's what I started my investment portfolio just this week. Double-barreled Barra bump in. Oh, he can't get it in. Oh, geez, it took a while, but he's going to let him go. That's a lot of transmission temp, and yeah, it didn't quite work there. Yeah, just send it if you want. Mind you, the utility having a bit of a haze down the end. 1035 at 120 mile an hour. The haze continues through the braking area. 1061 there for Jason Scott, but yeah, it was not happy sitting there for a fair while. And that don't know, again, the utility with what it was breathing out. We're going for a bit of a wander down there just to check. So I'll sign the nitrous bottle down there in Adelaide. I'll sign the nitrous bottle. I want to know what he's packing. If that's, does it come with the whole car attached to the nitrous bottle, or does he just bring the nitrous bottle out from home and sign the nitrous bottle? Be fine to do that. It will be epic. We'll have a few of our friends from of course Brisbane Jambo that will join us down there. We do get more of a concentration of our southern competitors, our New South Welshmen and Victorians getting there, and it's very hard for the Queenslanders to make the trek. But then again, you've all made the trek to come here. I'd say that we would, I think, continually start to see a few more teams actually get to the Bend for it. It is an epic joint. And anyone that's travelled from Queensland to the Bend, they do talk about how much of an epic journey it is. But I think when they look back at it, it's an experience that, well, if you're ever going to do it, that's what it feels like. It was a big thing to do, but I think you get attached to places that way and to this country and to this community, and that's why the commitment continues to stun me on how many people still make the big commitments. It's our WA people here this weekend as well. That's huge commitments to come from WA to be here, but it just warms our hearts to know that we've got this sort of level of support and subscription and beliefs in events and the culture that surrounds it. So we're still having a little bit of a trudge through the just right at the finish line there to see whether or not that Falcon did anything nasty that got to the track. That's the sort of stuff I think we gave a little mini lecture this morning about, to say, well, you know, attention everyone that's here, that's running down the track. Try and hold on to all your bits and pieces, and any delays or leakages or breakages just delays the amount of time we have on track. Not so much a problem today. Everything's trying to run at a slightly slower pace today as we test. We're talking to a lot of people on the live stream as well that are taking it all in. And but yeah, we don't want this to happen tomorrow. Obviously, you get delays tomorrow with that sort of stuff, and we've got a lot of guys to try and qualify 3 times tomorrow in all our categories. You can see why test days are so important, because when it comes to things like staging and everything, that wasn't anything probably out of the ordinary what we just saw then, but that were 2 turbo cars boosting up with autos. Every second that they're doing that and you're not in a stage or you're not throwing the tree, there's a lot of fatigue and strain that can, and heat especially, that comes through those combos that I kind of cringe a little bit when I see it, because you think, well, you know, sometimes this thing doesn't end well. There we go. So, okay. Left-hand corner. All right. I see what you mean there. Morgs. There. You're pretty fussy there, Morgan, with that critique. But I'll see what we can do for you there. We've got people watching on the live stream all over the world, and so a little message has come in there to say, oh, we love that new finish line view on the camera, but complaining that there's plastic across the top corner of it. And I'm thinking, how picky when you look at it. That, you know, you've just got to take some of these viewers' criticisms and look, we'll try and satisfy your need to remove that little bit of plastic off the corner of the screen. Done? Oh, it was a rain hat. Oh, there. No, that's fine. The rain hat, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the rain hat can stay there for whatever. But I know you being a perfectionist, you'll probably get in there and pull the little rain hat off. Yeah, we'll adjust that tonight. So for those people watching, and that's fine with these people that are, you know, tonight we'll fix it. Tomorrow they won't have that problem with that, because they'll be here themselves and not needing to watch the live stream. Yep, scan that QR code if you're watching on the stream right now. Grab those tickets. As I said, I've got 6 new people coming tomorrow that have never been to one, and I think, well, it's the 35th year. You better get to it. So do it. Another one which I think I'm going to do a little shameless plug here on a Friday, just because I can, because we are testing, and we're more talking to our people that are watching from different parts of the world, is that there's another one that you should be attending, and it is in September, and it is World Time Attack, 5th and 6th of September, Sydney Motorsport Park. It's like a jamboree, but with more aero, pretty much. It's the way to. The horsepower is pretty much the same. The aero and the commitment to one perfect lap is another. And as much as you can see these amazing weapons we have here, designed to go straight down the middle, well, not always straight down the middle, but you want to throw 2,000 plus horsepower at a door car, you can do it this way, or you can punt them around Sydney Motorsport Park with some of the best builds, not only here in Australia, but around the world coming. From Japan, the United States, you name it, they're all coming. We've got an amazing international all-girl drift battle with the guys. 40 of the world's best drifters there, Mad Mike, all that. It'll be off its head, just like this is the drag racing equivalent off its head. That's another one that yours truly's been doing for 15 years, and it's another one of those ones where you'd say, well, I haven't been to one, but I'm telling you right now, let me be the person to tell you, do that one as well, please. You'll see a lot of cross-pollination between what we do here and there, because the industries, when it comes to horsepower especially, the industries perfectly align. So our little pit walkers camera's going for a bit of a look there. I think that's Simon from ProMaz ready to come out in the RX-8. One of our, I think it's just the second quickest 13B in the country. He's in there. Steve Farrelly back for another go shortly in the Barra-powered VL. Oh yeah, the 6300 guys ready to come out for a hit shortly as well. They've got, I think, the 2-car team, one in all motor as well, and this one I think is on the 28.9, the L Sniper. Exciting cars as well, and we've got them just lurking amongst us here in this country. Just testing here on the Friday for the 35th running of the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, presented by Fueltech. Our live stream presented by the people at Real Street. Look at the fruit we've got here in the staging lanes on our screens here. You can see that there for the people watching. We've got Marcus Pepe there. We've got What Up G there in the background with Moose driving. That is a good term. That was my first car, was a Capella, exactly that model. And here's Moose having a go. Of course, known for driving the Hurstville Towing RX-7 for years, and of course, putting Muhammad in there now. And then Moose got the offer to drive this as a 2-car team, Sup G and What Up G in the one team. That's a good. He knows how to steer one. He knows how to pull the Liberty gears. He knows how to do all that. He's a good steerer. Here's one of our guys from WA. Here, check out the Holden utility. I think he'll be in J275. We call him the Murray River Cod because down there at the last Kenda, he was dared to swim the Murray River. He did it at night. They gave him the nickname the Murray Cod the next day for that. But yeah, they dared him to swim the Murray. Where they were staying near the bend, the Murray River's near there, and they decided to have a bet, and he took a dare, and that was, well, I dare you to swim across the Murray. And he did it at night. That's why it's called the Murray River Cod forever. That's there from WA. Oh my God, we just had, so there's Stu Walsh. That's the Bromide. Have a look at those pair of basketballs there on the front of that. Those air intakes. You do a bit of alley-oop out of those things. So well, they're the air intakes though, of course, but it's just blocking that out. So that's another one of our pro mods. And we just got out there. hello, this thing now. This is our quickest one in the world. See, what's he got on the side? I can't quite read what he's put on the side because it was just in plain black when it arrived in Australia. Are we looking at another one? Is that not Johnny? It's Tough Streeters. That is the man. That is the man. He's got mowers online. So that is Mr. Johnny Ricker's world's quickest screw-blowing door car at 5:37. Ran Australia's quickest door car ET, I think at 5:43 when he brought it over. Got it over here a month or so ago. Rattled a few feathers, obviously, when it first happened, but John did an amazing thing with that car in the States. He not only got it into the World Series of Pro Mod 64-car field with it, I think he went semis. He went a couple of rounds there. He didn't get to the final, I can't remember. It's been a big year. He then put it on radials and got himself down the track, I think into the 40s or low 50s on a radial. So he did a lot with that car when he went to the States to shake it down before bringing it back to Australia. Then comes out in one pass, blows the number away. Here's another one of our Kiwis. So we had, of course, our expat Kiwi, Stu Walsh. This is Barry Plumpton, of course. Team NZ, he's a nitrous guy. Him and Chappie, I hope they're both pitting together. So we've got Rob Chaplin with his 977 Q Pat Newsy, and this is the 959 for Barry Plumpton. The bullet, all right. That certain guys are nitrous guys, and Pro Mod lets you play with any power adder you want. Just remember that one thing about Pro Mod. Anything you want power adder wise, you can have. Pro Charger, screw blower, turbos, nitrous. You can have anything you want. That's just another one of those cars, a guy building what he wants. Here's another guy that built what he wants. The on PSI car. I think Smithy's driving this today. But this is another build out of spot on. I know a little bit about this car because you would believe that and this is the thing that makes me cry a little bit, is that my car was on the jig just before this car went on the jig. So yeah, literally my car came off the jig, that one went on the jig, and now mine's not finished and his is finished. So that's why I'm going to cry. That's why I'm going to cry. We've got a guy that could come in for a chat. Let's try this. Come here, dude.
God bless you.
Oh, God.
It's good to see you.
Oh, good. We'll get him on here and we'll chill, because we got time. Let me try this here.
Does this have auto-tune? Does it make me sound better?
Well, you could. Well, mate, if anyone could design an auto-tune, it'd be you. Welcome to the microphone, Shane T.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Mate, it's you told me some information that, I mean, this was probably before I met you in the States again. Well, not that we met you here at Kenda all those years ago.
Yes, sir.
But you did tell me that that Techno Toys car was on its way to Australia, and that you may end up at that stage. Everything's always up in the air.
Sure.
The goal was to get it to Jambo, and now here we are, all those months and whatever later. How good is it to come back to this track?
First of all, it's fantastic just to come back to the country. I especially love Willowbank. It's like I got a soft spot in my heart for Willowbank, particularly after what we did here with Daniel Ferris, which, by the way, that was 7 years ago.
Is that
It was
right?
2018.
Is that right?
Yeah, yeah. So I haven't been back in 7 years. But the people here they're just amazing to me. I really, it's almost as though they've accepted me as almost an honorary Australian. I'm not exactly sure why that is, but yeah.
I think it's to do with I think it's to do that when they offer you a beer, you drink it, and that's the best way to get on an Aussie side is, you know what, you drink with them, I think. Do you feel that? Drink, party, and swear with them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, the guys from CRD overserved me a little bit last night, but other than that, everything's been going fantastic.
Now, look, we could talk about everywhere you go in the year, you know, Pikes Peak, Bonneville, drag strips everywhere, and you've been to the odd World Cup final, right? But when
Been
you
in the
come,
winner's circle there one time with this car, actually.
I know, and I remember the run between him and Colin. That was a run. That was one of the biggest runs in 4-cylinder history.
In my history, obviously I've been fortunate enough to work on some NHRA cars and been in Gainesville when the stands are full of people. But that run against Colin, that was electric. I have never heard a crowd cheer louder.
Yeah.
It was. I'm getting chills thinking about it now.
Yeah.
That was absolutely fun, and that, it was just a great time to be at the racetrack. Obviously, we came out on the winning side of it, but in the end, everybody from both teams hugged each other on the starting line because we knew we were part of something huge.
Yeah. And do you feel that it pulls the crowd in more because there is that little bit of emotional investment? It's domestic versus import, and it was weird even for that because it was Trinidad and Tobago versus Australia. It wasn't even USA versus Australia. An American car essentially, but with the Trinidadian Tobagan driver. So I think the world. There we go. Big tune up. World Cup finals. Now, you've been at a few. Colin's been to a few. That year that Team Australia kind of went over there and did the thing at Orlando and everything, the same thing. Do you, and you'll probably feel more tomorrow because remember when we did the Kenda here, we get a good crowd, but there's World Cup final crowds, and Colin talks about the atmosphere that's there, that literally 3/4 of Puerto Rico is there, the rest are Americans. The atmosphere, hopefully by tomorrow afternoon, when we get all our people here, the rest of the entries, 230 entries, I hope you get the same parallel feeling that the world is united somewhere along this scene. And remember, you cut your teeth in the old-fashioned NHRA nitro stuff at the beginning of your career. But look where you are now and just how popular this part of the culture in drag racing is when it was such a minority thing 20 years ago. And remember, the day I came and saw you, of course, I went and saw Abel Ibarra, and that's another guy from that early halcyon days when it was all new and fresh. And we talked before, you might have heard me, about, because you do this as a career, but just some of the people that have built empires from just racing at things like Jamboree. The same with World Cup finals or any import racing that's promoted properly has seen workshops grow in fame, notoriety, and again, as we said, time slip doesn't lie. If you prove yourself there, you got a good business if you want.
100%. Yeah. So first of all, I'm a fan, right? Before I ever worked in the racing industry, I'm basically living out my dream that I could make a living, doing what I'm doing. But yeah, man, I remember watching Abel run, that RX-3 just was amazing. Like that little dinky car, and making the runs that it made. I think it maybe went like 720 or something at that point. But he actually came to one of the NHRA national events at Pomona and did some exhibition runs, and it was just like phenomenal watching that little thing.
But I think because if you've been fed the diet like we all did, and I'll give you the brief history of Australian drag racing, is it's like NHRA. If you went to a national event, you would get a top fuel car, you get nitro funding car, you'd get pro stock, you'd get before door slammers, before we even have door slammers, so we kind of had top alcohol, all of that. Then we got fed the sportsman classes. So if you sat there all day, you saw a whole class structure from the top to the bottom. The super streeters at the end, the 11-second pump gas street cars. So you get fed that. And after a little while, the little engine would turn up somewhere amongst all of those. So someone would turn up with a rotary. Someone would turn up with 4-cylinder, completely different to all the V8 stuff all the way up. And then they start to catch your attention a little bit because they sound different. They might do wheelies. They might be a handful. And that was born in Australia just from a super sedan to now a factory extreme car.
I think the sport in general lends itself to the underdog.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter who even if you have a fan favorite, but it's an underdog. You know, someone's racing John Force, which is arguably the most popular drag racer in history.
Yes.
And probably doesn't have too many detractors, to be honest. However, you know, somebody comes up next to him, and of course you want to see the other guy win, right? Because obviously John's done his thing, and so I think the sport in general is just that way. So if you see the oddball, you're always going to go after, you know, pull for that one to see him pull it off. So.
I think, well, in Australia, it started as that, and you'd still, if you wanted to see the different stuff, you just have to still turn up at the mainstream stuff. It's only when Jamboree started 35 years ago, when it was more encouraging the Volkswagen and small car culture.
Yep.
You know what they had at their first event here? They had a V8 sedan that you could pay money to hit it with a sledgehammer. There was V8 hate. They were trying to instill V8 hate, and they were proud to be the small engine. They were proud to be different. So Jambo was proud to be a promoter that didn't put V8s down the track. They put the rotaries and the small engines, and now the average horsepower, if we did an old Shane T graph of average horsepower from the 35 years ago to now, is that our average horsepower now, no one's...
Well, the average horsepower now is kicking the shit out of a V8.
Yeah,
in
every way.
You know, I mean, it used to be that Sport Compact guys were kind of laughed at by the pros, you know, initially. Because they would come up and do all the same stuff you see happening here. The clutch switch doesn't work, the car rolls the beams, it stalls, it does all this crap. But after enough time... and making decent runs. Now you're to the point where, I mean, people that work on Top Fuel dragsters are messaging me about that 2,000 horsepower dyno pull with a 4-cylinder, and they're just floored.
Right?
They're just amazed. Yeah, I have a couple of friends that are crew chiefs, and they messaged me around on Facebook and said, "Man, that thing's amazing." So when you're getting the attention of someone like that who's used to working on something that makes 11,000 horsepower. It's definitely saying something for where this segment of the sport is.
And I think what's also come in as an undercurrent, and again comes from the tuner culture. So and again, I'm not going to thank Vin Diesel or Mark Walker just yet about what brought this awareness to that import culture, is then it became the engine pride. So, of course, SR20, as soon as you say that, the whole world, if you're into engines, know that that's a platform. That's one platform. And to see standards set with every platform has, I think, captured the new generation's attention, and they look into what an SR20 is. They look into
it's the classic rivalry of Ford versus Chevy that happened in the States.
Yeah. But now there's more pride in the RB, like you talk to guys that are RB pride.
I had no idea that the RB was so... I actually was... I knew the RB was popular here, but I had no idea that the 2J was so unpopular here compared to the RB. I had no clue.
Well, I mean, people have got a love and love-hate relationship with different things, and I suppose it's what people tend to put up with. And you know what? It took a long time for people to find the ultimate end to those things. And all I remember watching, when you wanted to see where the limit of the 2J was, is I just keep watching Team Titan in ADRL, in Outlaw 10.5, running threes against all the V8s. To me, that was a really exciting time to really swing, where an import was swinging the V8s and beating them at their own game.
Absolutely, and that was partially due to my fellow countryman who happens to be here this year, Eric Lazinski.
Yes,
who's
I
an
saw
absolute master on the clutch, right? So that was definitely a high water mark, I would say, for import racing to go take on the V8s. And we even brought the E-Canoe car to the U.S. at one point.
Yeah, I
decided to go to a PDRA race, and we made it all the way to the final.
Yeah.
Fucking battery went flat, so
we never made battery.
It. But
you can't change that.
Import cars.
I've got a little announcement here, just quickly. We've got another vehicle we need to move. It's another high car, 355 NXS. It looks like it's a Ford Everest. So 355 NX6, can you move that because it's blocking Traders Alley? There's a white Range Rover DH01PQ, a white. Who brought their it's a Land Rover Defender. How dare you? DH01PQ. Can you move that thing off road, please? Put it somewhere where it deserves to be, and that's on the dirt. And also this one here, the Ford Everest 355 NX6. Can you move those vehicles, please? Yes, we are live on the Overtaking Lane stream this weekend and this Friday, but Friday's kind of our little bump in, get things sorted deal. Not a bad live stream, is it?
Speaking of the devil, I reckon that's an RX-3 right there, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And isn't it funny that we've got quite a lot of RX-3s in this country, but in Puerto Rico, they're still quite a rare car over there, especially in the States. You don't see too many of them, but we're obviously very lucky to... Well, we used to sell them domestically here. Mazda sold them, so we were lucky. What people have done with them over the years. Now, there's a history on this one, right? So this is the old Eats V8s, right? That's the. Do you understand the Aussie license plates?
Got it. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm not that smart, but I figure out
mate, you're pretty good. You're going pretty good. But this thing is almost out of retirement. I think he hasn't raced in about 5 to 7 years. This car, Daniel Rougier, goes about 890. He's got a C4 in it, 13B, good street car, eats V8s, killer on the tree. Will run on the 890 dial in. He's got Jamboree trophies already, so it's good to see the Rougier guys back. Daniel at the wheel, an iconic car that's been around a few years here, Shane. Yeah, I know that we've talked about flash in the pans, and if you've been around as long as I have and you are, because we're nearly the same age, people come with experience, wisdom every day. Come on, oh, come on! He's a Rougier. He knows how to steer.
He's having a good time, isn't he?
He knows how to steer. And this is the other thing too, Shane, that I'm sure you get a whiff of, is that yes, there's championship professional drag racing, and you are in some of the most professional teams out there. But there's a lot of boys with stuff in their garages, and this is pure recreation. You can't tell me half of that World Series of Pro Mod field, 64 cars, they're not just big businessmen and they're getting their kicks in that Pro Mod. You know what I mean? It's a recreation. They're not pros. It's just they race like pros with the same equipment.
Yeah, the same effort. And even look, honestly, the professional is a little bit of a misnomer if you spend much time around them.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not super professional even in the
Well, that's it. That's it.
However,
that's for all professional motorsport. It's the recreational stuff that gets me.
This is the heart.
Gets me excited. Oh, hang on. Oh, I lost mine. Hang on, here we go. All right, let's have a look. He chopped the tree. No, he went red already, but doesn't match. Just testing, trying the tree at 927, blows the cobwebs out of it. 854 for the little KE20. Might be an RB in that thing. Another RB. 854. Now, just an announcement. Lisa Frankcom. If you can come to the tower, please. Lisa Frankcom, if you can come to the tower, we've got something of yours. What blows me away, what I've seen in this role that I've been doing for nearly 30 years, is yes, the professional ranks are nice to watch, and they take it so super seriously, and the rule book's out every 3 seconds, and you go to privately promoted events that just start their own rule and class structure. We don't pull the rule books out that much. We don't need to. We're not weighing everything. We're not testing it. But they don't mind. They just want to send it. And I think the small tyre stuff especially becomes the equaliser, and then you're not so critical about making weight and stuff like that. 100%. But this is some crazy stuff. Now here's a guy. No, I thought he was turbo. But it sounds cranky. Don't know.
It's behind the.
Yeah. So it's this guy. Now I do think if I
doubt that's a turbo with headers like that.
I've seen guys do funny things with dump pipes and headers though.
Sure,
have you seen
throw
those?
us off.
Yeah, I've seen those before.
We could make a liar out of it.
No, that sounds.
That thing's got a Pro Charger.
No, that's got something underneath there. Now look, I'm sure this is Ben Graham. Now, Mr. Ben Graham, he's a plumber like I am. Well, the difference between him being a plumber and me being a plumber is that he's still plumbing and I'm not. He's got his own business. He was a Rotary guy for forever. He had a full tube methanol burning RX8, 13B, high 6-second potential, and they are hard work. He admits they're a lot of hard work, right? And he just said, you know what, I've gone to the dark side, I've put a V8 in it, I've got a blower on it, it's a radial car. He just wants something that's going to be simple and repeatable, and we know that those platforms especially will give it to you if you want to force it. And this is some licensing. Good to see Benny trying to get that fun curve a bit flatter. Just get all that fun and no rapid drops in the fun curve.
No effort.
Well, when I call a drop in the fun curve is any time you break it or you can't race it. So,
which is with an import car is like
if
you don't want to break
run.
it, don't race it.
I know,
right? It's the only guarantee.
Put that on a shirt for Shane T. If you don't want to break it, don't race it.
Like
Shane T on the bottom of the shirt.
My friend Jamie Miller.
Yes.
My friend Jamie Miller says, "Look, you want to go faster, save parts. You don't get to
do both.
Yeah.
Don't ask anyone in that front-wheel drive class about that from last year. My God,
they should not let them run oil in those.
No, they should just be dry engines, DLC only.
It. Greased or on the
greased.
mains, that's it.
Just attention in the pits, please. Even though this is Friday, of course, this is not only for today, but every single time here at Willowbank. No faster than 20 km an hour in the pits on return roads for all vehicles. No overtaking on the return road. Vendors will be finished for the day or something. I don't know. Offenders will be finished for the day. So anyone that's speeding through the pits, no overtaking, return roads, you name it. If we ping you, we're going to kick you out for the day, and that's a bit of common sense. Yeah, no, well, those 4 letters, XFWD, it was just crazy, and I couldn't. Isn't it funny that when you're not even looking for a drama in the sport, it will just always develop one. It's a sport that attracts drama. That's why I can't believe someone at Netflix hasn't picked up the whole thing. Forget the MPKs, because that's almost becoming a little extinct all of a sudden.
It has.
So there's other real promoters out there, and you know what I love the last couple of years is guys like Cletus still want to prove himself at events like that and turn up. Draws people to that vibe, draws that to that event, and he's a very important part of why, and it's good that he stayed that little bit of like drag racer. He's a guy in our corner that's the drag racer guy. Yes, he can go and do NASCAR, he can do anything he wants, but he still wants to hit that bulb, he wants to hit that tree. And half owning Bradenton around the corner, like who wouldn't?
Sure.
Yeah.
Look, I look at Cletus the same way I looked at like all of the stuff that was on Discovery Channel, all of those street outlaw guys.
Yeah.
In the end, they are drawing attention from mainstream to our sport.
Yeah.
Okay, so I never saw that as a negative.
No, never. Neither did I.
Like say, they're not really racing, whatever. No, look, it's not the same as an NHRA national
Same
event.
equipment.
However,
Same equipment.
what you have is a whole segment of the market who is never paying any attention to
Until
it before,
now.
right? And now they're paying attention. So what that means is that when a racer sends in a proposal request to a big corporation, maybe they send it in and someone recognizes drag racing. I saw that on TV. Oh, that's entertaining.
Yes.
Let me have a look at it instead of just straight in the bin.
Yeah, yeah.
So I never saw it as a negative. I think more exposure for our sport is good in every way. It keeps people like me having jobs, right?
Yep.
If people are racing, then I have a job. So
Well,
I never saw it as a negative.
Well, I'm all for people racing. This is a happy place to go. I don't think I've ever gone to never come to here and go, oh, here I am again. No,
Yeah,
it's like,
exactly. Oh, bummer. Another
what have we
drag
got
race.
today? This guy, Eddie Harwack. Now, Eddie's got a 2J on board this thing. I think this even had the K&N on the side of this. This was Abel's old thing, I think.
Oh, was it really? No, it looks like it.
You watch him dangle this thing. He just does the 6-degree pre-stage angle, and Eddie Harwack's first run is a keeper, 680, 215 mile an hour, 115 in the 60, 450 to half track, and a good run. Yeah, so that's got a gas 2J in it as well. We call him 6-degree Eddie because the thing's got some preload in it, so when it leaves, it used to walk across. So he actually stages it a little bit on the cock, and then when it comes out, it goes straight. It's like knowing that you've got a hook on your golf swing.
You put a bunch of rear steering when you have to stage it on the
Yeah,
cock.
yeah. But some cars like that, and I suppose makes you want to yell out the old Hugo MPA, Instaleta, está 13B.
It's interesting, though. The dialect and the words, how they get used differently. So in England, they would say it's in the East Station, the piss.
Yeah.
Obviously, on the piss has a bit of a different meaning here, right?
Well, you can still have something that's on the
piss.
Yeah. So you and I later
Yeah.
on the piss. Right
Yeah.
now, that piece of paper I'm holding you up on the piss. I'd say on the. I just said on the cock because it's actually just a term I haven't used a lot of, but it is exactly the same. To stagger something a little crooked.
Sure.
Can be on the piss, but
I've worked out exactly what you were
oh,
on about.
mate, you're bilingual when it comes to all of this
it.
stuff. Triple lingual. Yeah. Okay, so we got issues for Marcus Pepe down track here. It's either turned off or can't get reverse. We probably won't keep. Is this Connor driving? This is the new owner driving this.
Don't you have a computer for that?
Well, these will all be in tomorrow. They'll be all in
no
tomorrow.
names, I see.
And some of the names, guys will have it on the car, some guys won't. But I do know that Connor Fakinos had this car, Chris Fakinos and Connor, and then they just sold it to a new bloke, and he's enjoying the hell out of it as well. We've got a class called Street 289, right? So a 28x9 tyre.
Okay.
Look, the old school rule definition meant that we also didn't back half them. So we used to call them an untubbed class. So we used to have a class called Osmod. We kind of adapted our own Aussie version of the US NHRA Sport Compact rules, especially through Jamboree, the original owner Ray Box, and Andra, the sanctioning body at the time. We drew up some rules. I was on that committee.
I know, Ray.
And Street 289 was a class that we thought, well, the old-fashioned Osmod, so anything on a 28.9. Isn't it funny how trends now, anything on a 28? We've had Street 28.9 for nearly 20 years. And they're into the low sevens with these things. So let's just see where that field ends up tomorrow. So you wait till you see all the cream tomorrow.
See how it gets on.
Got there in the end.
Quick.
Hey, 49 with this big bog off the line, like 129, no power on it at all. Different way to attack it, I guess. I know what happens when you do knock the small tyre off it early. Although I do know a lot of these don't mind spinning and shifting, and they still get away with it. The 13B ones can.
Get away with it with a slick. I mean,
yeah, that's right. They're on the slick, so they are.
I reckon the track right now is probably better than everyone's giving it credit for.
Yeah.
It's too sticky, basically.
Yeah.
So people are sticking the tire and struggling with the tire.
Well, here we go. So Moose first hit in What Up G. And over there...
It's a ute, is it not?
It's a utility, yes indeed, sir. A utility vehicle. You would have, what was yours? Pickups.
El
Camino.
Yeah, it would have been an El Camino or a Ranchero, depending on Chevrolet or Ford.
I still love both of those shapes as well, but this would be like a HG to us. We've got 3 Holdens in that 60s, the HK, T and G. And this thing, I think, twin turbo LS. I mean, it's a beautiful car. The guys from WA, they've made the big trek over from the other side of the country. Lorenzo Galotto's same truck brought his Pro Mod over as well. We've also got Steve Lundy here from WA as well. We've got people all over at the very best in the business. There's a big solid bloke there at the door. I think you'll see him. His name's Jeff Johnson, Power Management Solutions in WA. I call him The Rock because he's Jeff Johnson. Nelly Dwayne Johnson, but he's also because he's a boulder. He's a big fella. The guy knows how to tune. He loves Holly the world, right? He's a Holly the world guy, right? But The Rock is tuning Pro Mods. He's tuning Radial cars, and this is one from Perth that's decided to try tomorrow. J275. That's the 275 Radial class. Heads up, quarter mile. Moose is running in Pro Compact tomorrow, so full tube, 13B cars. 6 second times coming up. This is a 6 second RX2, but he is steering it as part of a 2-car team. Because Sup G, the RX7 will be running tomorrow. So again, 2 different agendas here on the start line. One's bumping it in, one's got the clutch. Just testing, that's the thing. It's not a race. Little miss there in the 13B, 486 to half track, 110 in the 60. The utility, 823 at only 127. Got to half track, 504 at 143. And not a bad short time either for the first hit of the weekend. And remember, when you come all the way from WA to here, and I can't remember whether he's even brought that thing to this track yet. You know what I mean? I don't think he's even coming to Willowbank. So that's his first time. Moose has run before, but not in that car. And now this happens, right?
So this is Ricka. So I think we're about 4 or 5 pairs behind this. I probably need to take off and leave it to the professional.
Well, oh, okay. Well, you know what? Anytime you do cruise past and you've got time, that microphone will be ready there for you. A lot of our people watching on the live stream have, I'm sure, had a lot of fun listening to you, and we've got a lot more where that comes from later.
I got to tell you, you're a great host. I mean, it's great to sit up here and get the history and the backstory on all these cars. So, you know, for someone like me that has no clue, basically. So I'm happy to oblige anytime.
Anytime. Well, that's you know where I am. He found me quite quickly, which was good. And, you know, anytime you want to drop past, bring liquor. Okay, no worries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. How's that? Shane T on a Friday. On a Friday, for heaven's sake. What a country to have Shane T on the mic on a Friday at the 35th running of the Jamboree. And now, Pro Modians. Well, actually, that other Camaro was not Mr. Ricka, or is this? I don't know. I'm confused. We got that much fruit in the staging lanes. It ain't funny. Oh, we are in a great place. No, that's the car. I just only got the stickers on the one side. See, initially I only saw that side. Mowers online and nothing on the other side. So interesting. Camera one, hey? No, I like it. I like it. I am still opening myself up to be surprised after all these years, let me tell you. All right, well, he can do that. Stu Walsh, he can do that. He can light that twin-turbo Noonan Hemi right up. That's all his. This is the thing. These things are paid for. These guys, it's their fruit. It's their horsepower. We are just lucky enough to sit here as an innocent bystander and watch them spend their money the way they want to spend their money. This is the quickest door car, screw-blowing door car in the world at, I think, 5:37. It's gone 340s, I think, on a Radial. 350s, I think, is a Pro Mod. Ran a 6:43 here on its first pass down a track in Australia at Sydney Dragway. And here he is, John Ricka at Willowbank, like he said he was. And he did say that if it's on the agenda, he put a Radial back on this thing and run at Kenda, Radial Riot, later in the year. Could we see, if the conditions are perfect, Johnny Ricka break the Australian Radial record as well as the door car record? Stewie Walsh, 5-second twin-turbo Noonan Hemi. Friday afternoon. Testing. This is just testing. We're not worthy. This is just the most epic assembly we've ever had. That'll do. Oh my God, that thing is quick, early click. It goes an 81. It goes 934. Hold that screen. Hold that screen. Hold that screen right now. Hold that screen right now. 956 for Stu Walsh to the 60. I've just lost it, but I took a photo. It was a very furry photo because I don't keep that camera dry. Camera clean. 934 for Ricka. Half track 363. 209 at half track. It booked. He punched a few more gears, then pulled the chutes. 581, 192. Stu Walsh, 956 to the 60 foot. So it came out stout as well. So that's like 4 sub 1 second 60 foots we've seen so far this afternoon. 934 for Ricka. 363 to half track. 209 at half track. That thing looked as... The ET, the car looked just that quick. From this angle we're sitting at here, it is. I wish we could sell you 50,000 seats to exactly where we sit right here to see that thing, because that looks so quick from here when that thing got up and went. What a number. What a number. All right, the On PSI little wagon is back. Spot On built, one of the latest Spot On creations. 13B turbo, C4. All right, there we go. Just riding the, I think that's the T on it. Or was that L? Alpha, yeah, you got to put the L plate on. There we go. He's written the L on it. That's what it was. All right, so again, I think it's Adrian Smith driving, but I haven't met the owner of the car. But yeah, 13B turbo, I think C4 on board. Beautiful car built on the jig there at Spot On by Danny Lansdowne. All right, that'll do for the bit. Got a little sticky throttle or something going on there, or Smithy's foot going through the auto. So this is an amazing little car. I don't know what the wheelbase is on this thing, but I do know, as I said before when Shane T was here, my 80-inch wheelbase or 79-inch wheelbase Suzuki Sierra was on the jig before this little one got on the track. And then look, there's his all finished, mine's still not. But let me tell you, next year I reckon I'll have my little one here. Actually, Dad, my son, I said, how about we try not to get one car to Jambo next year? I think we might end up, look, if I had a free year, we almost might have 5 cars here next year. If people dare me to bring 5 cars next year, or bring 5 cars here next year. That'll be the goal. 12 months to bring 5 cars here in the one go. When we rattled them off, got them laying around, get them to the track. All right, Smithy, you can light it up here. Licensing. All right, so through the gears, a little bit of rev limit still hanging around there, like stage RPM or something there that was just plaguing him there. But this is the idea of booking it in a test day. Pay your money, get that track time, get in those lanes as many times as you can during that test period. And things like get your license before the event. Obviously, these guys probably would have preferred to have Thursday and Wednesday at it, be a lot further along, but it's all about what you can achieve in this session today, because yeah, tomorrow we are quali tomorrow, and we will be seeing, I would say, a fair few steps made towards the progress of a race day ready combo for a lot of these people testing today. And this guy, for those nitrous lovers out there, Barry Plumpton. I think we'll let our cameras, mics, pick up 959 cubes of Musi here for a few seconds, eh? I'll just, no point talking over it. I'd rather have a listen to it. That's a lot of engine, 959 cubes. Wait till you see Chappie's Pat Musi that's here too, the Radial Camaro J275 to my Rob Chaplin for a 977 cube Pat Musi. So we've got 2 monster motors in the Jamboree pits this weekend. And you know what? If you're watching the live stream, that sounds all cute to you, doesn't it? But you ain't going to be able to see it in person. You need to come here and stand yourself in front of this thing when he takes the front end off and look at 959 cubes of the Bullet. Barry's a builder from New Zealand. All right, we've got another car we need to move. It's a Subaru 355 NX6. That's one we tried to move before. 355 NX6. If you own a grey Subaru 355 NX6, you parked in a trader's area, and we need it moved, please. 355 NX6. Can you please move that grey Subaru? That's a send by Baz. That's a big send by him. 594, thank you very much. 220 mile an hour, half track 387, 60 foot 957. 957 to half 60-foot half track, 387, 186, 594, 220. That's our second 5-second run of the day. Of course, Ricker's 581 at 192. All right, just shutting down. We've got the RX-9 there. We've got Po Tung. And, yeah, we just got them ushered back there for a moment. We're not looking down the track per se too much. Normally up in race control, we normally got at least a two-way radio of meeting director upstairs that would normally alert us as to what we're doing there as a delay, whether or not we've got anything down the end we're attending to, or whether or not we're something's just getting us to halt proceedings for a moment. Having a look down the bottom. It's not like Barry went, we've got the tractor onto something down there, righto. So something that we've just caught, so that's why we're heading off to that. So how good was that talk with Shane T? Is that yours? Is that yours? That was, sorry. Dave's just come and sat down next to me, and there's a phone there. I'm thinking, Shane T was just sitting there. Did maybe Shane left his? Imagine that. I bet you his passcode would be MOTEC. I reckon that'd be his passcode. But yeah, no, Shane T's phone. I've heard all sorts of. No, I don't need his contacts. That'd be mind blowing. But honestly, just listening to the guy talk, I mean, you talk about a guy that's on the pulse for pretty much the elite horsepower chase that all his customers are hunting. Brings him to a lot of places, and I'm sure glad that he's back. Of course, that the team there in the staging lanes there with the quickest SR20, most powerful SR20, quickest SR20 in the world, now owned by the ProTech team. That was, I'm glad you guys liked that. A few people giving us a bit of feedback on that from Shane T. Yeah, it's what he sees is amazing, and honestly, someone's got to be cluey enough there online or watching the stream or whatever out there in the crowd. Someone's got to pitch Netflix with just something called The Tuners. Literally, guys like Shane T. You can use Steve Petty in there, Eric Dillard. There's a bunch of other young guys, up and comers in there that I wouldn't have even met yet either. But Shane will know who they are, and results speak for themselves. And once you can master that thing, I mean, we could have our Aussie ones like even Con. I mean, I know I didn't mention Con immediately there, but trying to think of the ones that go and do Bonneville and all of the different forms of the sport over the years. Not only in the USA but all over, and here in Australia we'd have guys like Con, which I asked him today, Con Michaelidakis from Wollongong Automotive Services. I think he had about 6 cars he was overlooking here for today. But it is a different thing to get a hold of. It's something you can really appreciate, and honestly, if you're looking to see where the new generation of young guys might be influenced by something, it can be by following the careers of guys like that have made a living out of it and the results they get. And as he said, professionally, there's not too many professional teams that are doing it for racing for corporate reasons. They're doing it because the person that's hiring Shane wants his vehicle to perform ultimately at its premium. And that's where that career's come in, because not everyone is good at. I'm not good at it. I can't wire a single thing to save my life. I probably can't even put batteries in a torch the right way. But some guys' brains just work a lot better. Some guys are master fabricators and they can build whole cars. But it's these other guys that just, once that machine is together through the skills of, again, probably another dozen people to get it there and then trust everything to that one technician specialist in that area. I suppose it's the same during the old space program. There'd be fabricators that would make these fuselages and things, and there'd be people in engineering office scenarios, slide ruling it all away, way before computers they were doing that. And it's crazy to think that these days this is mainly done for recreational gain. Gentlemen out there that and ladies that want that the ultimate horsepower, that are paying to have it. They've the last bit of that equation is to put a specialist in charge of that horsepower management and whole car management system. So, got you on the nice handheld there, Dave. Good to see everyone watching on the live stream. My mug in here. Sorry, there's the shirt again. By the way, we're plugging the Shane T-shirt. Get yourselves out here tomorrow, folks. If you're thinking about it, don't think about it, do it. Bring six new people with you like I am tomorrow. Is that a big message from Sticks? There we go. Sticks, we have now fitted the single cam from CK's VL into the old Z. Oh, yes, please. So talk about tuners. Maybe his ears were pricking up there, Sticks, eh? Because Sticks would be another good Aussie tuner to be part of that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sandy. Oh, thanks, Webby. Thanks for all the messages that have come through watching the live stream here on a Friday afternoon. Jamboree testing. Let's get into it. Yeah, I don't want to talk about over all of that. We'd rather just keep that noise to the front of the stream. Okay, we've got to get this car moved. Sally is one of Colin's angels, is going to have to start using her kung fu style here shortly. 355 NX6. Attention in the pits. If you own a grey Subaru, even if you don't know it's a Subaru, but it's 355 NX6. It's parked right next to the Raceworks tent behind the grandstand. Please, can you move it? We have a trader. They want to move in there. Sally's ready to do a full roundhouse kick. I don't know, we got a forklift. We can move that thing, but please move it for us. It's easy. It's easy for you to do that. 355 NX6. It's a grey Subaru. It's giving us fits. That's why I'm here on the mic on a Friday to not only tell everyone around the world what's going on here, but everyone here in the venue to behave and just let this event start to grow for tomorrow. Testing, here we go. George Rahayam, that pack RX9, Potang 2J, Supra. .104 to the 60. This is a good run there for Georgie. 631, 210. Posing's the tyre off the line. 104 in the 60 foot for George. 411.5 track, 187 mile an hour. 631 at 210 mile an hour. Do you want to know a little bit more information about that we didn't fit in because we're trying to get a Subaru moved? Is Pack just did their first run here at Willowbank with their new 7-speed Liberty gearbox. And I thought they had the torque converter in it, but they've got the clutch in that good. They've got it nailed. 104 in the 60, 411.5 track, 7-speed Liberty in that RX9. First run of the day, 631, 210 mile an hour. And the hits keep on coming as the sun disappears behind some of our clouds. Now, I'd be interested to know what we got to in track temp. That's a new thing we should have there on that start line. See how we've got that 60-foot camera as Duffy just sort of swept around in front? Maybe in the future, the 60-foot camera can have a little probe thermometer in front of it so we could see the track, we could see the temperature. It could be the old Tony Gregg keys in the cricket pitch moment where we could do that. That'd be a good idea. You can easily go back through the Shane T interview. If you scroll back through the stream there, Sticks, it will be on there. And it wasn't really an interview. We were just rapping with the guy. We'll do it again. Honestly, if I had enough time later on tonight, if we can stay sober enough, we might do a podcast tonight. We might go live tonight for a bit. How long can we keep the stream going tonight? we could still do it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, well, look, that's, you know what, sometimes it'd be best to leave a little bit alone tonight. And, or yeah. We don't want anyone staying up late tonight because you've got to be here early tomorrow morning. We'd love to see you all in here just after 8 o'clock to take the whole day in. You'll get a better park, let me tell you. You'll get a better park if you get here early. All right. Oh, this is just fantastic. It's got you can really start to feel that we're at an event when testing just has all of our epic machinery that we've been waiting to see again. Here we go, reversing back, not only in the distance, we can see the Camaro backing back very fast now of Sam Sadek, of course, the quad father, quad rotor Camaro. He's going a bit too fast there, Sam. Oh my God, he's a bit too fast, but I'm never going to doubt that man's driving ever. We've got Rod Harvey beside him here, of course, from Pakuranga in New Zealand. Rod's, of course, a builder by trade, and this is one of the top 5 quickest import door cars in the world. This is 560s for Rod Harvey at the peak of its powers. Looking to get a little bit back towards the peak of its powers very, very soon, like right now. A plague of little issues with the car. We know just how complicated these things are. Clutch, especially if you want to keep a clutch in the car like they do. We've got the very best brains trust on it. We've got Ben Bray there, Jackson Bray out the front, and of course in the pack corner, Sam Sadek. We've got everything for the Gorilla. The Gorilla's hungry, ready to go. Quad rotor, twin turbo Camaro, 2JZ in the Toyota. Oh, it did go for the wall, Rod. It just went for the wall a little bit. Now, 133 in the 60 for Sam, and nothing going to happen here, but a 112 in the 60 for Rod. It did go for the wall, and good to see, like, you know, he gets about X amount of runs in the car a year, and he's still got that instinct. You know, the thing goes for the wall, the man knows how to lift, and is not going to do anything silly in that situation. But yeah, it goes to prove that thing just went out for a little wander towards the left, which is not ideal, and he'll get that thing back in the lanes. I can tell you that, folks. There's one thing that you're not going to miss out on here in the next few hours is just how much cream we have. Cream of the crop, all testing here on a Friday. I think the reason why it feels a little bit more intense is because they could have been doing this for the last 2 days, but because of the weather, it was just a no-brainer. We were getting the text early on Wednesday and the text early on Thursday. It was a no-go. We were not going to be doing any testing until Friday, and we waited a few more hours after that today, and now here we are. A little bit of cloud cover right now, but the sun's done its trick on the track for us now. We are still in a good place, and we've still got more testing to come. Now, look at this. This is the quickest SR20 in the world, and I think this will be the quickest single cam RB in the world if the CK on the side, what Sticks was telling us about. Oh, whoa, boy! All right, now I think Dom from Fueltech is driving the car, so that's Dom Mayolo. So plenty of fruit in the, plenty of pep in the burnout, but then the thing's kind of gone for the wall. So he's decided to just abort the burnout and come back. He got it lit up a little bit. Shane T on the back of the car, coming up to the door now. Going to give it its first hit in anger. Didn't do much in the burnout, whether or not they want to have another go at it or not. All right, we're just making him do a couple of things here to make sure it's right. Make sure his hands device straps are on. All of that, so all ticked off by, and Royce's gone over. Royce has had a stick. Royce's had a gutser here. Shane T pulling up Royce. That's... We didn't see that on camera, but we're just going to get him back. He was walking around the front there to just make sure everything was okay, and that stickiness just caught Royce. It just caught him off guard. That's how sticky the track is, just out of the groove there, and I haven't seen the man go down like that. It takes a lot to shake old Royce Carl, but he should be okay now. He's just small injury there.
keep joking with him about how he's had to have a love-hate relationship with Jambo. So what are they saying? All right, so here we go. All right, mate, 2,176 horsepower to the hubs just this week. And here's Don Maiolo's first hit in anger. Yeah, it's got some once it gets... Once it wants to go above 7,000+ RPM, that thing was ready to sing, but had to just have a launch to start with. That wasn't too bad. Remember, when you don't have any runs on the car yourself, you know, when it's a car that's been brought in from the other side of the world, is that everything's got to have a baby step to it, and that was the first one. That's the first tentative drop of the clutch, I think, there for Dom. It'd be a pretty surreal experience to have to do that, especially when it's someone else's car. But he's trusted him to do that, and it's working a treat so far. I did have a text there from Shane in regards to that. I think I had that on Messenger here. Where's text message? We had his name there. Where is it? Yeah, that's right, Josh Morrison. So Josh, where is Josh? He'd be one of the most concerned blokes out there behind the car then, was Josh Morrison, the owner of that car. That history, of course, the ex-Techno Toys S15 from the United States. If we could find it on YouTube, we'd send you the link, but the run between Muhammad Ali, that was the previous name of the owner, Trinidad and Tobagan, Muhammad Ali and Colin Captain Wilshire in a side-by-side, nearly the quickest side-by-side four-cylinder door car run in history. I think a 22 and a 24 or something like that it was. It was an iconic side-by-side run. See if you could find that on YouTube, because that was an epic run with that car. Wouldn't that be weird if they managed to get that thing signed off and him and the captain met at some stage before the end of the weekend? That would be fantastic. It might happen, or it might be another day. But that's just some of the potential matchups that we can look forward to in the future. So as testing continues to roll on this afternoon, we've got plenty more cars that have paid to test today in the lanes and ready to run shortly. Now that's interesting that they've just put the red 350Z back, and they're going to do a little quick check, or I don't know whether they'll take it back to the pits and look at it, or whether they can just have a little tweak and fix something if it's minor, or we're going to send them out of the way here. All right, so we're going to send the Merc over this way, yeah. So whatever the issue was, whether it's a minor or major thing, or the thing's ready to run, we got the other crew tow vehicle that was, I think, supposed to come over with it. That's the reason that's stopping us get that car out. All right, so here we go. Here's a little bit of testing on a Friday afternoon, and have you ever seen the likes of this anywhere? No, that's right, correct. He's a Brisbaneite. Guy Hall, Diesel Australia. J315, testing. Blowing big block, Mercedes. Mohamed Salame just reacquaints himself with the Willowbank start line, spinning those little 28.9s. Boy, you know what? I absolutely rate him as a driver, Mohamed. I rate him. What I've seen him do on that small tyre with this little car, and I still think from memory on E85 still. So again, this is why he gets a lot of lap time, is that this car just keeps doing what it does, and he thrashes on it, and the thing with a little tyre, always exciting. Mid to low sevens expected out of this on a 28.9 tyre, mind you. We've already had a 740 on a 28.9 today. This is another 28.9 run coming. Mind you, Guy Hall beside him. That is a J315 car, and he knows he won't be the quickest in that class, but he has turned in the past and got results with the old reliable blowing EFI Whipple charged big block shed powered Mercedes. Tell you what, it looked good for the first couple of gear shifts, and I tell you what, that is crazy what we've seen there, and I don't know about that, but they either staged with the back tyres or did whatever. I don't know what they did there, but our 60s were a little bit off. 825 and 865, like, you know, top fuel 60s just happened then. That was weird. Just another warning, please. This person in the grey Subaru, has anyone got a forklift? This grey Subaru, please, the owner of this grey Subaru, not that we'd want to stop testing, but we have a trader that's trying to move into their spot and someone is in that grandstand. Can someone tell us what grandstand it is? Is it grandstand stairs O? So if you're down at grandstand stairs O, there is a grey Subaru there that is filling up my text box here with annoying emojis. We need that grey Subaru moved. The Rego's 355 NX6. Could be a hire car, I don't know, but where it's parked, it's back at the back of our big grandstand here. It's parked down at sort of stairwell O. You need to move it. That's where a trader is trying to move in and put their display up for tomorrow. You've essentially now cost this trader probably an hour with your ignorance, and we just can't stand it anymore. You've got to move the damn thing. I know if you're thinking, well, I'll just wait for the forklift, but you won't know where it goes. That's the thing. You won't know where we're going to put it. We just want you to get the damn thing out of the way. Yeah, we've got a trader there trying to move in. It is I think it's like a Subaru. I don't know what it is. It's an Outlander or a Forester or whatever, but it's like a grey, maybe a silver grey Subaru 355 NX6. It's kind of just butted. It's just parked itself up there right next to the Raceworks marquee, and it's just flat out in the way there. I don't know what else we can do. Is that the boys are back in town? The boys are back in town. All right. Some of Team Japan just turned up. Here we are thinking we're America and New Zealand and Australia, and then we have Team Japan. A few Team Japan guys are here. It's so I know you guys would be coming back. Oh, oh my goodness. And where's the plumber? Oh my goodness. Makoto-san. Oh goodness me. Where's Sasaki-san? Where's Sasaki-san? Where's the plumber boss? Not here. No plumber boss. Good to see you. Good to see you guys. How many? 1, 2, 6. Oh, here, this guy, hey? This guy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, good. You found me. You found me in here. Oh, good. So you just got here. So tell me the flights. So
we flew this morning.
Yeah.
We're gonna go back Monday morning.
So you're going back Monday morning. So what's that? Tokyo, Brisbane?
Yeah, Narita, Brisbane.
Oh yes. Okay. Yes. So straight here. So how many hours? That's enough. You're here now. You're going to have enough fun. You're going to have enough fun already. Can you tell already? This is just testing. You can stand here and watch if you want. If you want to stand here and watch, just stand here. Don't have to. I wish I had more chairs, but you could just stand there. I can't believe this. Oh my goodness. So I have to drink all of this weekend. Oh, you boys, you guys and your gifts. You guys are. I won't have it now. I'm working. I can't have it now. And what is this? How did you get this through customs? How did you get this over? Oh, you hide it in your carry-on. Okay. Look, I don't know what it is, but I'm going to eat it. Okay, I'm going to eat that. Oh, guys, it's so good. We were just talking about you guys. It's like, oh, all of our friends and our visitors, and then you go, you didn't tell me. We're coming to Jambo. Coming to Jambo. Did you bring any quad rotor? Did you bring any 26Bs with you or anything? Yeah, all motor. Yeah, all motor. Hey, we can have him in all motor. He'll be thrashing them all in all motor. Makoto-san is here. Oh, right, here we go. Yeah, come and watch. Yeah, come and watch. Okay, so I do think, where are we? I do think this, is this the ones? No, I'll see you boys. And another one, here we go, another car to move, please. This is a Nissan Patrol 804 NQ9. 804 NQ9. If you are the owner of a Nissan Patrol, you've pitted right down next to, you're right down the end of the grandstand. You're up against the grandstand. 804 NQ9. 804 NQ9. You need to move that car as well, please. 804 NQ9. Silver Patrol, please move the damn things. How good was that? This day couldn't get any better. We've got we had Shane T in here. We had Team Japan, essentially nearly the whole crew, except Plumber Boss, which was a Sasaki-san, who was my Japanese equivalent. Mind you, he was a plumber and he's more successful than I was because he does designer bathrooms in Japan. But he loved going through my plumber van the last time he was here. Thank you, Sticks. I needed all that info. It is the old, this is it. This is the single cam underneath the 370Z. Is this I think this is the ex-Regoli car. What it did, look, there's no harm in what it did there off the line. 129 in the 60 foot. He's just got a license to sing. 504 at a half track, 122 mile an hour. 504 at 122. The 60 foot, 129. 60 foot, 129. Yeah, there was a fair amount of start line respect there for the power delivery. That's about all we can say about that. Is that the thing came out, didn't rattle the tyre, didn't bog it down. It got out, did its thing, 60, 80 foot out. The thing started to make that power, 504 half track. That is, if that's Chris Caramola driving it, as we said here, Sticks would be, I don't know, Sticks, have you done the tune on that? Are you remote tuning it? He said he's going to be here tomorrow. I don't think he's here yet, Sticks. He's watching the stream. Gives me all that information through a message just then. Yeah, they got the old single cam RB under that front clip apparently. So that is interesting information coming through there now on a Friday. So it's so good. The day just can't get any better than this. This is every run from now on will be an absolute gift. And yeah, that's a good idea, Sticks. Just wants Chris to find his feet in the new car. So, of course, the ex-Regoli 370Z, which I think he drove deep into the 6-second zone, Dom. So, CK has done a full freshen on it, and I love the recycling. I love the hand-me-downs. I love that people can have a car and use it, and it might have been someone else's, but it didn't matter. Someone else is using it now. And I know that feeling because I got to drive my old Altered twice today. 1,254 pounds it weighed over the weighbridge. It's a long time since I put that car over the weighbridge. Felt good. Someone else's car. Here's the guy I've been waiting to see because this guy, Mr. Jeff Cutterjar, he's another guy that we should mention like Shane too. He's a blown alcohol guy that helps teams with their tuning and everything. Yeah, Sticks, you are too good, bro. Sticks is actually showing me the tune-up map from that car last run. Literally just shows me the tuning map in the car. God bless you, mate. You know I wouldn't share that. But this guy, Chris Cutterjar, guess what? Guess what crew that he helps on and helps crew chief? Pete Kapiris. Guess whose ex-Studebaker is this? Pete Kapiris. This was the... if this is the 607 car, well, this at one stage in its life was the world's quickest door slammer at 607. I remember the night it happened in Perth. It went, I think, 607. It's now in Jeff Cutterjar's hands. JC Race Stuff is the business. So the man himself gets to steer his own toy. And I love that too. And when you've been helping everyone, not only here in Australia, but in New Zealand as well, JC gets to run his own thing here this weekend. I can't wait. This journey. Can't wait to see everyone's journey by the end of the weekend. Whoa, Cutterjar, you maniac. 102 in the 60 foot, 420 to half track, 420 to half track, 145 mile an hour. Woo, doggy. Hey, again, is JC trying to just shake himself down? I mean, these guys are just getting to... There's a lot of new stuff that's getting steered here. That's what I'm sensing. And guys are starting to do these little hits and getting to half track and they'll reassess everything. And I wouldn't change a damn thing on what that thing did for the first 660 foot. The only thing it did was start to get a little loose. So what did JC do? Decide to just button it off. The best thing you can do, the smartest thing you can do. Oh, we got them all. Got them all. Every door slammer, that wants to fight fair or unfair, they're all here. This thing, 2 weeks after John Ricker went 5:43 with a blown car, this thing goes 5:48 for the Turbo Brigade at the same track, Sydney Dragway. Greg Sakaridis ready to let go on the first run of the day. This is Australia's second quickest door car at 5:48. Twin turbo pro line. We've had a win. Finally, we've got rid of the patrol. Can we use the patrol to skull drag the Subaru? Can we just use, so the patrol persons move their car. Doesn't have a tow bar though. Could we skull drag the Subaru using the patrol? I don't know. We need to get rid of that Subaru. It's annoying us. All right, so the Mincer, well, of course, our nickname for Greg Sakaridis was the Mincer or the Mauler. Oh, sorry, the Mauler. But, of course, he had that original license plates, Mauler plates, on the RX-4 with the nitrous, the C&V nitrous Windsor-powered RX-4 that Greg really cut his teeth with. This thing doesn't want to stay alive here when he puts it in the gear. There we go, there we go. There we go. So, I mean, the thing's pretty fat on the methanol, this thing, and it's good that it's running. They'll give that a little trim up. But this, as we said, about a couple of weeks after Johnny went 5:43 in Sydney, Mauler went out and tested. So Sakaridis went out and tested, and it went down with a 5:48. Okay, this is another one that needs to be moved. The Silver Everest 419 LP6. 419 LP6. Can you move that Silver Everest 419 LP6? It's behind the grandstand. Basically, any car, anyone watching in the grandstands, if you've parked a car directly behind the grandstands here, you're probably in the way of a trader. We'd love you at the nearest convenience, i.e. after this run. Go and move that car, because we're going to get more of this afternoon as our traders start to bump in at the bottom of the grandstands. They're all going to be there. If you see a little white box there with a white stripe, you're going to need to move that car if you've parked it there. So any vehicle parked at the back of this big grandstand, you need to move it shortly. All right, Sakaridis, what are we going to see out of this thing? Everything's been delicious so far. God, these things are quick today, folks. Oh, there we go. Look at that, half tracked. I gotta get this. Hold the phone. Hold the screen. Hold the screen. Hold the screen on numbers. You tell me the screen's on numbers here. I've lost the numbers. Thank God I took a photo of it. Let me read back the tail of the tape for you right there as I try and find that time slip there from Greg Sakaridis. Did I get it? Did I get it? Here it is. Sakaridis, 037 off the button. Sakaridis, 9:53 in the 60-foot. Half track, Sakaridis, 361, 220 mile an hour. And then buttons it off, goes 574, 174. That thing, didn't that thing not look stanky fast? Did that thing just not look so fast it's not funny? Oh, here we go. Loving that Screaming 20B. Okay, so surname Lukey, L-U-K-I. Can you move the Ford Everest? So if it's a hire car, if you were in a Silver Everest and your surname is Lukey, you need to move that Everest, because that's what we can see. That's on the hire agreement. So if you're in that Ford Everest, it's a hire car, and your surname's Lukey, we need you to move that Everest ASAP. I want you to get down there and move it right now, please. Lukey, surname Lukey, that silver Everest, we need you to move it. I'd hate to be interrupting our broadcasts for such traffic infringements, but we have to. It's Friday testing, and we've got more on the way. All right, so Frankie Marchese out the front there from Dandy Engines. Frankie from Dandy. I tell you, we talk about all the stars in the sport. We've got Shane T, Con, The Rock, JC. Frankie. All of a sudden, we've got 30 Aussies we could put in the show themselves, as far as people with skin. We might call the thing skin in the game. That's what we might call it. Billet, Barra, or a very healthy Barra on board right now. Dandy's been building a few. Oh, half track, it did everything right. Half track, 473, 159 mile an hour, a 127 in the 60 foot, 770 at the finish line, 140 mile an hour. God, Friday afternoon with the first screaming, well, our latest screaming Barra disappearing into the Australian wilderness. It's a battle of the platforms this weekend, no doubt about it. The Barra boys, the 2J boys, the 20B boys. We've got it. The LS guys, our Proline guys, our Blower guys, our Nitrous guys. Our 28.9s, our 10.5s, our 275, our 315, and even our all-motor guys. We've got them all in every class. Street compact, modified compact, you name it. Extreme, we've got a nice field of them too. We have got an amazing field of vehicles. It's I don't know what our record is for total amount of entries in the past, but geez, the quality now 2025, it is something worth seeing in the flesh. Get to every inch of the pits here at Jamboree by coming up here. Scan that QR code on the bottom of your screen if you're watching on the stream, and get here tomorrow. All right, I'm just going to light the boost up here. There we go, a little bit more. Nelly there. Nelly lit the thing up there. Nelly lit the thing up. No, I don't know who's in this car. Now, this is, of course, Jason X old RX3. Thank you, Aidan, for the message through. That passed the half track from Mauler was half a tenth quicker to the 8th than his 5 foot. Is that true? There we go. We have got it coming in from everywhere. Thank you, Aidan. Look at this info that people are sending us. So when he heard my 361 call, that past a half track was half a tenth quicker to the 8th than the 548 and 3 mile an hour faster. Boom. Thank you, listeners. Thank you for feeding that information back to us almost immediately, that run by Mauler was faster than the 548 they ran in Sydney and 3 mile an hour faster. So that is some info to digest and take in for this afternoon and tomorrow. And again, this is one thing about, they go 365 and 218. So there you go. Aidan Maxfield said it went 365, 218 when it went 548. 361 at 220.2 on that run. So, all right, so that 20B sounds healthy, but sometimes I think when these things spool up, a lot of times the nitrous oxide is needed, or a warm torque converter. That always helps. So let's just try it again. This again could be part of our testing and licensing. We've got our IHRA steward there watching. We've got the crew all over it. And again, this is another one of course, from Sadek, from the Sadek team, and Pack, of course. Jay Sadek definitely earned his wings in this car before moving into the Salupa full tube car. So here we go. Just got to get this thing into stage and just get a little checkout run here. it's in. We've got to get all of our crew back. The tree comes down. Just got to get it out there, and it's not gonna. Sounds like it's not wicking up. Tree is green. Oh, off he goes now. He'll get some. There we go. It is not wanting to play the game this time, but the joys of a test day like this is that if they just get that throttle lit, it'll, you know what we know with our boosted engines, 20B, 13B, 4-cylinder, whatever, is that once you get the right stall speed, you start making boosts, you start making more RPM, and yada yada. You just got I call it lighting the wick, essentially. Normally, from my experience with the old turbo auto cars, is that when you got that period there between when the thing's normally aspirated and it's actually starting to eat a few pounds of boost, there's that transitional period there where if you can't get that thing to make any torque, you can't light that wick, you can't get that turbo speed, all that little bit of RPM up that you need, and then the whole thing happens in a very short amount of time. But a lot of times you'll just see the boost gauge fluctuating there between 0 and 5 and nothing happening. There we go. Yeah, okay. You're on the drinks. You're on the drinks there, Petey. Big shout out to one of my workmates, Petey. He's watching on the live stream. I hope a few of my other workmates are doing that. And I hope you're all ready in the morning to come out. Now, he's on the beers this afternoon, Petey. Petey's on the beers this afternoon. All right. More epicness. That's right. Come and see these things tomorrow. If you're just watching the live stream, come and see them in the flesh. And you know it, even if you think, oh no, I've got too much to do, I'll watch the stream because I've got too much to do. Listen, I know what's going to happen tomorrow. If you take that attitude, you'll get nothing done. You'll sit there watching this all day and you won't get much done. So wash that attitude out of your mouth. You come in tomorrow, right? Not oh, I've got stuff to do. Look at the gifts. Team Japan gave me gifts. See that? I know. Hello. They're I tell you what, I absolutely love our Japanese friends and culture, because they do, when they're coming back to see us, they always bring gifts. I always feel like I should have, had I knew they were coming, I would have got them a gift as well. Oh, and here's Ben Vlecken. Ben Vlecken, I've got so much to do. We've got Bluey on the bolters. We got Ben Vlecken. What are you on, Benny? We've got a few people. Got Petey on them. We've got Brandon's coming tomorrow as well. All right, here we go. 2J against Barra. Let it rip, boys. Oh, they're both on a tear. 748, still off the throttle for the Corolla. 743 for Kreitz off the throttle as well. So half track, 473 for the Cressida, 478 for the KE20. And both 743, 748 and the ET, 161, 160. That little Corolla was over 150 at half track. So he's still rolled off the throttle down the M. And Tim Davey loves a bit of Bump City there. That was a bit of Bump City there, mate. You're taking the words out of my mouth. I didn't want to wear the Bump City catchphrase out, but yeah, we'll throw another one in there shortly if it happens, shall we? I'll just put the announcement over to administration to see if they can't get us a little feed. I missed lunch. Typical. I missed lunch yesterday too. I must be working too hard. I've missed lunch 2 days in a row now. I'm flat out working here. I tell you this, I'm flat out working here. Oh, you got me a little peanut. Oh, a peanut butter sandwich. I mean, that'd be all right if I wasn't allergic to peanuts, but let me open it. Oh, there we go. Oh my God, here we are. I've got like a billet slab of Subway just turned up here. Oh my God. Okay, you can leave that nearly there, but yeah, let me turn that in. Thank you. I will really try to get a few more cars moved there. Hey. Oh, we'll bring it. We'll leave it here for the lads. Okay, there we go. I'll have that peanut butter sandwich later. That's cute. Thank you, Lizzie. Oh my God. Let's just hope for a small break while we get the Subway demolished there, eh? That was fast. One little text and half a billet slab of Subway just turned up. Here we go. Battle of the double-barreled VL bump in. There we go for Farrelly, 750. That's more like it. 753 at 180 mile an hour. That's nearly a full send there for Farrelly. 920 in the far lane. Less than ideal. Both hit the 60-foot, 140, 136. So they both came out very similar. Thanks for all your feedback. Bump City, Rusty. I'll go to Bump City shortly, Rusty, I will. Glad you're watching the stream. See you tomorrow. All right. Yeah, you're allowed, Rusty. You can watch online because you will be. In fact, everyone, not telling everyone to stop watching today. Just click on that QR code at the bottom of your screen and get here tomorrow to take it all in. And that's the best way for you to cop it all. Yes, we'll see it all on track. That's all the drag cars you'll see on track. It's the other stuff that doesn't get to the track that you've got to see. And that'll be another 300, 400 vehicles probably. So you've got to come and see that. The car park, you name it, it'll be on everywhere. So more testing here on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Another VL. God, just all VLs for now, isn't it? It's not like we put a VK in somewhere or a VB, not yet. Can't doubt the old 13Bs not having a scream there. 937 at 147 for the street car. 840 at 162 for the VL. Oh, we'll just keep the noise coming. Here's our 808 friend back, or you know, they did do an RX3 station wagon, but I do love that 808 shape. 13B on board now. He had trouble boosting, took a while to boost up, and then when he went through, when he went to bump, he went right through the beams and cost him a run. Dwayne Wisby beside him. His first click today was an early shut-off. 10.03 at 96 mile an hour. I hazard a guess that he's going to take Buzz, the Mazda 626, a little further down the track this time. This is what you pay for the test days for. You run your strategy. Let's do a half track. Let's do a 3/4. This time it might go a bit further. Let's have a look. Oh, wheels up both sides. Here we go, goes through the finish line, 877, 1017, same thing for Dwayne, he gets the half track, 586, 558. Have you ever seen an 808 wagon go 877 at 152 mile an hour? Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen, an 808 station wagon, auto 13B, 877 at 152 mile an hour. Wiz does the same thing, kind of, whether the thing is playing up down the end and he's rolling off, or these are all strategies. Is everything right? Is it just another run in the short time to half track before he does take it a bit further? But that's another 10.0 at only 96 odd mile an hour. All right, back for his second hit now. Remember, he was, I think the first one down the track today for testing was Danny Busbridge. Here he is again. One of our mainstays in J275, the iconic two whizzes, small block Chev powered LJ Tirana. Now it looks like the team from Queensland, the Strongs, having trouble banging through the gears here in the burnout and saying more RPM and bang the gears. All right, let's have a look. So 20B on board. Now we might have to get him into stage here shortly because Buzzbridge is ready. So we're just going to send him. Just got to get him in. Probably expecting not much in the way of performance just yet, but the burnout didn't quite go to plan. So let's see what happens on this occasion. Big tyre underneath the RX-7. Buzzbridge will do his normal bump in. Again, not happy this time either, Danny Buzzbridge's car. 130 in the 60 foot, 130 and 134 there for the RX-7, and obviously some issues there, not getting the tyres as hot. But then, yeah, Danny's thing did not leave with all that power management plan that it should have had. All right, Andy Coles, Public Enemy. Pete Rahayim, El Chebo, 13B. I'm not happy with that launch. Tell you what, half track 424 for Andy, 655. 655, 193 mile an hour, 110 in the 60 foot for Andy. Half track 424, 174 mile an hour. And everyone's happy on the start line there. 655, 193 mile an hour. They will be in J315 tomorrow. A good hit all round, guys. Good hit all round. They are doing it on a 275 radial, but they are in J315 tomorrow, just to give the rest of the J275 field a half a chance. They've got a couple of cars that have gone up to the bigger radial class on the small tyre. And everyone's stoked. Mrs. Coles is stoked. One of our real radial housewives of Australia. She's That's another Netflix series just waiting to be done. The Real Radial Housewives of Australia. We've got some good ones in there. We've got some good eggs, I tell you. Good to see people getting what they want. Worked so hard to get to that stage, and there we go. Public Enemy, 6:55, 193. There's a lot to like on that time slip. A lot to like on that time slip. As for Pete Rahane, well, El Chevo, plenty of start line there. They need more horsepower thrown at that start line. It just sort of bogged, pulled the little engine down. They know they can give that thing a lot more hell. All right, here he is. Big Tone. Tony Gooderham. Yeah, what's he, 6'4"? He'd be $1.20. He can bench press about 400 kilos. Big Tone is a unit, right? But you know what I love about Big Tone? Built that thing in his own garage, you know what I mean? And beside him, well, Smithy, what do I love about Smithy? He's got just the same burning desire as Big Tone, and he's got a garage, but guess what? He's also got himself a sexy Corvette as his new fun thing. Let me tell you, big tyre, couldn't get a bigger tyre on the back of it. It's got a 4.8 Noonan twin turbo on board, brand new deal. Let Tony go. Big rattle of the tyres there that time for Smithy, and Tones had this imaginary amber moment where he thought the tree was going down. Oh, I do think Smithy will go 70s as well there, Rusty, no doubt in the world. That first pass for him, if I can't bring it up, which one was it? Might have been that one. It was a 600. His first run today was a 600 at 2:45. So it'll do it. That little 4.8 Noonan, you don't think of too many turbo 4.8 Noonan deals that are around. So that's a good combo that Smithy's put in it at the last moment. And again, this is just testing. Guys are hitting numbers that they want to hit so bad, and they're doing it. They're doing it, and it's good to see we're getting that adrenaline right up for the weekend. Just an announcement, please, for anyone walking around in the pits. If you're carrying around grog, please get rid of it, please. We can't have that, test days, events, whatever. If you're walking around on the grog, we can't have you doing that, please. Dispose of it immediately and don't bring it out again until after testing, please. So another announcement, please. If you're walking around with alcohol, get rid of it ASAP, please. We can't have that. Not today, not tomorrow, or the next day. The only place that will probably allow that will be if we open the bar here at Willowbank, which I don't know whether the bar's open. I don't know. Are we going to run the bar this weekend, Janie? Is someone got on the bar this weekend? But you can't be walking around with the BYOs. You've got to get rid of them, please. You cannot have an open bottle, not even a bottle. We can't even have bottles. Like, we can only have cans. If you've got bottles, we've got a zero glass policy as well. But just do not, please get rid of it. Put it in the bin. Do not bring it back. Do not use it. Do not go and grab another one. Wait until racing is over or testing is over today, and then there will be the occasional one around. But we can't have that today, tomorrow, or Sunday in the pits, anywhere, during racing, okay? So just another announcement coming through from our from administration that we're just keeping an eye on that, and we need to remind you that we can't have that happen. Thank you. All right, is that Sammy Afcal back out? Sammy. All right, so Sammy can't get reverse. Botha can't get a gear. So we've got Jason Both back behind the start line here that can't get it into gear. Sammy's down the end, can't get it out of gear or something there. The thing's stranded, not running or whatever. And again, in this scenario tomorrow, if this was qualifying, well, you'd be losing an ET opportunity here because the thing is carked itself. But because it's testing, you can take it back, assess the situation, come back and still get a run in. It's been pretty well behaved so far. Running now. So running now. All right, here he is, Sammy. So yeah, he's not going to give it its head right now, but he'll obviously just have to do that part of it to probably learn from. And I would have no doubt in my mind that they will be quickly onto that back in the pits to work out why we're not lighting the wick up on that situation. So that's a shame for now, but you know what's going to happen by the end of the weekend. Sammy's going to drive the. If cars had pants, he'd drive the pants off it. Lucky enough they got wheels. And he drives the wheels off that, but he'd drive the head out of anything that he's given to steer. And I can say that for a lot of our other guys too. I can say that for a lot of our other guys that know how to steer these things. So it's nice that we've got people watching from all over the place. One of our great commentators coming up tomorrow, Rusty Gregory from Sydney, can't help himself. He's on there watching the stream right now. He will be up here tomorrow morning to join us on the commentary for the weekend. And he said he can't wait to get up here. And because he's on the live stream, yes, he is allowed to have a quiet little cup of something, which he showed me. And I showed him back Team Japan's gift to go, well, that's cute. That's nice. Got one here. Can't open it until after testing. So it's just going to sit here in front of me. And normally they get a big kick out of me taking a skull out of that in front of them, but I'll do that a bit later. That is pure malt Japanese whiskey, Nika whiskey, Taketsuru. They do love it, and I still don't know what that is. That could be up on an upcoming edition of Border Patrol, that one. They look like a cheese thing or something. They could be a little cheese snack thing. We'll try one later. We'll unbox one later, I think. Oh, are you asking AI to identify what it is or Google Translate? Thank you for that. I'd love to know exactly what. Oh, smoked cheese. I'm so into that shortly. Once I finish all my billet subways that are down here. Oh, that's even better. Squid. Yes. Scotch and Coke in other parts of the world. Scotch and Coke in Faccione. Couple of Aussie Commodores on the send this afternoon. Faccione back to business. 812. 812. Real street car. Build it spot on. 812. 168 mile an hour. Doing what it does good. Lap after lap. Consistent. Good fun curve. Those cars. Such a great combo, that VN. And that's got a lot of family history, that VN as well, in that family. So for them to do the latest iteration of that, and come out to things like Jambo, it really does sort of enrich our community to have these great families with the family car bumping in, having a crack. They'll be in Bump City again, I think, a little bit later on. Good when a couple of those bump in against each other. And it's so good to see people on the stream enjoying it from wherever. Now coming, Ash Bagdonis. Ash, you can fly up. Ash, there's no excuse for you. You're just a plain flight away from coming up here, Ash Bagdonis. It is definitely 4 o'clock knockoff in most places by the look of that on a Friday. We've got a few people sending in some pictures of their 4 o'clock knockoff beverage, and not many cordials in there at all, to be honest. Not like someone's... and you know what? If you've had a hell of a week, I suppose it's okay. You know, that's that coping mechanism. If that's what you need, it's what you need. And I'm kind of jealous. But again, if I started hooking into that now, you'd notice a definite change in the trend of my commentary before the end of the night. There we are. We're getting somewhere with this combo. Obviously, the new converter combo in this car. I still think it's behind the 3-speed. But they can, in John's alcohol funny car, it is the pedal clutch, the 3-speed Lenco. That would be the drivetrain in his top alcohol funny car. But because they've now got, this is Kirsten's new Firebird Pro mod. It's John's engine. I would imagine it's still the Lenco gearbox, but it's got the torque converter deal. So it's about getting that thing to cooperate and do what it needs to do. And right now, it's still just this tiny bit of crankiness in this whole combo that's just going to hold us back. All right, so same deal here, just going through the process. Still making wheelie bar adjustments. We've got an official just there keeping an eye on something right now. Wants that door, get that window net adjusted, keeping an eye on it. Window net and door. There we go. All right, this thing's been hooking up with really not even any burnout, really, to be honest. God knows what we can get out of this thing, John Canurley. Absolutely sending it down the end. It goes 667, 145 mile an hour. It was 101 in the 60, but you could see it was not, I wouldn't say it's wetting cylinders. I'd say it was definitely mixing up the cylinders. Got itself through that 60-foot mark. Then the horsepower, the grid, whatever you want to call it, came in. Thing cleaned itself up a fair bit. Then started to make some steam, and then off it went. And it went from steam to fire. By the look of it, you could hear that perhaps the burst panel coming off the front of the manifold, or fragmenting in front, and they would be onto that. I would say now back and assessing it all in the pit area. So that was still a pretty representative run there with plenty left on the table. Very, very good run indeed. However, not a full power run. Issues with fuel delivery or something, I don't know, but whatever happened there, we could hear that engine note change. It was making power, and then it did have a little pop there. So they'll be checking all that out and see what they need to do to make repairs. And yeah, good spot there from Rusty. Out the right-hand side of the hit, so one of the cylinders out on the right-hand side, and has. There we go. We are on the big screen. So we are just going to check that down the deep end, make sure everything's okay. The car came through at a fair rate of knots. John on the chute, so I don't think there's any problem with that. But we'll just be surveying that area and see whether or not that's more than a panel, more than a burst panel. And more testing does continue. Now, schedule-wise, my advice for anyone that's coming out tomorrow, don't get here at 11. Don't get here at 1. I mean, get here when you can. But the best thing to do if you know about these events, if you get in a little bit earlier, it's still going to be a big day. I mean, You can stay all day if you want. You might want to get in there a little bit later, but to see the whole field of everyone, the best thing you do is get in here early and take it all in, get that slightly better car parking space. We've got free parking over there on the spectator side. You can drive in there and park in that, or there is some VIP stuff on the first drive in off Champions Way. If you do want to come in, I think there was a sign there that did say VIP. I do like that one. VIP parking. So if you want to pay for a bit of VIP, I think you can do that, or paid parking. If you want to pit yourself down near the highway, you can do that. Get in early, you get a nice spot. And remember, tomorrow is qualifying. So this is not the event. I mean, this is an event in itself. Friday, even though we've got no loading or connotations on qualifying in anything, everyone's just trying to have a hit. And it's like it's an event in itself. Everything's been so epic. We call that the sniper shot. Is that like a sniper cam from the top of the... Is that the second gunman from the grassy knoll up there, is it, right? That's an auto camera, though. It's not a human up there, so... Lee's up there. So, yeah, he's fixed it up for us. Well done, Lee. All right, here he is. He's back again. Zoran Gadjic, he's going to try this lane out. It left pretty aggro the first hit, but it was a bit too aggressive. Again, I shouldn't say that about Lazinski. It's whether or not the engine tune-up was aggressive or whether Luz had, zero tolerance factor in the clutch area or a degree of slip. He's the man. He knows all about these things. He's here to help them run a 5 with this car. And as we said before, it's been to the paint shop, so it's been to the McDessies. Custom Body Works had a new coat of that familiar orange. And one of only a handful of guys running pro import style cars still with the clutch in the car instead of a torque converter. You want to see a guy wrestle a thing? This is Big Zoran wrestling his little BMW. One more adjustment by Luz. Tiny little adjustment on the wheelie bar. All right. Let's give this a shot. Testing here on a Friday Arvo. Live stream presented by Real Street. Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree 2025 presented by Fueltech. 35th year of Jambos. Tell you what, it rolled all over the tyre there. It goes 680 at 234, 127 in the 60, 466 to half track, 175 mile an hour at half track. But yeah, I tell you what, it didn't really hassle the tyre. It took all of it, but there was still a little bit left on the table there. But it didn't spin, didn't shake, didn't slip that much either. Got out there on the tyre. But yeah, the 60s don't lie. 127 in the 60. Nelly had the name for this guy, Essa Annandale or something, I think. That's the guy's name in the S13. I think it's a 2J on board. I'll be slaughtered. It'll be an RB, you watch. I can't get in. Can't get in under everyone. I don't have a photographic memory too much. Maybe ETs, but... Engine combos in this. Can I tell if you blindfolded me and did 5 burnouts from 5 different engines, could I pick them in the right order? Could I pick an LS? Could I pick a 481X? Could I pick a blown Hemi? Turbo Barra, Turbo 1J, Turbo 2J, Turbo RB. Could you pick them? We might have to do a little thing on the stage in the future. This guess that engine note. See if you can get it right. I know we're a Turbo 304 based Holden over there for ages. This thing is a beast. Like, it's one of our quickest OG 275 style cars in this country. Bit of bump city between two different types of citizens here. Import and domestic. Timed out, 7-second timeout. It is Ender Asignel. Yep, 2JZ, there we are. It is 2 JZ. All right, so he's going to get the... Sorry, that was mine, mate. Did I knock it over? I'll have the rest. No, I just had it there. Did I kick that myself? Did I? Did I kick that, David? Clean up on aisle 3. Well, you told me not to put it on the table because it had wet the table. So now I've just wet the floor. Yeah, lid's on, probably too. Fins up. If this happened upstairs, we'd be dripping through the... If I did this upstairs, it'd be dripping through into stream control here. Sorry about that. I've had a big moment here. Should have worn my adult diaper. Might have actually helped. Sorry about that. It was a big number. Big number. Yeah, so that staging procedure, you might not have probably got a whole gist of what just happened there, but we saw Michael A just go in because we were running the pro trees with these guys. Once you both got a bulb on and you put a second bulb on, your opponent has got 7 seconds to get that bulb, his bulb on, or his or her second bulb on. And I think their end has just taken a little bit too long to get in there. Michael was in there. You saw the red go, time him out. Michael then had to readjust and then send it. And, of course, then he still got an ET. It just wasn't a good one, but he's still got a recorded time slip. Ender won't get one on that run because he was timed out. If that happens in qualifying, it won't disqualify you, but you won't get an ET, so might be hard to qualify when you don't have a time slip. But in racing, it's diabolical, just an instant disqualification. There we go. Is that right? Crichton's... So Crichton went 1:15, 3:11 and 4:73 on that run. That's pretty stout there, Hodjo. Good to see you. You're still tuning in. Some good fruit coming from all avenues. Some of the good mail coming through. Looks like we're PBing, a lot of people PBing in different places already. We know that track's got some bite on it. It's been behaving itself very nicely for the last few hours. Yeah, I know, Rusty, I accidentally kicked over my own bottle of water here in between a billet Subway, which another one is kind of looking at me, begging me to have the next one. Oh, righto. I'm going to somehow hold. I'll take that one because, you know, those two are vegetarian ones. Yeah. So I'll ditch that back for a turkey one. There we go. All right, he is back. A fifth McHale. This is the full Matuk billet RV. I don't know. I think it is actually a 5-speed in this thing. I think it's torque converter and a 5-speed. Joe Gauci beside him. He is back with the Proline twin turbo Mustang, of course, Profab. Mr. Carl Cox on the back there, of course, Carl Cox, international DJ. No, Coxie's not here. Coxie's working. Big shout out to you, Coxie. That'll be watching when you get a spare moment in your very busy schedule of keeping the world's ravers enraved. Is that such a word? Enraved? If you're angry, you're enraged. If you're raving, you're enraved. Just like I'm a drag racist. So the same thing. And you discriminating against Rotaries makes you a Rotarist. So we can't have that. So right now, we're going to go to Bump City with two different citizens in two different classes, Pro Mod and Factory Extreme. Here at Jamboree testing on a Friday. So Carl Cox, oh yes! Bump City. There's that 7 second. Afif drives that thing out of the hole. 9.69 for Afif McHale. 9.69 to the 60 foot for Afif. Joe, 7 second timeout. We were just explaining what that is. Joe timed out whether, again, that sun's getting in a position that maybe you can't quite see. Didn't quite get that thing in the stage. Look, it was an aborted run. He'll get some data off his data logger, but he won't get a time slip, won't get a short time. Nothing to go off other than just some seat time, which you got to say at least it's not a total loss. is. That's the man. That's the guy. That's the guy, Mr. VL God, Anthony Martook. And I can't believe it, boys. Can you freshen my memory? The Don had the big, like Sydney Jambo. He had the big epic. It was this year, right? That feels like so long ago. That was our March Jamboree, wasn't it? And he had the big stack in the Don. And I can't believe it was that. And then he come and drove VL God 20 minutes later and went like a 660 or something. I can't believe that happened this year. It's just amazing. God, we've had some stuff happen this year. When you've got that much of a busy schedule of events occurring and things happening like that all of a sudden it just feels, no, it's got to be last year that happened, but it was 2025 that happened. He's back in VL God here. We've got Marcus Pepe beside him. Now, Marcus had some issues before trying to get the thing back to the line. It's there now. Bit of Pro Compact against a bit of Pro Turbo. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, you've got this amazing box out of nowhere there. He's going to just take that little bit of a pedal. He's not going to send the full, go the full send. Thanks for that, Dave. Oh, okay. No, I was just going to have that in a sec. We're going to... No, I'll keep it over here. Promise. No, yeah, you're right. Over here's a better thing. Because you know what happened? Poor old Shagger, he tipped a whole can of Fanta over the computer up there at Mackay. Yeah. I don't want to bring up like Shagger's indiscretion, but when Dave goes, I don't want liquid poured over this massive control panel, and I go, well, I remember a time when a Fanta went over there, and I wasn't even there. Yeah, that's right. So that 2J Camry had been 589 at 252. So 2J Camry 589, 252. That's right. So she hadn't billed RB in that at all. That's all 2J and a Fief Steel with, of course, the Matuk Racing on the side. And yes, Mr. Johnny Ricker checking in. Yeah, the Diggles. That's right, Johnny. Yeah, the Ricker. There, the Johnny. Shout out. That's a good question, Dave. I do not know what time testing's finishing tonight. Tell me when you know. And a big shout out to Johnny Ricker. Thanks for the mention, mate. Watching on the stream. All right, we are back. Street 289 L Sniper. Got his name somewhere here. Used to be the Fakinos' car, now own the new owners. And of course, this is Dom back now in the OG ProTech R32. Because, of course, we got Paney with his Queensland R32, and then I remember him and Dom Maiolo racing each other here, the ProTech Victoria versus Queensland rear-wheel drive RB-powered R32s, a sight to see. 6-second potential right here on your screen. L Sniper, one of the quickest 28.9 cars we've got. So small tyre versus big tyre. Pro Turbo there against Streak 289, and again not against, beside, just being testing. A few little muscles to be flexed. All right. Zings the tyres off the back, and the L Sniper 839 this time, 184. A fair amount of fuss off the start line. 229 in the 60 foot for the RX3, 138 in the 60 there for Dom. It was trying to get out there and get along, and then it sort of did hassle the tyre a little bit, and he did zing it a bit too hard and had to get off it. that HG from Toowoomba. The Gazzard brothers, that Proline 488-1X style engine with the big centrifugal blower out the front. You can see it there out the front of the bumper bar. I don't know whether I think it's Pro Charge. We don't talk too much about it. There's Vortex and there's Pro Chargers, and now there's a new Hearts charger in the States, which everyone's raving about. So centrifugal supercharging still around. All right. Moose Sakina behind the wheel of the What Up GRX2, of course owned by Alan Dodd. He'll be running the Sup G Green RX7 tomorrow, but a two-car team this weekend. And a good first run there for Moose, off the throttle early, 8:24. Gazzard 7:58 first run today. Again, remember, Pro Tree still only got 7 seconds to put that second bulb on if you're the last person to stage. So weird to see the big car against the small car. Off the chutes early, both sides. 60-foot 130 for Gazzard. 114 there for Moose. Half track 493 for the RX2. 509 as the big Holden started to come on. But yeah, did knock the tyre a little bit off it there. Scott Cortina had to pedal it. That thing still got so much grunt. It's weird to see that big thing with its bullhorns out the front thundering through the quarter mile there. Normally running 4.5 seconds over the 8th mile, or the 660, of course, in Kenda trim, but running in either J315 or J275 this coming weekend. That car can be competitive probably in either, so I don't know which one they've nominated. Normally, they also just run that thing on a 235, which is nuts, but they do it. And Moose, enough seat time, another run there. We might see if we can give it its head and go from there. All right, so it looks like it's the next pairing. A little bit breezy, isn't it? We've had that little change. That would be the end of the, hopefully the end of that weather system that we're watching. Geez, didn't we watch it? Nearly for 4 or 5 days, we're watching that weather system go, no, no. In slow motion, we're going, no. And it came here, and it's like, no. And then it's like, hang on a sec, it's coming through, and it's like, it's going to get out of here before the weekend. It's like, yes. And now there's this wind. This breeze picking up normally shows you at the end of a weather system that this is sort of clearing out what we got. And glorious weather predicted from here on in. Oh, you're looking at the smoke? What are you looking at down the end? Yeah, there's some cooking. That's not a fire. That's some legit smoking of some meat down the end there. You can nearly tell it's a Jambo by just how much food gets cooked here. This is almost like the biggest bloke food fest. We talk about millions of horsepower we got, but it's what the guys want to do when they finish racing, and that's eat and drink. So the food you would not believe. You could come for the food, stay for the cars. I mean, that's pretty well what it could be. Yeah, you got the smoke. The boys have got the smoker going on down there. That's down near where the ProMaz guys were too. So they're proudly, and look at all the boys hanging around there. It's is that a bit of lunch going or a bit of early tea? Yes, that's getting a bit disturbing coming across the track. It looks a bit disturbing. I want to see this. I do want to see this readout board on this side. Thanks, boys. And you know what? Sharing's caring. I mean, you're only 1,320 feet away from bringing some up here. I need to taste it. I need to sample the wares of the cooking. Every guy that comes to a Jambo, they joke because they say this is the only time our wives let us cook. Because at home, they're not getting to cook. They come away to race and they get to cook for all their mates and their friends and their guests. Oh, absolutely. Some of the best food you'll ever taste is going to be, would you believe it, an Australian drag strip. And especially Jambo, Sydney Jambo as well. If you go through, you get a mixture of that methanol, bit of the old sort of Type R Castrol smell, that strawberry methanol smell from that. You'll get all those smells, but then you'll get, like a garlic sauce or a lamb backstrap, you know what I mean, or a souvlaki to die for, or just the best steaks. And the bragging rights for the cooking are almost as much as the bragging rights on the drag strip as far as who's a good cook. And we do see it. It's Matthew Aegis here. Thanks for that, JP. And Big Steve, what's Big Steve got here? He's got a cook. So Big Steve's just sent me a video. So there you go. So he's got his on the cook here. So we never. Here's a guy that we need to talk about cooking again. Here he is. Geez, a lot's happened since you came here last time, Shane T. Team Japan turned up and gave me some gifts here, he's back. Good to see you again, my friend. People were actually coming on the stream and going, it was so good. Or damn, I missed the Shane T talk. So well, let's keep doing them.
Man, I'm just trying to be the person that you guys all seem to think I am instead of who I actually am.
Seems like you're doing a job on both counts there. Now, so first run for Dom there.
Yeah, that was. Look, it wouldn't have mattered what we tried to do. We have a new clutch. We've never run the car.
Yep.
So we had to pick somewhere.
Yep.
Right? And if you go light with a clutch, then of course you run the risk of smoke in the clutch and you can't race anymore. So the only way was to go with too much, which we thought might be too much, but we didn't know. So it's kind of a crapshoot. So obviously we'll try again. The input shaft and the engine were trying to be mates far too close to the starting line.
Is that right?
That's what got us.
Yeah, no, well, it did have a sort of a pretty pronounced sort of bog off the line, but again, the thing went through. Now, so what's the transmission of that? Are we a 5-speed or?
Yeah, that's a Liberty 5-speed. So we've also changed. We made a little bit of an adjustment. We could never change the gear. The gear was too short.
Yeah.
By the time we got all the power that we had from where the thing started, and we could never change the gear because we didn't have enough clutch, right, to actually keep it locked up. So we had to run too much gear because we had too light of a clutch.
Yep.
Anyway, we switched that out because we knew that was going to be a problem. We switched the ratio in low from 3 to 2.5 or 2.6.
Yep.
And actually, there seems to be a little bit of a debate as to what the actual ratio is, but we'll figure that out.
Yep.
Nevertheless, we put one of Easy's 3-disc clutches in it, so we've got far more clutch than we ever had, and not as much gear. And so we're going with the take clutch out a little at a time until it kind of does what it's supposed to. The engine's supposed to go up when the clutch comes out, not down.
And of course with the size, because they're back to a big single on that now, aren't they? Big single turbo.
Yeah, that car always was a single. It's the other car that was the compound.
That's
right?
the one I'm thinking of. The other one, that was in the Celica or something. Or what was that other shape it was in?
Celica.
Yeah, it was in a Celica.
Celica, how we pronounce it in the States, depending upon how you pronounce it, right? So, yeah, this car always had traditionally an 88mm turbo.
Yep.
And we found on the dyno last week at ProTech that it actually likes a 98mm turbo, about 250 horsepower better
Is that
than
right?
than
In one swap.
It made 1870 with the 88 on it at exactly the boost that we ran 2010 horsepower on the dyno.
Wow. Right through that shake. Old Lorenzo half track 407 again. Lets it eat 668. Now remember, 668 at 144 mile an hour. That's like a little 470 cube Hemi, that thing. So 668, 144, whole lot of shake. Simon goes 101 on the short time with the 13B. We were distracted watching a Pro Mod go thundering down the track there. Obviously, Simon had some problems, but yeah, so back to that. So that 98mm now, it seems to like a lot more.
Yeah, that's what it made 2175 with. It picked up about 15 pounds of boost over what the 88 would produce. So it's definitely happier with the 98 on it as far as peak power. Remains to be seen if we can get it to leave the starting line properly, and if we can't, we'll just put it back on the 88.
And that's just something that you decide in the next couple of runs. So is the plan maybe for a couple more hits there this afternoon? Yep.
The plan is to keep running it until we run out of time because we need the track time to be able to figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's how much more can a man take in? I mean, you probably dream your data maps in your sleep, right? You probably do that.
Occasionally I'll wake up and have an idea, and nowadays my brain power isn't what it used to be. I don't have to write it down in the middle of the night, so I can't, otherwise I'll forget it.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So sometimes I'll just make myself a little note or send myself a text, or I'll send someone else a text, and then they'll ask me the next morning, what the hell is this all about?
Who did I send that to, you know? No, it's funny that you say that because it does take an overactive mind to sometimes think on 3 different levels. And remember, it's just an automobile. It's a silly old automobile at the end of the day, isn't it?
That's it.
Silly old.
It's easy on paper.
It looks easy on paper, and it's like, you know, you seem so fast on Facebook is the other one there, but it's so good. And here's Zeus. Here we go.
Anybody that does this stuff long enough with any level of proficiency has only found thousands of ways to fail, and that's how they've managed to be proficient at it.
It's not a, you know, with NASCAR you've got 400 miles to get it right.
That's right.
So many other sports where you're either in or you're out, or you can just circulate and be 25th, or you can be a loser faster in drag racing.
I mean, part of the reason I love it, obviously, is because the guy with the laptop has a lot more control over what happens with the car than, say, sports car racing or, like as you mentioned, NASCAR V8 supercar, anything like that. So I like it from that aspect, but, I mean, look, there's plenty of times you shoot yourself right in the foot. And then, of course, as soon as you do it, you know right afterwards, like, well, that was stupid. Why'd I do it that way?
Yeah, and then, sometimes with the various systems on these cars, it'll be something else that just did it. You broke something on the run that it didn't make that mistake on the previous run, and then you're 3 events away from finding that happen again. But you know what, these guys, again, your customers, these people, this is Rob Marjan, of course, Croydon Racing, another guy lives and breathes this every day. He's the RB king of the world. He wants to be the outright king of the world.
I reckon that depends on who you ask over here.
Yeah. I know, mate. You can ask 6 different blokes that question.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a listen to this.
Here.
There we go, Rob. Rob's good at steering here too, so. Goes the luck up. Still an early clutch, maybe, or early lift. 6:04, so half track, 393. Here we go. 102 in the 60, 268, 393, 201. Heard him lock it up then.
That's a 5-second player for sure if he stays in at the other end.
Yeah, so for us, for this view, it's just that little puff on the lift off, and it's like, right, there we go, 1,000 foot, 60, 1,000 foot. It's good that these guys are taking that attitude towards it. Years ago, a young fella might have a rush of blood and just leg it on the first run, but it's these smarter guys. Again, the average age you'll find now, remember the old days, it used to be a young guy's sport, and they couldn't afford it. Now it's an old guy's sport. You've not an old guy's sport, but guys in their 40s.
We're still young guys. We just have 20 years more experience than we used to have.
Speaking of a young guy, here he is, the captain himself, ready to have a go.
That's it.
You talk about a promoter that wants, actually, here's a new thing we should call it. Just call it skin in the game.
Skin in the game.
Skin in the game.
100%.
Here's another guy with so much skin in the game. He's a promoter. He's taken Jambo for the next 35 years. Let's see what happens. If it's not him, it's going to be his kids.
I told him the other day when I saw him, I said, man, I wanted to look like you so bad I shake my head.
Oh, yes, the captain. He got the bug real early on in his career. Of course, started with his jet racing 4G63 powered Datsun 1200.
Yep.
And here he is, again, built at 4G63. Some little issues right now. I can see that because now he's got the dump pipe out the hood. The thing's still running.
I see it running, yeah.
But again, he's kept the compound on this thing, and he's proven that he's got it to work. I still hark back. What year was that run between him and Muhammad?
I think it was 2018.
Yeah. I was trying to. And
100% it was.
And what were the ETs? And what were the ETs?
We went 622 with an 8, 229.50.
And he went 24 or something.
Yeah. And actually, hang on. We went 622 with an 8, 226. We went 229 on a different run a month later at the same time.
Yeah, right. And Cole was right beside him there. 2 different guys from 2 different countries with that 4-banger mentality. And, of course, last weekend, our friend, the Volvo, went 609 over there at Tierp Arena.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Do you get to Europe? Have you ever done any European?
Yeah, I've never been to Tierp, but I've been to England a couple of times. So, yeah, enjoyed Santa Pod and all the people over there as well.
Yeah, it is this universal language. If someone, and you know what, those countries, if you watch one of the YouTubers, Mark 1 Kieran, he will cover every event at Santa Pod. He'll go to Malta. He went to Poland.
Yes.
He's gone to France. They're nuts. They're everywhere. Have you seen Street Week in Sweden?
You know what?
Like if it's off its head.
The thing for those guys in Europe, man, they never get the good weather. I mean, it's the odd day that they actually get sunshine and a whole 3 sessions in. So like their their season is only 3 months long to begin with, and then half the days rain. So I'm amazed at the crowd that the crowd will stick around for that. Well, they love it.
Well, if they never had a choice, that's their only. Come on, there
right, that's
on,
their
Captain.
normal. Let's see what the old compound is like.
Oh, he's dragged it. He'll have a little bit to half track there, but look, even then, Georgie 108 to the 60, half track 441, 135 mile an hour. But yeah, just that's a killer sometimes, isn't it? All the preparation, you get that little bit of clutch drag. Cole, you can kick yourself so much. You can go back to the data log and say, well, how much front brake pressure did I have?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, 35
Oh,
PSI.
well.
Not enough, I need 80 PSI.
That's why I don't let the driver set the brake pressure. I let the computer do it.
You let the computer do that?
Computer's a lot. The computer doesn't ever get flustered, doesn't care
Yep.
if it's the final round or not,
Yep.
doesn't care if the sun's in its eyes.
Yep.
It just sets the brake pressure the same every time. So
Is
the
that-
driver pushes the pedal down and lets off, and the
Yeah.
ECU puts the brake pressure where it's supposed to be.
All right, well, that's a note to young Blaze out there. Blaze, set that. Young Blazer, he'll have to set that up. Shane T's happy to give you. Look, he'll give you a fair amount of free advice this weekend, Shane T. It's not all for hire this weekend, is it?
Yeah, it's good to spread the love around a little bit, right?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think aren't we all better if we share something that we know to
bit,
someone
yeah.
else? It's not a.
Something like that where they're going to, potentially trip over something that's going to stop them from progressing.
Yep.
Like, I'm not telling them how to tune the car, obviously, but yeah, I mean, if that's helpful, then of course.
Yep.
The show is going to be better if everybody goes down the racetrack more often, so.
Absolutely, and I like to use that as an example. For example, Proline, just what they're able to do with the Pro Charge Hemi package. Pro Mod owners have bought them. All of a sudden, the field is half a tenth between
100%.
24 cars because the workshops, everyone's got the same stuff.
Right.
All they want to do is race. You're bringing, again, a whole bunch of the recreational drivers out,
Yep.
and they're racing like pros that close to each other.
And the advantage is that they don't have to have that learning process, right? They can just shortcut and jump to the front of the line. So all of those things you learn about running a car that
Yep.
keep, like the brake pressure idea and things like that, you learn those things by failing a few times
Yep.
before you finally, get your head around it and figure, okay, here's a way for us not to fail that way again.
Yep.
I mean, that's what all these cars, that's all these things are, a series of problems to solve, right?
Yep.
And so what you try to not do is make the same mistake
Yep.
more than once in a row.
Yep.
Doesn't always work out. But the best case scenario is you make the mistake once and you find a way to never have it happen again, and then you move forward to the next problem. And eventually, like on the S15, when we stopped running it, which we stopped because it crashed into the wall, we ran over some oil on the racetrack from a friend of ours that had run in front of it, kicked the rods out of it. He was down at the other end waving his arms, trying to stop him from running the car, but no one was down there for him to be able to tell. Anyway, so at that point, we had a pretty well-oiled machine, but that's only because we spent 2 years refining everything and fixing problems, finding a way around the problems that we were encountered to try and stop them from happening.
Yeah, it's and that's it. Again, it still has to be regular routine maintenance to check on everything that you've already ironed out. If you are gonna, it's like anything. You touch something, you've got to make sure you've done it the same way
It's
again.
unfortunate. The import scene is usually the engine is going to let
Yep.
you down, right? So
Yep.
just when you have it figured out, and they're always the same, the race cars, they seem to know. Right when you're about ready to give up, they throw you a bone, and then you're just hooked again for another 6 months, right? But it used to be that the V8 stuff was far better because the engines don't break, and honestly, they don't break that much, but you're now making 5,000 horsepower. And it's in the case of a Pro Mod, it's breaking everything between the balancer and the rear tire every
Yep.
run.
Yep.
If you don't look and verify, then you're just going to fall, it'll fall down on the next pass.
Especially at the pointy end where you're asking that 5,000 plus now. You know that our transmissions have had to be 50% stronger than they were 5 years
100%.
ago.
And listen, 5,000 horsepower is what they had in a top fuel car in the 90s.
Yep.
Okay, and they didn't not maintenance top fuel cars in the 90s. Right, they were thrashing on those and working on them just like they do now. So you're not going to make 5,000 horsepower and have anything win.
No, not anymore. Yeah, that has come out of the hole nicely. It's 124, 60-foot half-track, 499. He'll be in that J275 class, 777 at 165 mile an hour. That is a show quality vehicle, every nut and bolt on that. Coming back to another little thing that I know you've got to probably go, Shane.
I think
His
I probably
pump.
do.
His pump. We'll talk about it the next time around, mate. But that's another. I was about to start another subject, but we'll get you next. I'm loving this.
Just do what I do. Write it down.
Good idea. I will. I'll put it right here on the piece of paper. Shane T. Back towards the lanes, I would imagine. So it's another hit from the ProTech guys coming up shortly. All right, Jason Egg and Po Tung. Not ideal first runs for both these guys, but that's the joys of testing. Come back, have another crack, take it a bit further out. Here we go. Goes for the wall, Jason Eck. 102 in the 60 foot, 760 at 192 mile an hour. In his standards, probably a comparatively soft run for Poe. 131 in the 60 foot, half track 505 at 153, 760 at 192 though at the deep end at 2 JZ horsepower. 102 in the 60 there for Jay, and just that little aborted run. Going for the wall ain't good. Had a couple go for that. Remember Rod Harvey early on today did the same thing. Went for the hit. Now the word is we are testing till 7 tonight. So that still gives us 2 hours and 13 minutes of testing. Trying to get everyone happy. And we're still, it's not like we're begging for people to the lanes. We are packed. This has been a very good day for anyone that wanted to come out and see it in the flesh. And a great day for everyone that's tuning in after having a busy work week. Checking in on the live stream presented by Real Street here. Overtaking Lane live stream. Good to have you here. Scan that QR code on the bottom and get your tickets to come in tomorrow. See it for yourself, especially everything in the pits. It's going to be great. All right, so Dan Rougier is back. Jason Scott coming up here now as well. The SS This. Barra powered EL. Good to see the Rougier boys back after all these years. Eats V8s, might chop a few by the end of tomorrow. I think he's in modified compact, so he's going to be deadly in qualifying and then deadly on Sunday. Can he get another billet, Jay? Well, oh, Jace, you just got to let it go. 022 off the light, the old Rotor Geek. He is back to his old tricks, 901. That car's just the same as it was in the garage all those years ago. 022 light, 901 at 148 mile an hour. The old reliable. Good to see the Eats V8's RX3. Don't have to worry about the cobwebs on that car, mate. That is as lethal as it was all those years ago when it was chopping up round after round. But I don't think he's actually got a new billet J. It's kind of been on a hiatus for a while, that car. Time to get yourself a new J trophy. All right, he's back in the wagon, Mr. Danny Lansdowne. You can just see that radial tyre. You can see just how soft that rubber is after the burnout. You can just see that track, including the little wear indicator grooves in the tread there as he backs it back. So 2JZ on board the VL wagon. Danny built this whole car himself. Of course, spot on performance. I call him the workshop manager. He's on the floor at all times. Check out our little KE20. I've got his name somewhere. Now the old wag does not want to hook those tyres up today. 852 to go with his earlier 854. That's a good couple of runs for our Corolla. But yeah, Danny not getting the tyre to hook up this time. All the last time. Last run he sort of got back on it, went 180 odd mile an hour down the end, but not this time. Did not want to play the game. Great pitches here, boys. Great pitches. Good. Who's vision mixing? Who's doing the vision? Oh, mate, you're on the phone. It's like he's on Marketplace and he's vision mixing at the same time. Is that what you're doing? He's learning how to do other stuff whilst mixing vision. Tyler, how many parts? But you and Shane Tees, just get all the other brains out of the room and just have the two big brains in here together. Learning other stuff while mixing the vision. Look, beautiful. Long shot to short shot. Little RX2. 13B auto. That staging procedure can be tricky. You get an ET here if he just locks everything up here. Not the time for it to be playing up, is it? All right, so I can't. It's got a little nitrous. It does have a nitrous sticker on the back window, which tells me that it still has a bottle, and using the nitrous, you would assume to spool up the boost. But maybe the bottle's not on. Is the bottle on? Is the bottle on? I don't know. But again, test day allows us just to do that. Back him out. Try it again. I think you just said to him, have a crack. He's in there too deep. He's in too deep. He's gone too far. He's gone too far. Out he comes. There we go. Yeah, so he's going to try and light that wick again. So the automatic turbocharged cars, you can see that procedure they try and do. Try and stall that engine up. Get a few pounds of boost, starts to make a little bit more torque, makes a bit more power, then it finally brings you up to full power. Tell you what, it was worth waiting for. There we go, 928, 147 mile an hour. A good combo when working well. Good to see other people enjoying the live stream here. Terry Dale, he's at the pub, he's on the Keno, he's on the beers, he's got a meat tray and tickets, and he's got meat tray tickets and the Jambo live streams. All right, so now it's come down to how many things can you be doing whilst watching a Jambo live stream? That's yeah, I saw that. Multitasking, Terry Dale, pub, Keno, beers and meat tray tickets and the Jambo live stream. Yeah, Terry to the commentary box, please. Terry to the commentary box. Terry to the commentary box. No, he's right. He can start at the pub. He'll just be up in the morning. All right, so I still think this is Smithy doing the driving for this great little car. We've got Danny Busbridge in the water. The door's open, but we are just going to, because we're licensing, didn't get the name of the new spot-on customer, but I do believe it was Adrian Smith doing the driving. I think he said he was having a steer of this. Beautifully presented car, built by Danny, of course, at Spot On primarily. A fair bit of bar work in there that's very familiar to my vehicle, especially in that sort of rear end area. Falling deal. Oh, I'll tell you. Not a bad first run all the way to the finish line. 930, 131 mile an hour. 135 in the 60 foot. 135 in the 60 foot. It kind of got out of there with not too much fuss and went through the gears, did everything properly, and not a bad one at all. Pretty much, you'd have to say, ticks all the boxes for a performance evaluation. And it's about signing that license back. I think Smithy still had the current license. I think that's why he's in it, and maybe the owner didn't have a chance to get. Well, you need a lot of accreditation for an IHRA license, including license, logbook, medical, and that can take a bit of time to get all that together. I think if Smithy had all that, that's a bit easier deal. All right, Buzzbridge on his own this time. Now remember last run, it wasn't really leaving with any vigour. Let's look for that left-hand front wheel here. Let's hold on this shot for a bit. Let's look for left-hand front wheel here. Yeah. Oh, look at that dangle, 300 foot of dangle. This is a good one for Buzzbridge. 685, 201 mile an hour. Half track 449, half track 449 for Buzzbridge. 201 mile an hour, 680, 201. 685, 201.7. All right, is it Rob Strong? I'll have to get the name tomorrow. If anyone else knows on the live stream, of course, from North Queensland, Strong Motors. Paul Turner. Paul Turner on the. He's on those sparkling margaritas. Thank you, Paul Turner. Jamie's on them. Watching the stream, are we? I hope. On the way up, are we? I hope. We'd have a whole bunch that could have been in Sydney doing something in Sydney this weekend because that got canned. You should be on the flight or in the car and getting yourself up here for this epic weekend. All right, Rod Harvey. Rod Harvey and our 20B RX-7. All right, Benny Bray at the door, Natalie Harvey at the door, the Iwasa battery. Toyota Supra Livy, Supra styled factory extreme car. It's the quickest one we've got this part of the world. He's just one good run away from getting back that good luck. Rod Harvey is on the sand. Rod Harvey is on the sand. Runs it on through. They're happy. I can't see anything. What are we? What's happened there? I can't get the number up. Is it there? There we go. 583, 239 for Rod Harvey. Gee, that took a while to get that time up there. Sort of took a little bit of time. A 980 in the 60-foot. 980 to the 60-foot half track. 386, 198 mile an hour. That is the good luck run that they needed. That is the good luck run that they needed. 583. 239 miles an hour, and the car is back, baby. The old faithful is back. Team Harvey is back. That's a good number to build on. 980 in the 60. Rod had to do some steering. You got to hand it to the bloke. Rod had to do some steering there, some serious steering. Banging gears. Great run there from Rod Harvey from New Zealand. All right, here he is. Don Maiolo driving the Matt Russell car. There's Shane T looking in the window. Oh, there we go. That's a bit better. Yeah, Josh Morrison's car. Josh Morrison's car. Driven by Don Maiolo from ProTech. And as Shane T said, brand new Eric Lazinski clutch in it, 3-discer, I think he said. And he said we had to do a baseline clutch setup. He said it was a little bit too much, probably a little heavy for it. So they're making that clutch adjustment as well. He sure did do well, Dodsey. He sure did do well. Yeah, he's a natural. He's a natural old Moose. What Up G? Very happy with Moose's progress in What Up G today. All right, so not a big burnout there for Stewie Walsh, another one of our Kiwi guys living here. All right, so they're pushing. Have we had the chute accidentally come out there, have we? Okay, so the chute's accidentally come out for Dom. They're doing a quick retain and repack. And like Shane's not panicking. He's just saying, you know what, take the thing back behind the line, pack that chute. We'll come back in a sec. So I didn't catch that. I was looking at Stu Walsh in the burnout. I didn't see that chute just rattle out there by Dom. So we're going to give Stu a little go there as well, because Stu's burnout wasn't ideal, but they're just going to try and get that back behind the water, whether they push him all the way to the back, pack that chute, which is the least you think you could do there out of a normal driver courtesy. And just for that thing to shake out there at the wrong time, you don't want to hold Stu up too much. We are getting to that stage where we might have that old-fashioned Willowbank sunbreak soon. It's a big hectic. No, that's fine there. That's a complete dangerous Dave eclipse there. I like that. That's a good one. Total eclipse from the Dave. Oh, so good to see. So good to see. Testing. I don't think we've come across a more epic test session in Australian drag racing. Yeah, that's the stuff. Stu Walsh. Wouldn't be Friday afternoon without a tea and a bicky, and Arnott's bicky. All right, Scotch finger done. Bump City time. Stu Walsh, you deserve this. 386 to half track. 577 for Stu. 577 for Stu Walsh. 991 in the 60-foot half track. 386 202. They're getting what they want. They're getting what they deserve. They are getting what they want. They get what they deserve. We've got 5-second runs, five 5-second runs today. 574, 577, 581, 583, 594, 600, 604, 615, 631, 634, 655, 667, 680, 680, 685, 726. Our 16th slowest ET is 726. Our 48th quickest time, well, we can't talk about that. That's not quick enough yet. 25 seconds for the 48th. It's not quite quick. Not as quick as I thought it was going to be when I went there. Did that at Kendra and Mackay a couple of weeks ago. You flicked over and it's like, wow, you mean the 36 quickest ET is what? And then I flicked over there and it's 25, so not so good. All right, the RX-9 is back. The Pack flagship, Pack performance. You know, when George Rahame is feeling good, there's the old fast reverse from the burnout comes in. Once you get that fast burnout reverse, you know Georgie's in the groove. All right. The quad father, of course, Sam Sadek. Quad rotor, twin turbo Camaro. We've got George Raham here. This Pack Billet 20B, triple rotor. Got the slipper clutch in. Definitely got the clutch on board. And a 7-speed Liberty transmission. The best of the best of the best in the gearbox world. They're going to commit to the clutch deal here. Went a 6:31 on its first pass today. Oh, I'll tell you what, they both went for a bite off the line. They both went for a bite. It was a bit of wheel spin there for George, 105 in the 60. Sam Sadek, 968 off the button, 968, 60 foot. That quad rotor had all the grunt in it off the line, 968, and they both went a bit wild straight after the launch. Straight after the launch, really throwing a fair bit at it. And it turned into a whole bunch of wheel spin there for the RX-9. And for the quad father, same deal. Started to go for a bit of a walk, and they both, being seasoned steerers that they are, decided to abort the runs because these guys have done plenty of runs before. They know that there's no point in testing, doing any overdriving or any oversteering right now. As we said, we're scheduled for another 1 hour 53 minutes rather. 7 o'clock's our scheduled shut-off for testing today. And of course, that's to make sure we get off the track before it gets too cold. I think we're a little bit lucky with everything today because we didn't get all of that sun on it in the morning, so it didn't accrue a ton of that initial heat that can make it bad during the middle of the day. Once the sun did come out, it was nearly right near midday, so it didn't have the opportunity to really cook the track, and sometimes that track can get greasy if it's too hot. In this situation, it just came on good. Everything's been pretty much close to perfect for a lot of these guys, and so many people probably very, very happy with what they're able to achieve with our conditions here today, considering had nothing Wednesday, nothing Thursday to do anything with. So it is good that everyone's starting to hit their marks in a variety of the different vehicles. And I would say this without a blink of an eye, that we're still going to see nearly 150 of the quickest door car ETs of the year in the next 2 days. And then it's been a couple of hours since I've seen him, but here he is. It's pretty glary, isn't it? But I'm glad to see that sun. As much as I don't care about that part of it, that sun glaring straight into my eyeballs, I'm just glad to see it. Well, remember today, we're still waiting for it to come through, and we get one glimpse. It came out, and it was like the most amazing thing we've ever seen. I think weather's just an amazing gift to mankind. Makes you appreciate it and respect it, because you see too many people floating down creeks because you can underestimate Mother Nature. Do that at your peril. Here he is. All the instructions, left-hand drive here, Dale Gridley. Got KPM Performance on the scoop. Turbocharged, but it's got the zoomies. It's got the screamer pipe. It's got a bit of everything. And I like it. All right, so Dale Gridley, previous run, actually not on the file here, but it was into the 8s easy, I think. What a great combo. This Ratty Valiant wagon. Delivery. Little pedal down the deep end this time. 795, there we go. 795, 160 mile an hour. Half track 510, 145 mile an hour. 60 foot 130. All right, we've seen the burnout from the Sylvia, and then that was a slightly hesitant and troubled burnout for Steve Farrelly, but he still persevered with it. Barra-powered VL Calais. As I said, I haven't seen one Commodore that wasn't a VL here today. Tomorrow, I think we mix it up with a couple more Commodores, but VL's all today, 1986 onwards. The VL, I think 86 to 88, I think we were, or that's right, then the VN after that. So for 2 years, it made a big impact on the hot rodding life. There we go, bit of reprieve from the clouds right then as a... There we go. Scrutineering for tomorrow will be open tonight until 8. There you go. So anyone that's running tomorrow and you're here, you can scrutineer till 8 o'clock tonight. I would take that up and get that. I'd get scrutineered tonight before 8. Timed out. Just got timed out. He got timed out. Andrew, he could, well, Edna had a chance to roll back out there and have another go at it. Farrelly. Oh, Farrelly. Hold on to it, son. Hold on to it. We've got some oil out of that thing or something. Don't know whether it pushed water out or whether it's pushed oil out. Judging by a little bit of smoke out of the car, it might have been the ladder. But he had to go for a fair old dance there to not make that any more uglier. 784 though at 148 mile an hour. It was 493 and 150 mile an hour at half track. 784 at 148 mile an hour down the deep end, but that thing was going for a wander and a walk. And I don't know whether we can get a little replay on what happened to Steve there or not. I don't know. I thought we'd just hit Tyler up randomly off the cuff to see whether or not he can pull back and find an angle from Farrelly when it all went wrong. I mean, we're a little bit distracted because the S13 got timed out. Again, as we talked about, that 7 seconds that you've got once your opponent's put on 2 bulbs, you need to put on the bottom bulb yourself. Here we go. So the timeout, he rolls forward. Farrelly gets out of the way here. He gets 60 foot, 330 foot. Now right near half track. Yeah, God, he's had to go for it's put something under that tyre, and that went out for a wee walk there. And we are onto that right now and are going to check that out. It is that great opportunity to just release this other announcement for all competitors that are racing tomorrow and haven't been scrutineered. This is the opportunity until 8 o'clock tonight down at the Willowbank scrutineering shed. Now, of course, that shed is down the bottom end of the track, so where our cameras are now, obviously, you can nearly see off to the left. Just to the right-hand side of the 784, you can see our shed down the bottom there. Yeah, that's right. Go past the smoking, cooking food. You go down on the boundary return road, which is the road that runs parallel along the boundary of the venue. Down and you'll see the big shed, and you go down and you loop back into the shed. So actually go past the shed, turn right into the big spill out area there and come up behind the shed, pointing back up towards the start line. That's how you get into the scrutineering shed. Scrutineering is open tonight until 8 o'clock. So any competitors that are here now, word of advice, if you've been to a Jambo before or if you haven't been to a Jambo before, listen to this word of advice. Do your scrutineering now. Not only is it going to help you without having that stress in the morning, it's also going to get out of the way of all the other entrants that are coming in the morning that are going to have to find scrutineering and get all their scrutineering done tomorrow. So if we can put 20, 30 cars, 40 cars through scrutineering before 8 o'clock tonight that we don't have to do tomorrow, guess what? Everyone that comes in tomorrow is going to have a fair income chance of getting scrutineered in enough time and to be out in their relevant qualifying sessions on time. So if you have, and pass this on, if you've got any other entrants that you are pitting with, or you know someone's on their way up and they're running tomorrow, take this information on. Scrutineering is open down here at Willowbank at the bottom of the facility. You just drive down that return road down to the bottom of the strip. Not this one out in front of the grandstands, the one on the other boundary. Drive yourself down there and scrutineering, get all your passes, all your armbands, everything you need down there. Get accredited. If you're here for tomorrow, do it now before 8 o'clock. That way tomorrow, you're out of the way of all the other people that are going to turn up in the morning. And as I said, nearly 230 entrants wanting to fill this place by tomorrow. It'll be handy if nearly all of you are done today. And I suppose that's got you got to think about all the competitors that are testing today. I think that applies to you as well. Now, you may have been signed up for testing, and that normally means you can go to the lanes, you can come out and run. But you still need to probably get your race number into the system, get your armband. I know a lot of people have already got armbands and crew stuff and everything like that. But take that opportunity. If that applies to you, if you're testing today, running tomorrow, well, that if you're not scrutineered, if you haven't got your little tick and flick on the side of your windscreen and the relevant sponsor stickers that you're going to need to run for the different categories, you have got till 8 o'clock tonight to do it. 8 o'clock tonight to do it. So please do that. Do that now. Do that before 8 o'clock tonight. All right, judging by our sprawl down the end there, there is a little bit of oil to clean up. That's now an opportunity to just take that small break as the sun goes behind the clouds. We've got a little bit of something to clean up. So we'll take a short break, be back with more here on our testing day. As we said, we're going through till 7 o'clock tonight. So that's another hour and 44 minutes left of testing tonight. And I've actually got to ask the PAC team whether they did bring a television with them, because their favourite team, the Bulldogs, are playing the Storm tonight, and I'm sure they'll be wanting to watch that game. That'll be on, obviously, later on tonight. But, yeah, we'll hit a little music, have a little bit of a chill, take that bathroom break, which I will right now, and we'll clean this stuff up and be back with more testing soon. Oh, okay. Well, here's a little bit of a recap leading into a break. Have a look at the big screen and click on that that QR code and get here tomorrow. But here's a sample of what we've seen in testing today. Break and back with more.
motorsports and a commitment to innovation, Fueltech has established itself as a leading developer and manufacturer of high-performance vehicle control units and automotive electronics. Our mission is to provide cutting-edge technology and solutions that empower enthusiasts and professionals alike to push the boundaries of performance and efficiency. Fueltech, everywhere.
Real Street is an international retailer and distributor focused on finding new and better ways to be your favorite place to buy parts from. Parts that we know could be purchased elsewhere if we don't exceed your expectations. Your builds are expensive investments that deserve a premium experience. We are a group of over 30 car enthusiasts who have found a way to earn a living doing what we love for people who share our obsession with racing. For 18 years, our experienced staff has helped racers pick the parts they need to meet their goals the first time. We understand that missed deadlines mean missed races. If you're ready for a premium buying experience, give us a chance.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons.
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
120 years, Bosch Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose Bosch Motorsport fuel pumps.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all the shallowness and everything I suppressed to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. I'm gonna let them talk, but I ain't following nobody else. How can I be resentful when I finally respect myself? I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am. This is who I am now. Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no. And not through words, not through songs, not through whispers, not through phones. When I look at you, I know that got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
All right, well, I know we were back. I just was too far away from where it was all happening. Just crept through there again and again. It's just track time, seat time, experience in the car. And isn't it amazing? All of that effort to be ready to have another go at it, and that damn staging procedure, rolling the beams, clutch dragging, whatever. It's a shame. It was still worth sprinting 600 metres to get here to see that. Oh, mate, it's amazing. Like, you know, I forgot about our new toilet block over here, which is only a stone's throw away. I'm going down to basically half track. Run into a few Datsun juggernauts from the early days. The newest inductee I would put in if I was a selector of the Queensland Radial team. Ash Pemberton, saw him on the way, and then Bill Nabben and Gina, and that was just on the way to the Loos. You know, I can't tell you about the ones I saw on the way back. Oh, Herman from PRP. I was talking to Herman there. He's telling me about the rise of PRP, and not only in drag racing and roll racing circles, but World Time Attack and everything that they're wanting him to make for them. So it's exciting stuff. And then, of course, we hear this thing fire up, and I'm running up here to see what happened, and just drag the clutch through a little bit. All right. Looks like we might have to lend my mate a Hilux diff centre here in a second. Broke a couple of teeth off the old Buzz 626 by the look of it. Here he is. I tell you what, it's quite exciting to see the likes of JC, Jeff Cuttajar, now behind the wheel, just behind the wheel. He's been helping guys like Peter Gratz, Peter Kapiras, and a few of our New Zealand teams, blowing alcohol stuff, JC's race stuff, that's the deal. He wires you, he can do all your wiring, he can do your fuel system, he can do all of that. Need a gearbox, need an engine, he's got the hookups. He's actually a guy that people are relying on to get fast stuff out of the States because he's got a good freight deal. He's got a good freight deal, and he's got stuff coming and going all the time. All right, we're just checking the side of JC's car here. Jeff Cuttajar just adjusting the throttle stop on the hat. It was a hell of a good run for him this first run today. Got off the throttle. It did go for a walk. I didn't get the 60 foot on it, but it was pretty impressive. Don't forget, scrutineering is open tonight until 8 p.m. Get all your accreditation done. If you're running tomorrow, same deal. Get it done tonight. Don't go and do it tomorrow and be part of the problem. Get it done by 8 o'clock tonight. Be part of the solution. Tough car, absolutely. Studebaker to be the best showing of door cars in Australia to date. I'm going to make that claim right now. Come on, it's ready to go. JC, all up to you, mate. Do what you want. Testing here at Jambo. Tell ya, it was not mucking around. Did I get a short time on that? I didn't. What did we even get into stage then? The tree went and everything, but no incrementals. I know incrementals. Looks like the tree had thrown, no reaction time. Nothing on there at all. Computer says no. And again, same thing. Aborted pass. Short time would have been nice for him. He would obviously have a lot of data log on there that he can check. G meters, all that sort of thing. He can probably tell anyway, relatively close to what 60 it might have been. But it did rattle the big tyre. He's about to abort it. But as we said, we've got time. We've got an hour and 15 before testing's done for Friday, and we've had plenty of guys make runs that count or at least get something towards some progress. Yeah, so we've had a late scratching for tomorrow. So one of the 6 people coming tomorrow is not coming now. So we've lost one of the apprentices. He's not coming. So
Dave, Dangerous Dave, joining us on the mic. Yeah, well, yeah, you'll be here, of course. You're probably camping here.
I've brought more than 6 with me.
Yeah, have you?
Yeah, it was the crew of
More than
7 of us this weekend.
But is that people that have never seen it before?
No,
I think they've all seen it.
They have, yeah. We're here a lot.
You've had your elbows deep in it up till now, so can't say newies, but yeah, it's good to, if everyone was to do the community a service and bring absolute newbies in, but that's still a good crew there, Dave. Happy with the stream, mate? Doing well?
Yeah, we've got a few little things we'll tweak for tomorrow for racing. This is testing for us too, with a few different camera angles, and we've got a bit of a collaboration going. We've got JD Sound here helping us, and motion photography. We've got a, there's a bit happening in the background.
And it's coming off an absolute treat. I do like this sniper vision. Sniper on, well, I thought that was Sniper on El Sniper, but I think that's El Chebo. It is actually Pete Raham in the water. He's got to try and get back the mojo. The kid was born to race Rotaries. There's Dad in the background. There's Rocky. Pac Jr. Waiting for word. I think we're all good whether we're going to have a paired run. We're trying to get Botha fired up here. So Jason Both. All right, so some issues there with that car. Not good. However, no problems there for Pac Jr. or El Chebo, as they called him. He was always going to do this. There was no doubt in my mind watching him grow up from that young bloke. He was a very good footy player, sort of in his early teens. Then he filled out. He was always a scrawny little kid. Now he's beefier than basically all his uncles except for George. He's El Chunko now. He's a solid weapon. Had to give up the rugby league. I think he had a knee injury or something there that he couldn't, or shoulder or something there he couldn't play anymore. But he was pretty good for Canterbury early stuff. They'll all be watching. Like tonight, honestly, if you want to watch the rugby league, I'm sure Pac will have.
It'll be on.
It'll be the Bulldogs versus the Storm tonight. It'll be a big game. Actually, I wonder whether Janie or you guys can put it on the big screen here.
Oh, I'm sure we can make something happen.
Yeah. I'll do the raps. No, I can't do it. No, that's it. No, it's a bit hard. Do the live raps. Bring raps back. AI should be able to create the new raps, you know. That's still bogged on the line. 120 half track, 479. He's going to get it off early. 773. Look, good enough checkout pass. Still, like as much as they threw at the start line there, it still caught the little 13B down by a little bit. 120 in the 60. You can still deal with that. You can race with that. We've just got another announcement here. All right, so I think it's Dwayne Smith. So Dwayne Smith, if you can hear this, you need to go back to the front gate, please, Dwayne Smith. Dwayne Smith, you'll need to go back to the front gate, please. Dwayne Smith, you've left something at the gate. How do we know your name? That's the first clue.
Plumpton.
That's the first clue, Dwayne Smith. Here he is. Cubes, bro.
Now, he had a bit of fun here at Winter Nats, didn't he? So he's going to try and take home some dollars this weekend. I reckon he wants to steal it from the Aussies.
I have no doubt in my mind. Can you imagine if it was him and like the team bro, like him and Stewie together, the Kiwis. Proud, he's got the big silver fern out the back. It's 959 cubes of Pat Musi. It went like a 94 there on an earlier run today.
With a big gun full of nitrous.
With a hell of a lot of nitrous. Now, maybe right now we're going to see some candles and another good run here. Barry Plumpton. Yeah, Barry's a builder in New Zealand. I went over in Sydney once to meet him. I go, who's Barry Plumpton out of you lot? And he goes, who wants to know? And I said, oh, you might be him, you know. Just that Kiwi sense of humour, you know, that laconic Kiwi humour. They're a good group of bros. Haven't we got some Kiwis? I actually watched an hour of, before I came out to Jambo, so for breakfast I'm watching New Zealand drag racing this morning. Just watching the variety of cars they've got there. They've got everything over there. They've got Their mixture of rotaries. There's 3 Altons over there. There's one with a 2J, one with a barrel, one with a V6 Buick. The Buick went 660. The 2J went 670. And the barrel, I think, mid to low 7s.
Well, I got to have a couple of beers at Winnenats after it all finished in the bar with Rod Benji from over in New Zealand.
Is that
He's
right?
got Wild Stallion. This is the fastest door slammer blown door slammer in New Zealand at the moment. So
yeah, that's
first to run a 5.
That's good to see. It is good to see that that's happened. Can we get a white Toyota Corolla moved, please? I'll give you that, Rego, in a sec. Yeah, it was a little bit out there. That's probably an NA run there, to be honest. There were no candles there at all. Did not really engage all the kits, or if you're New Zealander, all the cuts. So none of the cuts were hitting, so he didn't hit the cuts that time. So no hitting of the cuts for Barry. But again, I think with that, full right foot down, and that will give you all the nitrous. That thing was unsettled. I didn't quite get the 60 foot. Did you catch that then, Dave?
No, I didn't.
We're all looking for candles. I'm out the window looking for the candles. I wasn't looking on the screen.
I was thinking about all these cars we've got to move. Maybe everyone needs to just come and leave their keys with you.
I think we need a valet here, I think. So a white Toyota Corolla Rego 538 HZ3. That's Harry Zulu 3 in front of the gas racing pit. Traders need to move in. So if you own a white Toyota Corolla outside the gas racing pit, it's 538 HZ3. We need you to move it because we've got traders trying to move in here. We really do need a random vehicle eradication system to happen here. 538 HZ3. Can you move that white Corolla, please? That is good stuff, both sides of the racetrack. Good burnouts, good intent. Marcus Pepe and Mohamed Salame. Good to see. Good to see. Big burnouts. The 28.9 car against the Pro Compact car side by side. Testing here on the Friday. Beautiful weather to come. I would imagine we might even get back to being cold again tonight because we've lost all that cloud and everything like that. I'll be triple layering up. Of course, brought the Queensland jersey. I always need to pack that on any time.
You're gonna wear that one out, aren't you?
No, I'd always wear that in the pits. Any drag meet I'm at.
What year is that one from? Is it late 80s?
No, so
not that old.
There was the Smith brothers, Darren Smith. So that was actually Darren Smith's jersey, probably from could have been the 90s or something. I'll have to go back and check when that was Darren Smith's jersey. Michael Little reckons everyone should just throw their keys into a bowl. No, well that trick never works. That trick never works. Hey rookie. Wrong hat. All right,
here we go.
That trick never works. All right, here we go. Have a look at this one.
Oh, wheels up.
Yeah, wheel spin. I don't know what the boys are up to there, but they're both...
Look, it's hard to believe that this is just testing.
I know, just every run is so epic that, and I think what it comes down to, yes, the burnout is a nice statement. To me, a drag racing pass, it's got various forms of entertainment. So initially, the introduction to the vehicle is the burnout.
Yep.
So you can make a grand entrance into your 2 minutes of fame. Come back, the thing looks good, and then it's what it does on the run. That's that. But the thing is, when two of them go to stage together, that's the perfect moment. Now, look, in UFC, you see moments of pure combat. To me, that whole in a racing situation, when they're going to war, and that's basically when you put one bulb on against your opponent and he puts his on, you are ready to engage. You are engaging in war. The staging battle or just the format that these cars need to stage, I think since, say, bump boxes and turbo V8, especially LSs, this whole bumping in, you hear so much more bump city more than everything. It's now this universal language of two cars bumping in against each other. It just adds to this drama, this drama of a run before it happens. That couple of seconds as you build the crescendo, and here's both people ready to perform, and when it goes side by side, two epic runs, you cannot get a better performance. For those 2 minutes, you cannot get a better performance when it all goes well for 2 races at once and in the heat of battle. Just because we're testing today, it kind of still feels like that because they're both trying to go to war on the start line. They're not going to war against themselves. All they're doing is going to war on the start line with their combos.
They are. But now, is Steve Smith, though, going to go to war against himself? That run before, a little bit earlier today. We saw them go down very nicely.
That was a perfect run. It was like second or third pairing today. Yeah, second or third pairing today. It just went out there and did what I didn't think it was ever going to do, and that's sort of get down clean and straight and not have a problem. But the thing worked flawlessly, and that's hats off to his very committed team. You know,
that car under the lights. Look at it. It's that grand.
Well, we're lucky we've got.
Nice.
We're lucky we've got a
shot there.
Yeah, we've got a. Yeah, that's a good shot. Very photographic, photogenic. We've got now a nice handful of these Corvettes in this country, and Smithy just wants to race more than I think most guys I've ever met. That's a serious commitment to do it with a big tyre car and have a radial car as well, which Ricky Fenwick will be steering this weekend. Just chatter off the line. 101 in the 60-foot. Really did hassle the big baggy ones there. Half track now 795 and just rolling on through. So we do have 1 hour and 4 minutes left if any of these people wanted to put it in and have a fang. 1 hour and 3 minutes left in order to carry out any objective that you think you may need between now and the end of the night, or else we're into qualifying again tomorrow morning. So here's Benny Graham in the water. This is Smithy's old Mustang. Used to be green. And this is a hell of a departure from the Benny Graham alcohol burning 13B clutchless gearbox racer of a couple of years ago. Has decided to take a break from Rotary racing. He doesn't know whether he'll ever go back to it. He's going the V8 route. And I just forget, he told me what sort of combo was coming out with, but I just can't quite put my hand on exactly what that all was. But whatever it is, we'll get to the bottom of. As you can see, it is a radial style car, much like Smithy started with. Benny. Knocked the radial off at much. All right, knocked the radial off at much. Came out there relatively soft, 132 in the 60-foot, and was starting to make a little bit of punch, and then all the power came on, and it's knocked that radial tyre clean off at about halfway down, and he's managed to gather it all up. But, geez, the heart was in the mouth there just for a sec. I thought, here we go, Benny Graham. That first taste of the V8 power winding up there and wrong side of the track. Good on you, boys. Good little dancing there on the screen. I could see you all seeing yourself on the big screen there. G'day, fellas. Keep dancing. There we go. Yep. That's the camera up there. That's right. You're pointing right at it. Well done. You're lucky you only got on camera now. Imagine if we had you on camera at 11 o'clock in the morning and your teacher saw it at lunchtime, you'd be in trouble. So we're lucky that it's after school hours that we got your kids proof of where you are. There'd be a fair few kids that had an bit of absenteeism for Friday. I see a few kids in all the different teams. All right, so Frankie out the front here. Dandy Frank. Good to see him. And he's helping helping our friend in the Falcon with that dandy built Barra engine. Jetpack Shane Faccioni back in the family VN Turbo LS on board. As we said, big horsepower Barra combo. That's right, with the Dully billet sump. I was about to mention the sump out of Ipswich, the Ipswich billet sump, the DC Industries billet Barra sump. It's a modular sump. It allows you to put a Barra in anything. The billet sump allows you to change the location of your pickup, which allows, you know, front hump, middle sump, back hump, whatever you need in a Barra sump. DC do the sumps. Of course, our DC Industries out of Brizzy, out of Ipswich. Of course, Dandy Engines out of Dandenong in Victoria, using that Brizzy Barra sump in Jetpack, and plenty more. There's billet Barras about to come out in a few cars in the future. We've got that to look forward to. Okay, Faccioni goes into Bump City here. Knocked the tyre a little bit off it. I think he was going to go back on and grab a bit more power there, but he didn't. He decides just to roll off. Faccioni goes through at an 8.53 at 163 mile an hour as well. So 1.22 in the 60 foot for the Falcon, 1.26 in the 60 foot for the Commodore. By half track, the Falcon had already felt the effects of zinging that tyre off it, and decided not to get back on it and give it a leg out the back door. Decided just to sort of back it off. And hopefully, if you can, it depends on how many are in the lanes for the next 58 minutes, because could get another shot in. But rules are rules. We're supposed to be finishing at 7 tonight, 58 minutes time. All right, Eats V8's coming back. All right, Dan Rougier. And Guy King back, the Barra. The Barra-powered KE20. Epic runs today from him. 7:48, I think it ran earlier run today. Only 160. He has made his intentions clear with this little Corolla that he wants to run 200 mile an hour. Now look, it's not the only Corolla we have at KE20 style that's got the potential to go 200 mile an hour. The Hoff, which we haven't mentioned much of today, the Hoff wants to bring back his old favourite Bamboo KE20 with his 2JZ in it. And he'd love to run 200 mile an hour in a KE20 as well, but Guy King wants to do it. Weird to think you could do it with a KE20 Corolla with a big Barra in it, but this thing is an epic build, both cars. The Rotor Geek is back in the house. Watch out the rest of the competition. On a sand, 124 to 64 to half track, 471. Is he still on it here? King 720, 197 mile an hour. 720 for the Corolla. That's a full send out the back, folks. 720, 197 mile an hour. Mile an hour out the back. 197 mile an hour through the deep end. 197. 315k out the back for the KE20. 315k an hour. Now we're on it down there. Now we've got our service personnel going down. We've got the buggy going down. There's a fair bit of smoke. Now we're just, we're assuming it won't be the Rotor Geek you would assume, because he's done a 901 and that's 3 good runs for that car. All consistent, but it's that KE20 that we're hunting down there just to make sure everything's A-OK. We might see if we can go off that finish line cam if we've got it there, that deep end camera, and we'll have a look if we can see anything from that deep end camera, and maybe we get that. See if we can get a replay on that long camera, Tyler, from that finish line action from the 197 mile an hour. We've gone down hunting that car. We saw all the lights and sirens go on. We saw golf buggies go flying down the track here in pursuit. So we just want to see what may have transpired at the end of that run for the Corolla. That's got all the attention there. 197 mile an hour for the Corolla. That 60 foot, yeah, that 1-2 odd 60 foot. But it was on an epic mission, flying down the track at 197. So here we go. So there's the long shot. There's the Rotor Geek. And then watch this Corolla. Look at that beautiful sunset, by the way. Now, here we go. He's through the deep end. Here comes the full sand. Here comes the full sand. Now, let's have a look. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, shoots out. Maybe a bit of wall. Maybe a bit of wall, eh? Maybe a bit of wall. I don't know whether we've got anything leaking out there, but maybe it's just under the parachutes, the thing's just gone the wall or something down there, tagged it. And what is it with Corollas and tapping the wall? I mean, the Hoff did that at the Winter Nationals, and he probably doesn't want to be reminded about it. But now it looks like maybe Guy's done the same thing. Just judging by that long shot, we saw the chutes come out. Whether or not that's pulled the thing around down the deep end, and it might have given the wall a bit of a tap on the way down. I understand that we are on the scene down there to try and hunt it down and make sure it's all A-OK. Is this Jamie coming up the stairs here? Is that how's Jamie? The Rotor Geek is back, baby. The Rotor Geek is back. Business as usual. I don't know how many years it's been since that's been out at a Jambo, but it's so good to see you and the brother hooking back in. And, yeah, I have a funny feeling we'll be seeing you guys in the winner's circle by Sunday. I think you're here to chop. Break hearts like you did at previous Jambos in the past. So it's so good to see you down there, Jamie, and Dan and the rest of the Regia family. It's so good to see. But that is a little hunt we're doing down there at the moment from that. I don't know whether we've got anything there. Like the boys are not, the boys standing there just past, probably 150 foot out. Not real concerned that there's anything down on the track. In fact, that track was in prime nick for that run for Guy to go flying through. But I just have a funny feeling at 197 mile an hour, both chutes hitting that might have brought the little car around a little bit, and it might have actually given that a little tap into the wall down there, just from what it looked like on those other angles. And that can be that little pucker moment that happens. You got to have your wits about you. You want to send a KE20 Corolla to 200 mile an hour, you got to have your wits about you, and it's not everyone's cup of tea. If I was given the opportunity to try and do 200 mile an hour in a Corolla, I'd probably politely refuse. I mean, I might run an altered to 100, and I might run an altered to run an 8 out of an altered. That might be, I could do that. But Hoff tried to send me with a 1500 horsepower one there, and he said, well, how would you like to go 200 mile an hour? I said, oh, not particularly. Bit of a chicken that way, but other guys are more than capable of doing that, and have proven that on more than one occasion. So, look, not a bad scene to see. We've got buggies flying back here up the track, so that's hopefully a good sign. So that's Bretto on the way back. Are we all good down there? Normally, if Bretto's coming back up this way, this normally not a bad scene to see him come back in the buggy. If he parks that thing, gets out and walks to the start line, we're okay. But if he gets out of that buggy and hops in some other equipment and heads off back down there, well, that's not a good thing. We've got something to solve, but it looks like it's going to be back and parked, and hopefully we've maybe Guy just needs a change of undies or whatever, and hopefully any love tap. We'll have to go and have a look at that Corolla a little bit closer after that to see whether or not it did give itself a little tap there, but 197 mile an hour. I mean, that finish line does come up pretty quick. So a little bit of viewing happening down there at the moment to see whether everything's okay. All right, we have another vehicle. This is this vehicle that's parked down near Gas Racing. It's a white Toyota Corolla Hybrid 538 HZ3. 538 HZ3. Can you move that white Corolla, please? Whoever's driving a white Corolla, just go and move it. I don't know whose. We're going to have to move it ourselves if we can't move it. So I don't know whether we've checked with Gas Racing or whatever, but it is kind of opposite Gas Racing on the other side of the pit lane, down near Gas. But it's a white Corolla Hybrid 538 HZ3. So that's Henry Zulu 3. Henry Zulu 3, 538 HZ3. And again, if you've got a hire car, you won't know the rego of your hire car. So if you hired a white Corolla, odds on that you need to move it. How about that? How about everyone that owns a white Corolla? Can you move it because it's already upsetting other people? All right. So how about that? So if you own a white Corolla, and I'm looking at the white one here that Sally sent us the picture. We've got to get it moved. Please, can you go and move it? If you've got a white Corolla that you've hired, hear this. Go and move your car, please. Move your hybrid car. You won't even have to start it. Just put it on battery, idle it away. It'll still be on battery. Roll that thing away, please. A white Corolla down in the pits behind the grandstand. Another one that needs to get out of the way, please. Dave, it's got to stop.
Mate, yeah, look, you come to Jambo, there's a big show on out the back, right?
Yeah, and we've got a lot of traders.
And we've all been here, and we should know it's not the spot. You're gonna be in the way. Time to move.
I think the popularity of getting here on a Friday, especially if you have travelled in a state, to be here taking in Friday, it does appear, doesn't it? You're lulled into this false sense of, well, there's so much room for activities. I can park here, I can do this, I can do that. I'm sure where
fills up.
Well, I'm sure where my van's parked today, there's no chance in the world that thing's allowed to be where it is tomorrow, just because we fill every square inch of this joint every year. And these people, of course, Friday, you see, well, no one's here, I'll park here. Wrong. The traders are turning up. We were packing them out overnight. So move your white Corolla, whoever you are.
I did a lap through the pits earlier, Diggs, and just how good is it now that it's opened up a bit out the back here?
Perfect, isn't it what? That paddock, I love that paddock. The only downside to that is that used to be a fence there, and I used to park up against the fence, which means there was no one on the other side, which means the world was my toilet. I could go to the fence, look into the countryside, and just let rip and walk back. It was a straight as the crow flied. It's 20 metres. It's 20 metres.
Someone's swag there.
Well, I've already looked at my trajectory. I looked at my normal spot, and I'd probably be right in the way of a couple of people. Probably Shane Crichton, actually, where he is there with the Crusader. It's not the best place. Lucky enough, I don't sleepwalk. I would have gone straight out there and done it in front of them. But it's amazing. And of course, during CMC here, they kind of took all that fence down and opened it up because it's Camp Central out there when it's CMC. But yeah, I do love the paddock. I think earlier this year I found a bit of solitude out of there when I needed to bunker down for the night in the old Hotel Fiat. And of course I can't help myself. I couldn't just park in the middle of the paddock. I had to pull up near a tree because I wanted a nice little tree next to me. It just felt like I was in a more scenic spot.
The campgrounds, mate.
It was a little campground there. So I'll choose a little spot there tonight. And of course everyone will be in bed by 10 o'clock tonight. Yeah, right. So
well, I was surprised just at how many were already here.
Yeah.
So, and there will be more roll in tomorrow. There always is the big roll in on the Saturday morning, but a lot of people have gotten here and are set up and ready to race.
I noticed that a couple of weeks ago at our Kenda up at Palmyra. Of course, the people that travel to be there, especially to test, you are there Thursday, Friday, so you set up camp early. The same thing happens. We encourage everyone to scrutineer before the day, because guess what happens on the day, and it'll be the same tomorrow. It'll be all the local people that had to work today, couldn't test. They can't afford to pay for the test day because, again, there was still a waiting list if you to test because they couldn't test Wednesday, Thursday. So it's in high demand. And again, if you don't want to take that option, well, we see you Saturday morning. You're going to roll your dice 3 times in quali. Hopefully you found a combo before racing Sunday. So those day races are all coming right now. They're either in here now trying to set up, or they're coming in the morning. Of course, all of our Saturday weekend spectators are on their way making plans to come here and make Saturday the day. Saturday's always the big day. Sunday kind of never hits the mark because people get so much out of Saturday. I mean, you can go home Saturday absolutely exhausted. It's a sensory overload.
We've got the car show. The kids zone is massive. This is 35 years of Jambo, and I'm just looking at the kids zone area they're setting up. That's a side it's like you've gone back to the Ekka.
Yes, it is. It's almost like having an Ekka without going to the Ekka.
For the kiddies, it is. Yeah, definitely, and that's great. It's a family event.
That's a good idea. Maybe we should have had someone two-stepping at the Ekka last week. What's this thing do? Kids stand back. Now, see you next Saturday. Yeah.
Sure, if you had have suggested that to the captain, he might have got one down there. He would have put a display down.
We could have billet show bags. Like, it would be fantastic.
Yeah. It might be heavy to carry out.
Well,
it's a lot lighter than others.
It's got that Ekka feel about it. We're going to have a bit of the wood chopping, which is people chopping down the tree all weekend. We're going to have that. We're going to have more fireworks than the fireworks display. Animals. We've got animals.
Of course.
We've got animals. Different animals. I mean, these things don't smell as bad as the other animals. These things are crazy. And then, of course, you've got the freak show, which is a lot of the fans like us that follow this stuff and can't do anything else. We got it all, and you know what? For only a squidgen of what you'd spend at a day at the Ekka.
Yeah.
In fact, if you looked at what you'd have to spend at an Ekka these days, you could have a very big day.
About $45 for a show bag these days.
Yeah, well, mate, by then you can leave with some fairly decent Jamboree merchandise. All new merch too, by the way. So if you don't grab it tonight, grab it tomorrow. Scan that QR code on the screen now if you're watching it at home or abroad. But you can get that Jam merch. It's fresh. There's a 35-year shirt there, which as soon as I saw it today, I go, I'm needing that 35 shirt on tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to ask permission to waive the traditional Jamboree crew shirt.
To go to the 35.
To go to the 35. If I'm out there hitting balls tomorrow or Sunday, if I'm out in front of the crowd, I want the 35 shirt on. I think it'll come up good on the cameras, I think.
Well, you know what else we've got is we've got another camera.
Yes.
That's ready to roam, and we can get into the pits to
Is that right?
Interviews.
Random roam camera.
Yeah, we'll be doing interviews throughout the pits. You will be?
Will I? Okay.
I'll just be doing the filming.
Yeah, okay. Well, when it's time for me to scoot off, I haven't even seen the roster. I'll just wait till someone kicks me off and I'll head. We'll head.
Scott Speed.
Here he is. It is Scott Speed. He's got to keep this thing in the stage. That's his thing. Like, this guy was diabolical a couple of weeks ago at Kenda. And he said, we are waiting for Jambo. We cannot wait to get down there and go to Bump City. And but he's got to stage the damn thing. Yeah, mate. Yeah.
And builds a lot of arrows up there in Mackay, doesn't he?
He's got a whole, like I said, I said, I'm starting to realise I've got to start buying up on barrows. And he goes, I go, how many you got? He goes, mate, I've got a whole, shelf. He reckons he's got a whole warehouse shelf full of barrows.
Surprised.
So I might just say, might give us a North Queensland barrow build and I'll use it. I'm a Queenslander. I'll do a North Queensland barrow build on my FG motor. I'll buy another couple in the next couple of weeks. But here we go. He's got to keep it in the stage and get a run here just to justify his test. That's better. Oh, that is good. That is good. Half track 510. Here's a good number for him. Yeah, 790. Got to be happy with that.
Yeah.
790, 177 mile an hour. All right, RH2. Having trouble. Going to be hard to race with thing on Sunday, eh?
Yeah, it's not coming up quick enough.
No, it's going to be hard to race with that thing. And this is the thing about Jambo. If you think that you fancy yourself as being in the winner's circle and getting one of these hallowed Billet J trophies, you've got to be able to race your car, leave on time against your opponent and not have the thing fail on you. It's like trying to play the perfect game of rugby league. Don't drop the ball. Complete your possessions. Get to a kick on the fifth. Retain, defend good the next six. So it's, not that drag racing and rugby league have got anything in common, but in order to win a Billet J, you have to be perfect, Nelly. As we said, Brilliance and Bradbury. Some Bradbury's going to come out before the end of the weekend, and there wouldn't be Australia without a Bradbury moment in there.
Yeah, you've got your procedures and you've got to get through them, and sometimes when you go out there too, and something doesn't go quite right, it throws that out.
Oh. Yeah, and especially to lose even a round. If we're Chicago Shootout for a few of our guys on Sunday, to lose at least on Chicago Shootout, it's not so bad. You cop it, you move on. But if you're in elimination and you have that happen, you're gone skis. The oldest feeling in the book for drag racing is to lose round one in one of our elimination categories. And if you do it by manner of a failure to stage, you can only punch yourself in the face. You know what I mean? You got to have a moment to slap yourself silly and go, well, that was me. That was all on me. I've copped it. And the ones that practice well, do good staging. He's picking up a few little crumbs. What crumbs have we got there?
Yeah.
Is he?
No, there's something on the track.
It's moisture, is it? Is it moisture?
No, he's smelling.
He's smelling it.
No. He's
is it
saying no.
fuel or oil? Fuel or oil?
He said, shut it.
All right. So Dave's done a bit of spotting there. Dave, well done. Are we drippage? Are we?
Yeah,
I thought he was just picking up a couple of little crumbs. It's like, oh well, I've sometimes left half a bowl of Nutrigrain in the back seat and it goes all over the track. I don't think it's that. JW's just having a quick look. Is it water?
He's
is
had
it
a
fuel?
look and he said, no, we're right.
Water and fuel.
He said, get it up there.
It's under the scrutiny of Duff right now, and Duff doesn't seem to mind. So, Peter Duffy's a pretty hard marker when it comes to that stuff. If it's tiny little dab of fuel on the overflow, not a problem. All right, here we go. Bit of double barrel bump in. Here we go. This is a good one for Kreitz. Oh, shoots out early, goes 7.75, shoots out early, and the VL goes 8.1. Tell you what, 8.14 at 172 mile an hour, not mucking around. 4.75 to half track for Shane at 150 mile an hour. Earlier 7.43 with a little bit more ET, but that's an early shoot for him, and that's a couple of good consolidators right now.
He's ready. Had another look at that and on the line, and they're not concerned. So
yeah, right.
He's like, no.
It was well spotted by. I think Dave was the first to spot it there. Duff, good to see International Duffy back. Of course, he'd been all over the states. Of course, you'd seen McConnell on there. Big shout out to the Jet Setters. Living the dream over there. God, there's some stuff you can do right now. You got things like Sick Week and
of course, racking up a couple of corners points.
Yeah, of course, Gup's been doing Power Cruise over there as well. But Sick Week's been doing well. I think Andy went to Bonneville as well during that time, so we took in the Bonneville Salt Flat. So ticked off a few bucket list items, I think. I ticked a few off this year. I met John Forster. That was never on a bucket list. That just happened, And Abel, I managed to catch up with Abel Ibarra, which was good. And big shout out to Abel if you're watching on our live stream.
Or his brother, no.
No, Randy Force. Well, of course, Randy Force was not on that side of America then. But yeah, I caught up with Randy here at the last Kenda. Randy will be back tonight. Apparently, Randy Force is coming.
Make another appearance.
He sure will be. Is that someone's microwave going off there or whatever?
Yeah, it's just me.
Yeah, well done. Very active. All right. But, Abel Ibarra, Shane T, saw Shane T in his natural habitat over there. Managed to see a few things in my little 2 weeks over there, but I didn't sort of go hunting like those guys did. And International Duff, good to see him back at Jambo. It is one of his favourite events. All right, here we go. Bump. It must have just been VLs only today. Is that right?
Yeah.
There we go, 131 to 60 foot, half track right now, 5.29, nice and healthy, right through the finish line, 8.23, and earlier 8.40 and an 8.90, they're happy, 8.23, moving forward, good pass. Now remember, we are 37 minutes away from the scheduled completion of testing for today. So we are, can we get that white Corolla moved, 538 HZ3, I know that's an old announcement, if you've already moved it, I'm giving you another spank just for that, just to say thanks for making our lives a little bit inconvenient. Yeah, Matthew Aegis now in the VL. I call him Michael, but it's Matthew. Matthew, I knew it was an M. It's an M name. Matthew Aegis. Did I say Matthew or Michael? Yeah, Matthew. It's Matthew. Yeah, it's Matty, not Mick. Matty. He got to the final of Kenda a couple of weeks ago in Mackay. Him and Lee Povey, I think. Was it him and Lee Povey in the final? Him and Cowie in the final of OG 275 in Mackay. Had Cowie whole shot and then bumped the tyre off it a little bit further out. Cowie goes 461 for the win. So, all right, got to get that thing in. 7 seconds, remember, 7 seconds, 7 seconds, 7 seconds, 7 seconds. Oh, my God. Went for the... They're sending that Commodore to a 7, is that right? 7.28, boys, 191 mile an hour. Did you hear the iron line thundering down the track? 720, 728, 191. Yeah, 477. It ran 470s at Mackay only 3 weeks ago at Kenda. So there's some 77s here as well to the 8th, 156 mile an hour, 949 with a pedal there for the 808 wagon, but just that whole 7-second timeout thing, it was coming, it was coming, it was coming.
They're going to give it the track a spray too.
Yeah, going to give that a little tiny tab. Now, whether or not they give that both lanes or whether they're just giving that a little tap, we are 35 minutes away. Yeah, there we go. So it's a tiny drenching of the glue. So there we go. Yeah, so a little bit of that traction compound getting put down. Let's see if he comes back the second lane here. Now, normally what he's done, he's got that spray rig sort of up against the wall. So whether that needs to come back on itself there or whether or not he'll do it on the other side.
Well, I haven't looked at what the air's doing tonight, but it's, but it's pretty still out there now after what it was a bit windy there before.
Well, when all that blew through, when that weather system blew through, it looks like it's definitely stilled itself out tonight.
And then as soon as the sun disappeared, look at it, it's just absolutely still. Those flags on top of the corporate box are not moving one breath.
We're going to have some big skies here tonight, I'm sure of it. Nice and clear.
And I'm just looking at the way that tyre smoke's sitting.
Yeah, so there's no breeze here at all. It's perfectly still, a fantastic day. Started with, well, again, I drove up with the blues because I'm coming up and it's foggy and it's overcast and I'm getting sprinkles on the windscreen and I'm thinking, no, the forecast is saying this is going to clear. We are going to get this done. Yep. And then, here we are still at midday. Nelly got that solved. The sun started coming out and there we were by 12:30, 12:40 running and the sun was just beautiful during that time. And then whatever time that was, 3:30, 4 o'clock, when it started blowing through, it's like, right, well, that's the rest of the end of that system, And normally you can cop some pretty decent winds off the back of a system. And I think, what was that earlier weather system we had this year where we got the tail end of that system, and that's quite bad, that back end of it. But we've copped some crazy weather this year. Yeah. Well, I mean, even if you can remember how crazy the weather was, what did you guys have down where you live? Was it just last Christmas or the Christmas before?
Oh, the tornado.
The tornado on Christmas Day.
Yeah, we had the tornado. That was, about 8:30 Christmas Day. Yeah, that came through. We were enjoying a few Christmas beverages, and then
that came
and
through.
I'm like, oh, we're going to get a storm here, and then
it was a big one.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there was trees going, and
is that right?
Absolutely wiped us out.
So earlier on this week, so have you been out on site here since what day? Were you here Wednesday or
Tuesday? Yeah. So myself and Lee from JD Sound were out here doing bits and pieces, and we've been back and forwards. And
because I was thinking back at home where you are, you would have copped some good rain earlier this week down there because it seemed to really cop it down there.
Actually, not
really
too bad. Yeah, we were right on the edge of it, and that's why I was pretty confident that we were looking good. So, and then we had, as you said, that foggy sort of fog came in
today,
this morning, and generally you get that bit of fog of a morning. It means you're going to have a good day.
Always. I think as long as you've ever grown up and remembered what a foggy day feels like, and remember the first time someone ever told you that knew more about weather than you. Normally your parents had an opinion to it, but basically saying, oh, it's going to be a good day. And that was just that air caught, that colder air caught under that cloud system that just couldn't get out. And then over the top, it was nothing but beautiful blue, sunny skies.
They're going to run the rotator over there as well.
Well, that's a good indication to tell us that that 8 o'clock is that 8 o'clock deadline looks like starting to solidify. I know they're pushing for it, and I know that time of night we right at that time that we are going to go. No, there we go. So just had the message through that is the effort we're going to try to run till 8 o'clock tonight. So that hour and 30 now, which justifies the spray rig, justifies the rotator one more time, to give everyone that's now still testing today now 90 minutes to try and get a run in. So
that means if you're trying to get that extra run, then it's time to get yourself into the lane, start preparing.
Yeah, well, the lanes are going to close at 7:45. So 7:45, the lanes will be closed. So that's an hour and 15 to get to the lanes. It's going to be a fantastic last 90 minutes or so here. But as you can see how still that air is, because not only, what are we seeing down there now? Like he's sprayed, we're doing spray and we're doing rub. Is that what we're doing? Because Bretto's out there in the rig in the other lane, and Justin's, I would assume, is Justin on the rotator.
Yeah, he is, yep.
So this is this last little bit of prep that we're going to do, and we'll be back with more testing in a sec. Give us a break. We'll be back with more in just a sec. Enjoy a tiny tad of music or a little bit of a bed, or no, just a bit of sheer elegant silence for a few minutes as we take in some of our last little bit of track prep, which will be rotator. Justin's rotating to the end, and Brett's coming back on the spray rig now for the return lane. So that means probably rotator both lanes, which means 90 minutes worth of testing will be definitely worth the while of everyone that's testing here now to get back and make another effort to get into those lanes, because it's going to be epic. So that little bit of prep, and back with more here soon.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. 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 Just let yourself go. Let yourself go.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turn on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now. I'm gonna let them talk, but I am following nobody else. How can I be resentful when I finally respect myself? I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turn on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they're saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now. Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no. And not through words, not through songs, not through whispers, not through phones. When I look at you, I know that got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. Walk as far as I can go now. I keep repeating overgrown. I think of you passing by, round the corner meet my eyes. I don't know what we would say, got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. Got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
if you can't sit in your dad's car, sit in another mate's car, and maybe it is black belt. And I always say this, and I still think, whether you love turbos, blowers, or nitrous or whatever, that especially in this country, I've got this theory: you got to be blown to be known. And there's a lot of people with blower love, the black belt army. I love it all. Pro mod, where will all that end up by the end of the weekend? I know there's been team black belt. We'll have the nitrous Mohicans, and we can have the turbo teddies. We can have the nitrous boys, the screw belt, the screw blow guys. It's going to be on. Absolutely on. I think, what was the call out? Was it Harrington and Smithy for 10 in Q1? Was that right? Can you guys confirm that with me if that was the call out? I haven't been across all the smack talk. In fact, if you're up for it, someone give me the some of those Q1 or E1 side bets. If there's some little bit of cash throwing around, just a friendly bet. Do you think? And let's run a couple of books here this weekend. I'll get on there and get old Diggs's drag tote there, right? Will it be a blower car that wins Pro Mod? What will win Factory Extreme? Will it be a 2J or an RB? Will we? What will we see the most of? Will we see, Barra-powered cars breaking diffs out of them, because that's happened before?
We could have a nitrous car winning Pro Mod.
A nitrous car winning Pro Mod. There'd be a few guys that would they wouldn't need their Viagra prescription for 6 months after that, mate. I can name them all on one hand. All the nitrous guys that would love a nitrous car to win. I'd be rooting for that, because that'd be the first time in Australian history that we would see a nitrous car do that. We have been a blowing country for many years, of course. The early days here at Willowbank, of course, the class called Supercharged Outlaws was born here, the brainchild of Dennis Ceramus.
We got some comments on the live stream. Jack says, Harrington versus Smith, 10K Q1.
There we go. Harrington, I didn't think Rob had a spare 10. Smithy be down to his last 10 just for this week. He'll probably, payday will come in.
Well, they've got to make sure they don't lose then.
That's 10K, turbo versus blower.
We're ready to go.
Harrington and Smith, Plumpton and Walsh, Cartner VB. All right, that's Q1 tomorrow. How Australian can you make a jamboree for the world to be watching on the live stream? Is that Harrington and Smith in our Pro Mod Q1 tomorrow, 10 grand off the trailer, Plumpton and Walsh, and all Kiwi battle. I can't believe that. That's going to be amazing. I'm going to do the whole concept.
I don't know about the Cartner VB though. I'd nearly give that one away.
Just for that moment, I would go to Kiwi accent for that.
Yeah,
well, even South African. Not hard to do really for most people. Anyway, we could go back to Jayberg Raceway another time. I'd do it like Kiwi, the All Blacks. It's like the All Black Pro Mod team. Plumpton out to Walsh. All right, here we go. The man himself that very well could be the one that puts it down. Remember, he spanked nearly all the Americans with this car. With Johnny Ricker, what a flex. What a flex for Johnny Ricker if he could do that with this deal, right? That's to bring it from America, successful on big tyres and radials.
And come straight out.
With the top, and he was in the top 32 in the world, no time flat. I saw talented Ricker the first time I saw him drive Woodsy's old Mustang. When he bought that car, I saw that talent in that bloke. Good on the tree, down, dead set committed drag racer that wants to race, at the pointy end, and this is the time, mate. He's here to prove that he is the baddest in this country. He doesn't care who he has to fight.
In the left-hand lane.
There's no hiding behind a rule book or anything. It's like, can you catch me? Can you beat me? Everyone in the field tomorrow will be gunning for Ricker. Eddie Hawak tomorrow in Pro Turbo is a form player. 2JZ. Watch the dangle. There's a bit of bump city for Eddie. Holy goal! Ricker go off the throttle. It goes through and rolls. 363.5 track, 930. Let me take that. I don't know whether I heard something in the end, and we might have to go to the replay if we're going to hold things up. If we don't hold things up, we'll keep pumping and keep testing. There's a lot of people on the start line for that moment, and rightfully so. Friday night, Jambo testing, that's all it is. And
Wait
Rick,
till we get into racing.
Ricker, 9, he goes 003 red, right? So this is Ricker on the tree. 003 red, Ricker off the button. 60 foot, 930, half track, 63, 187. Beg your pardon, sniper. So I didn't catch the end of that run, whether or not that did pop something down there or what. We're not, everything's pulled up. No one's, there's nothing on the track, so that's interesting. What happened? Dude, I've never had this feeling on a Friday night ever. I've never had Jambo testing.
Just a small snippet of what's going to be here tomorrow.
It's like a mini event. This is almost like your little smorgasbord platter. This is your tasters. When you get a sample of appetizers. This is exactly what it is. It is pre-event snacks.
The entree.
This is the entree, folks. You're watching it on either here live or on the live stream. And while you're watching this in real time, you've still got time to do it, folks. Click on that QR down the bottom and get to this place tomorrow to see it all in person. If you're not sitting in that grandstand tomorrow, you are missing out on epic moments that we're seeing right now that we know if they're rehearsing, it's going to happen again.
Plus the rest of the show.
Oh, well.
That's Jamboree.
Well, you can't see all of that on this stream. We try and bring nearly everything, but there's a lot there that we reward people for finding themselves. And that stuff pops up on YouTube in no time flat anyway. Yeah.
Maybe you've got your build happening at home. You probably want to get out here and talk to some of the traders out the back here. Get yourself a deal.
It's your fastest way into the scene to be out here. Don't shop online to get all your gear. If you want to come and play with the Jambo people, come and see what makes these Jambo people make it look sometimes so easy. All right, El Sniper and Chris Caramola, single cam under the bonnet. RB. Well, he took his time to leave. Caramola shuts off, half track, 475 out the back door. 828. Hey, 728.
728.
191 mile an hour in Street 289. Wow, 728, 191, 126 in the 60. I was looking at the 350Z and it did have a bit of that early tyre traction control or power management there. It's probably the track caught that damn thing out anyway because remember, that got sprayed just then and it's primo. They could have probably gone the other way and given it everything and it might have actually stuck because that track has come around a bit with that spray and that rub. Got to go back to what's gone with Ricker like that. Dave, have you ever seen something so badass, like have a moment where you see something and you get transported to, well, I've just seen a big moment in the sport, just the way that thing leaves. That's pointy, cutting-edge pro mod from the States right there. We got it right here in our backyard. And it's good that guys like Ricker want to come and chase it and then dominate.
I just can't wait to see it stage up for racing.
Yeah, well, mate, I'm just looking at that slip. I don't know what happened. 363 at 187 at half track. Then it's off to a 650 at 120. So it washed off 67 off the end. Whether he only took it to the stripe, whether he did, but it's still down at 187. So it's down from what it's run. It can nearly go 200 in the 8th, that car, on a small tyre or a big tyre.
And the Benz.
Hey, here we go. Double blowing to be known. Well, you know what I'm going to do because these things, guess what, Dave?
You've got to let them sing.
People on the screen.
They want to hear it.
We're going to just stand, we're going to sit back and watch what's on the screen. Australia.
That is.
Okay. Right now, you couldn't say you're watching World Cup finals. This is a Jambo, definitely a Jambo. The freaks are out. This is the Ekka. This is this mobile automotive Ekka we have. This is Sideshow Alley.
This is where you come and see the tough Holden and the Gazzard brothers out there up against a blown Benz.
Well, he's on a Radial because he's gone J315 Guy Hall. Now, it's not the quick. Well, it'll go bottom sevens in the quarter, easy, maybe a high 6.
We've got a massive 315 field here.
But we've got a lot of 6-second potential cars in both Radial classes. And the Gazzards, we are
275.
Was he at 28?
He's running 275.
See, this is J315, but it's only a 275 under there. So
yeah, that's what he's running.
So that's a remember, that's the 481X with the Pro Charger. Do you see the lead weight under the back suspension arms on Cortina. Now, normally, see, they got that light.
Normally runs the 235 and runs very well on the 235. A bit extra tyre.
Oh, guy over the centre line. Whoa.
And Scott's backed off there.
Oh, what have
He's
we...
seen him coming across. He's offered and
what have
good
we
driving, but he would have had a good pass there too.
Tyler, that is all. Get onto your
the
replay resources there. Let's get some replay.
Can we get a 60?
No, let's get. Well, let me catch it.
From
No,
Scott?
yeah. So 136 on the back tyres for the Mercedes. 116 for Scott. No, that's Guy 116.
Oh.
So Scott 136. Guy 116 on the back tyres, guaranteed. You got to think that Merc's up. Okay, we've got a replay of the old Merc coming off the line. Here we go. So in we go. Here comes the tree. And no, he does carry him. It's the second stab. He mows down the 330
Scott was
foot.
off way early there.
Mows
He
down the
knew.
660. He mows down the 330 foot and the 660 guy. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy stuff. That just happened, Dave Hamilton. That just happened. That just happened right in front of us. I didn't want it to turn out that way, but that's just what goes with the territory. When you want to play in Jambo territory, that there's some big moments that happen, and that Merc's done it for years. Like when that track is sticky, as much as he's got that blower and everything all out the front of that car, he still gets to ride the wheel stands with that thing at will.
Put a few blocks back in place now.
That was a good old mow down. Was it a 68 Mercedes just gone right over the whole lot of it?
Yes.
It happens. It could have been the HG with 4 tonne of lead on the back of the suspension.
The wheels up trying to stomp on the blocks.
They just sometimes this random assembly testing together just shows you some of the freaks that we do have amongst us with the various cars and the various end strategies for those cars. Especially with Guy's car just traditionally being an old-fashioned Pro Street blown car from years ago. It's still a steel car, blown big block Chev. It's just got a little bit trickier, Whipple charger, so EFI and the Radial. So the car's evolved to be still relevant and quite cool. Every day, drop dead cool. Like you do. Some people get that kink, as we talked about before, that fetish, and Guy does love those early Mercedes. He's also a premium diesel guru, is why he's got the successful business.
Yeah.
But always just expressed himself through that cool car, and you cannot walk past that car and go, I don't rate it. It's like that Valiant wagon. You couldn't walk past that thing and go, I don't rate it. It's like, this stuff's all cool. Don't you agree?
Oh, you're talking about Dales.
Well, Dales, as well as what we've just seen here, and everything else in between. That's a bit different.
Impressive, isn't it?
Well, I just think it's got that truly Australian flair about it.
Just looking at who we got to come up next. Is that Public Enemy?
I think it is. Is the spot on army around it? Pretty much.
Well, I can see Con out on the line out here as well. So
yeah, I can see not only I can see Con, but then I can see Con. So I see 2 Cons and a Vic.
And the Matux Camry.
Yep, and okay, so they've got the Camry there with a Fief in it, and this is the spot on team. So I can tell it's the spot on crew because it's got some of the real Radial housewives of Australia down there. So that's a Netflix series in itself, the Radial Housewives, because I was adding it up the other day how many are in there, and there'd be a good dozen in there. Just the wives of Radial racers that we've met, where they're all in 100% with their husbands on their Radial careers, and again the whole deal with how business fits in with work and then recreation, where we all get to do the same recreation together, and how somewhere along the line you've got to be skilled, professional, have your stuff together to be able to get the attention of your peers, and we all know that every time we tend to do it, it's normally a pretty epic moment to share and go with the other 35 years of memories of it. This is one bit I do remember from Jamborees of past: wild rides, cubes kicked out, that sort of stuff. Wall-to-wall stuff, and I think you've got to agree that's been a part of the success there as well, is that a lot of these cars are very spectacular to drive, and predominantly a lot of them manuals back in the day, still are to a fair extent. Plenty of clutch pedals and Liberty gearboxes amongst us. A lot of tricked up autos and slippery converters and other stuff. Yeah, so that took a fair pounding. Yeah, so yeah, going through till 8 o'clock tonight, they're dangerous. So an hour and 3.
Just give us, a little bit more of that entree. It was a tasty entree.
It was, but
so we just need to enjoy it a little bit more.
Well, I mean, it just Guy probably apologises in advance for what he's just done, but he's making memories. That's a set of memories there which he'll put with the rest of them. But yeah, normally those things are like a spongy cube, so they shouldn't sort of be too much harder to get stuck and aligned in there. But he did manage to at least nail the next two, didn't he?
Yeah.
330 and 660 there. So
we're
side
going
bets.
We're going to get around tomorrow and mosey on into a few pits. And, when you think about that right now, do you think of who you want to go and have a chat to tomorrow? What do you think is going to be stream-worthy? Or?
Well, I think we've got to look at the schedule and see when you can fit that in, because if these call-outs happen, you'd want to go and try and get that stuff before they have to roll into the beams. If you find it at the back of the lanes, you could do it really quickly then too. So
we might have to be playing on the fly a little bit tomorrow and going.
Oh, absolutely.
Based on the racing, we need to pop down here now and do a quick run.
And a golf buggy.
We've got a golf buggy.
Good,
ready for that?
Perfect. We're going to need that.
I've got that. We've got it all lined up, mate.
Yeah, because they're spread out. Because we're allowed to get into the paddock in behind us here now, we are a little bit more spread out. And I've already done a couple of laps here today in a 1JZ altered and had a look around the place. And, we're sprawled out. And I can't wait to see what it all looks like tomorrow. It's going to be triple sprawled out. So
I think we're going to be having a chat to a bit of Factory Extreme, some of the Pro Mod guys. I think there's plenty up there in Group 1 to go and have a quick chat to.
I couldn't believe it when I drove through there the second time, and then it's just like, Pro Mod. And every pit, like I couldn't, when you're driving up and you're trying to look at the left and look at the right, and then I'm doing this all the way up, left, right. It just stuns me the quality and the quantity of it now is just everyone's got on their A game. Basically, everyone that wants it bad enough to be in this sphere is bringing the A game, and it is just purely an expression of how professional we are as a nation of drag racers, no matter which rules you play by.
And obviously, we've got big fields coming to play in those ones because of some big prize money, right?
And money, and we don't talk too much more about the money because a lot of racers said that
it's not necessarily about that.
It won't be about that, but that's the biggest carrot that dangles to say, well, I'd like a piece of that.
It is a big bragging right, but then if we say the J315, that doesn't have the big prize money on it, does it? But not to that extent.
Well, you also got to know.
Yeah, there's a massive field there of some very, very tough cars.
A lot of the times,
J275 has been a class that's been amazing for quite some time, and then we come right back down. We'll kick off the day tomorrow with All Motor. I've passed all the V-dubs down here today. Yep. They are lined up in that back paddock, and it looked impressive, actually.
I'm impressed with our little all motor brigades because you can pick an element of the sport or an element of an event or a class that we have at Jambo and realise that it's a fun way to go racing and still participate, and that maybe you don't need 2,000 horsepower to get your kicks, and you still want to drag race. They're still quick. Let's not dance around it. They're not slow for what they are either. They're loud. They certainly are cranky.
It is one of the loudest classes that you'll get.
But I think
Jambo.
we need to keep hearing any naturally aspirated engine, no matter what it is. We need to keep hearing the tones of those things while we can still mechanically, physically make it happen. No AI. No. When was that thing filmed? What am I looking at? You don't know. You sit here and watch that thing by yourself, by it on its own, let that thing sing, and you go, man, that is truly a beautiful thing. That's an expression of horsepower we'll never lose if you're not sick of hearing it.
Now, do you reckon there's a car somewhere out there that might have actually been around 35 years of Jambo? Is there one here that might have been through some hands?
Good question.
But is there a car here that was around in those early days and still running today in some form or combination?
Yep.
And I reckon there just might be.
Oh, if we put the call out to try and find that, obviously in advance from talking about it now or in the morning or whenever, I'm sure there's going to be a couple pop up. Like I honestly start thinking of Alvin straight away, and Alvin will, Terry will back us up tomorrow with his first Jambos and his memories. All I can remember is, sort of my memories of it and wanting to be a part of it, wanting to race, and then, maybe not go to something, and then all of a sudden started to announce them because I was sort of picking up the announcing career about 98, 99, and then got into doing Jambos, which was straight to what I've been frothing for years anyway. Yeah. So right into that scene and never left it, even though, I won with a turbo back here in 93, mate, when there were only 4 turbo cars at a Jambo, and now there's a billion turbos and a billion ways to make horsepower. I'm starting to lean towards the simpler first couple of 100 horsepower. So, I'm coming back into, all motor just to have a play in there and keep it simple, but haven't ruled out having a concept in the future where you might be able to, utilise the one car and have more than one power plant for it.
Oh.
So literally be able to swap out the front part of it and do something with it in a different category. But, I just think that... And the same for you. Like, if you didn't have this commitment to providing this world-class stream, that you would have the Barrador out there racing.
Well, I've missed out on a few racing opportunities, and I've probably got to just plan my racing next year a little bit better.
You will have to. It's good when it all can work together. Like, when you come up back onto the stream and you're out of your fire suit and then you're back in the car. That's got to be some busy days.
My opportunity is probably get out and have a race at Kenda.
Yeah, right.
I think, we're generally not doing a stream at that one, so that would be my place to be there.
Yep.
That's an opportunity for Dave to race.
Well, you'd be Rumble straight off the bat or 580 Ruckus, I reckon. That you could probably make it go in there. Perfect one. Now here's Damien Boyce is just back onto me. Here we go. So is this J315? So back to the call outs. I have got Reese Carkeet called out in Q1. Both cars off the trailer, not for money, but loser has to wear the other guy's team shirt for the remainder of the Warwick rounds. All right, so wear the other guy's team shirt if you lose the race. So the Nova rated shirt could be on the Carkeet back, and the Carkeet shirt could be on the Boyce back for the Warwick. That's a good bet. Like when I first started reading the front of that, I thought, hang on, I've got to wear what? And lucky enough, it was just the other team shirt they had to wear. Nothing
bad.
Nothing more defiling. Nothing more defiling than that. So
just a nice friendly bet.
Or one of the bets would be, well, in the next round, I'll guide you back wearing nothing but the team shirt, your team shirt. That'd be the next dare. I'm not racing you for money. But if I beat you, you're backing me back in my own team shirt in your birthday suit.
Don't know about completely nothing.
Well,
we'll have to go a large size.
A mascot costume of my choice, and then he's Pikachu guiding you back or something like that. Oh, silly stuff, but it's all in good humour, is it not?
Fun.
Yeah, and I love that. So Carkeet Boyce, keep an eye out for that one in J315. It's about wearing the other guy's team shirt. Hey, while we're on the subject of Mr. Carkeet, have you seen probably the most poshed up golf buggy I've ever seen? Have you seen that? Folks, for those people watching on the stream, see that QR code down the bottom? Click and get here tomorrow, because you may just see the most what a great idea. Pimped up golf buggy I have ever seen. Have you seen it? You honestly think Queen Elizabeth commissioned this thing as the Royal Golf.
For a small fee, you could get your 6 new to the sport, 5 now, new to the sport people a ride.
Run them up from the car park. Run them up from the car park in the world's glitziest golf buggy.
A lap through the pits to see some of the goings on and some of the cars behind the scenes.
Let's not joke too much about that. It might just happen. I like that idea because I saw it myself, and I I pulled Steve. Steve wasn't driving it when I seen him, but because I saw his daughter driving it around, and I said, "Oh, so what's with the golf buggy?" He goes, "Oh, it literally came on marketplace within he got it within an hour. It came up, and he told me the whole story, and I guess I can probably tell it. Get this: so shopping centre down the coast had a big solicitor law firm, and this was a way to shuttle clients from parking to the office. And apparently within the first week of this thing turning up and shuttling people up to the law office, the body corporate goes, "You can't do this. Get rid of it." And then Carkeet bought it as soon as it went up for sale. He told me how much he paid for it. I think it's money well spent. It's still a little bit of money. But you got to look at that thing to appreciate it. It'll probably seat 6, probably 8 if you hang them off sort of Bali style. But it's pimped, man. And already Steve reckons he's had a lot of interstate guys, a lot of Sydney guys trying to buy the thing off him already. Yeah. So it might, typical Steve, you watch Sunday night, I'll go, "Steve, how's that golf buggy going?" "Oh, no, guy's taking that back to Sydney." "What'd you get for it?" "In 150, you know. I don't know what's in it, but it's well finished. It's not like a dunger. It's a thing of beauty.
It's brand new.
It's absolutely brand new.
It had 100 metres on it.
Yeah, I know.
Not in hours. It had 100 metres on it.
Doesn't he track out the bargains, old Stevie? Doesn't he, old Steve Carkeet?
Mate,
another guy we're lucky to have in the sport because, you know, again, a family that hits so well hard, hits it in commitment. You know, just another one that turns up with some beautiful cars, and you know, we want to see these things run forever. And of course, now juniors. Reese was a natural steerer like Dad, and he's in there. And Reese has got 2 boys, and I'm sure when Reese gets old enough, we'll be seeing the little boys in there too. And I don't know when Sis is ever going to get a steer.
There's just so many families in the sport.
I want to know, Steve, out there, where's the one for Sis and Mum? Where's the mother-daughter project? That's what I want to know. You know what I mean? They run around doing a lot for the boys, and it's like, Steve, one day, is there going to be that car? You know, can it be the mother-daughter drag and drive car that'll do everything Carkeet family car? That'll be the one.
It's a massive family sport, though, because, you know, no matter where you look, you think there's another family another family of races. And you know, we're out here at a lot of different events and certainly the junior events watching that. And I'm not even sure. We'll have to have a look at what the split is now in boys versus girls in the juniors. There's just so many females now in the sport.
Isn't it incredible that's true? And again, still even at that level, to not get a government's attention in regards to children in sport, and realising that, you know, some kids are socially different to others, and you don't all quite fit in the footy that they'd love you to fit into, or the soccer. If, mind you, there's some families that are wild into their soccer, and girls are right into it now because of, you know, the World Cup and everything like that. Girls playing rugby league, that's all coming back. But still at drag racing level, there's a lot of daughters of drag racers out there racing, and it's good to see.
And junior bike now, junior drag.
And that's something that should have, again, there's a couple of things that, you know, when you look at the way the sport's evolved in this country, there's a couple of little turnpikes where things, if decisions were made earlier, I feel like we would just still be living in 10 years of prosperity by just doing that. But it happened its own way organically. It's cross-blended to the point now that, you know, a car is a car, here's an event, you know, you fit in somewhere, everything's epic, everyone has a good time, and we're going to do it again for 35 years. That's a formula, right? That's a formula that works. We can see that. Time has proven consistently that this event can run for 35 years and build an industry around it. That if at the beginning you got everyone to sign an agreement, any success you have from my event will yield me riches, then we'd all have the dynasty finished, you know?
I don't... It's not just a drag race event, this one, though. It is a show.
Yep.
You know, even down to the food court that's out here. There's, you know, that massive area. They've got the stage. You can go up there, get your food. There's the bean bags, all that area. It's just a nice little chill-out area as well. A selection of everything.
And that's deliberate. Tell us short times on the live 330s. Ghost. G'day, Ghost. So Tony Grigic says, "Can you read out the 330?" So sorry, mate. I normally do the 60s, don't I, in the half? But Tony Grigic wants some 330s, so I'll make sure I put a few 330 times in there. That's the thing, Dave. We don't know sort of which end it's all going to come from, but it's just exciting no matter what. Any corner we look at, it's coming at us. This is some epic reflector crunching. I've never seen a reflector so distressed in my life. Like it's been pounded within an inch of its life. I hope this is the last surviving. Shame on you, Guy. Where's Guy with the Merc? Shame on you, Guy. You've pounded these. You know they have rights too. Reflector cones. Bash the poor little muppets around there. Now we'll be back underway, but yeah, generationally, mate, I just think that it's in a good place by itself. The way that it got here, 35 years young. And mate, I'll talk about 15 years from now, and you know, I know we can't look that far into the future, but that's the problem with society and politics at the moment, is no one looks that far into the future. But I'd like to see 15 years' time and see 50 years of Jamboree. Oh my God, what can we have not done by then?
Well, it'll be interesting to see where it evolves to, because you can go back and have a look at some of the early footage on the Jamboree YouTube channel.
Yep.
There, you know, that's something, if you're watching a streamer, go back and have a look at some of that early stuff, and just even how the tracks evolve.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a shame that data-wise we didn't really collect a lot of data about people, and you know, all the people that ever went to a Jamboree, how many of them are we still retained after 35 years, and how many new ones, and how many have come through cross-generation, taking your kid there, all of a sudden you gravitated to it and you never missed one.
We'll see the you know, the usual suspects coming in with their Rotary hats, and
yeah, I hope so. I hope so. We need more of those lunatics here every year, and I know we've got them. And I know there'll be a fair few Kiwis that have come over. You know what blew my mind this afternoon, Dave? And I'm going to recap. Blew my mind this afternoon. Team Japan comes in, 6 of them. There's that magic number again. 6 of them come in, and Makoto-san and everyone giving me gifts, because they are. They're very good with gift giving. I love it. They haven't been to a Jambo in a while, and they said they weren't going to miss this one, and they are all here. Blow me away. To have Shane T sitting where you were this afternoon, and just comes in and has a rap with the digs. And
it was brilliant.
Yeah, I'm in heaven, mate. It's finally Friday, and it's only Friday, and I'm in heaven. It's
Jambo heaven.
It's Friday night, and I'm in heaven. Give me a 20 BRX7. Billet 2J to run 5s all day. And a wheel standing car like a jackrabbit. Oh, it's a smorgasbord. Absolute smorgasbord. Would you like to prefer this cut of meat tonight, sir? What would you like tonight? Billet 2J?
Well, there's a bit of a choice right now together.
Noonan Hemi. Full tube Pro Mod car, or mind you, Andy's is pretty much now the full tube where it needs to be. 275 Radial car. Billet Noonan Hemi, twin 88s, I think. FF McHale, I think it's a 3.2. Matuk Racing 2JZ. I do think it's got a torque converter in it, and I do think it's a 5-speed gearbox with a locker.
He's running J315.
And I think this is going to be, look, a Fief can steer, so can Andy right now. They are 2 of the best steerers in their own game. Andy on that Radial tyre, a Fief with the full tube car here. They can steer, and I think right now, this time of night, 7:15, conditions in very good state. Gonna do a send. I think if they're not going for a send here, then I've underestimated them. Okay, so I just think right now, that little rub, that little spray, still conditions, very still. Look at the smoke sitting here in the atmosphere, Dave. Look at it just sitting there, not budging an inch. Conditions very still. Import versus big block bump city going on here, and cross power plant bumping. Look, they won't be racing here. They're just going to get their times here. Holy crap, a Fief. Holy crap, a Fief. Oh, 627. Oh, boy, here goes Andy. Half track now, 431, and goes 650. Oh, 59. 112 in the 60 for Andy. 975 for a Fief. 399 to half track. 267 to 330.
And we've lost the time of cone.
2.67 there for Rafif. 6:22, 177 mile an hour. I wish I took a photo of that run as well. Here it is again. 3.99 with a 5. Have we got? We don't have time for a replay there. 3.99 with a 5.
We've got a
189 mile an hour.
Cone down, cone down.
What a drive to the centre line. Like I didn't know whether Andy was going to leave or not. I'm looking off the screen, looking live, and he drove that towards the centre line, got it back, banged the gears, and then that thing just rockets out. It was 189.5 track, so I'm figuring he might have nearly been out of it near there.
There's your water grains, mate.
67 water grains. Yeah, it's good conditions. All
Here's
right.
a replay.
Here's a replay. So just an absolute rocket. Yeah, well, maybe, yeah. Geez, that is an early shoot. That is an early...
He's got the cone with the shoot.
Yeah, right. I'm wondering whether it was Andy. There goes Andy, 59, 213 mile an hour on the Radial. Yes, sir. Both badass in their own way. Here we go. We're going to turn off here for a sec. Friday night testing. Let's just listen to a Rotary Dynasty. Good stuff. I think that's Ender SNL back. That's the 2JZ S13, and beside him that Billet 20B Pack RX9 of George Raham. They do have that slipper clutch in that car and a 7-speed Liberty transmission. Friday night in Australia. What do we do on a Friday night in Australia? Well, tonight it was Jamboree test night.
Oh, testing. Well, that can't be exciting. Wow. Let me tell you.
Ask these blokes. He's in the company car. I hope everyone watching around the world is impressed with our Australian lineup here at Jamboree. We're proudly, quietly proud, aren't we, Dave?
We are.
We're very proud, and we want you to all come down under and be part of Jambos in the future. The next one's at Tailem Bend, 18th of October.
We've got 800 people.
Yeah, good. That's good.
You watch a bit of testing with us.
Like and share, like and share. All right. So Eaton just needs something down the track. It'll go low sevens, I think, no problem at all with this 2JZ on board if everything hooks up on the start line with this car. And who have we got beside it? Other than state-of-the-art rotary draw car. Could be the first 5-second rotary door car in the world. Tell you what, the boys are liking it. 413.5 track and a 637, 197 there. And 103.60 foot, 275 to 330. 413 to 178 mile an hour. Look, it's still going 630 back to back. No big speed out of it. And I just wonder whether they're on the other side of the clutch there again. And getting that start line, like, never been happy with that car when it goes 101, 102. That they can race on that. That part looks very good and safe in this car. Now that's a bigger wheelbase car. It's probably the fruitiest bit of door slammer they've probably ever had so far with all the beautiful cars they've had. But that just did everything right. It was a little, like, you need to hit 98, 96 in the 60 if you really want to go after it and risk shaking. 101, 102 every run's going to do its trick. That 7-speed now probably allows them out here to go pop, 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 pop on that 7-speed and really settle that car down early with that transmission. Oh, Dave,
I'm going to hand over the mic.
Oh, Dave, I don't want to. I don't want to be one of those guys that kicks you off just because we've got a shiny new toy to play with here. It's none other than world-renowned international tuner. Shane Tecklenburg joining us. testing. It's only testing on a Friday night, Shane T, but it's the third time you've come up here today, mate. And what's your... it feels like we're already at an event, but it's just a test day.
Well, hang on. You keep inviting me up, so that's why I keep coming.
Did I?
Yeah, I don't want to be rude.
No.
Yeah.
Well, you must have been reading my text or something like that.
That's exactly what it is.
Oh.
No, actually, it's great to be up here. It's a great view and, so much knowledge about what these cars are. I have no idea what they are, right? Obviously, because I'm not used to being over here. So, yeah, it's going to be hard to get rid of me, I think.
No, we're in a beautiful spot here in Australia as far as where the industry is. Like, you can see what guys have developed, their own knowledge, their own know-how, needing guys like you to come here and just do the final finishing touches to get themselves at world-class level. Now, give us the update. What happened on that second run there? What was that? More clutch track? We were sort of still near the clutch baseline or something?
Yeah, no, so we have a new clutch in the car that we never ran. The clutch is the same as what we had in the compound car, which is basically the car. So for a starting point, we decided let's put the clutch how we have it in the compound car. Yep. Fortunately, the linkages and stuff aren't all the same, so the bottom line is it's got way too much clutch in it. So that time I walked back to Eric, right, Luzinski, and said, okay, where are we supposed to have this thing? Because what we've got in there is not working. He says, well, maybe 1 turn of base and 15 grams. Like, okay, we got 25 grams and 4 turns of base. So we're definitely way heavy on clutch. So we're going to try it again with it the way it's supposed to be and see what happens.
Good stuff. So back in the lanes, hey? So it's good that we're able to go to 8 because, yeah, we had a blowing big block Mercedes take out all the timing codes, and that's what held us up. So it's like having, we have the same problem with kangaroos here, mate. Something jumps out in front of you and holds us up. So
it's his misfortune, but it's good for us because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to make it back.
Oh, is that right? There you go. So sometimes that is a blessing. That little bit of downtime. Now,
hate to see anybody have that kind of struggle, right? But in this case, it worked out for us. Go for it.
Have a look. Look, we've got a live stream here. Not only Shane T here on his Facebook, but we've got a live stream in front of us. We're looking at a screen. Right on our screen here is this beautiful Mustang, Joe Gauchi from Profab. Basically that twin turbo 481X combo. I call it almost the Eleanor shape. Of course, Carl Cox Motorsport, and I know that he's a gynecologist. Someone texted to say he's the gynecologist. I love it. It's going to live forever. I want it on the business card.
My friend Doug Stewart sent me that text message like 10 minutes before I said that. I laughed like crazy. I thought, I'm stealing it. I said, I'm taking it. Now he's like, I should have trademarked it.
You should have. Should just be on a shirt. Okay. Now we've got Gauchi bumping in here.
Here we go.
Let's just let it eat.
It's
okay, 961.
It was trying.
Get a load of that.
That's
there.
fantastic for a turbo.
Isn't this a good view from this angle
here?
Yeah,
no, it's great.
It's
wonderful.
We're just. I'm going to turn yours around to show people our view. Oh, can you do that?
Maybe. Yeah, you can do. You can turn
so that's a good. We've got a hell of a good view here. I haven't been to any American tracks to be able to know to know what the aspect is similar like in any other tracks, but normally we're upstairs and doing it from the top corner, but here we're kind of in a broadcast area here with beautiful overtaking lane people making it look easy. Look at Dave, he's just laying back here, vision streaming.
I'm not nearly this popular in America, so I don't get to go in the tower and do this ever.
Oh, why? Why?
Yeah. Well, who wants to hear what I have to say? I think half the fun of hearing me is the fact that I have an accent, right? Compared to everybody here.
Yeah, no.
In the States, I don't have an accent.
But it's adding a lot of colour to our broadcast here as well, and we, especially when you can articulate and you lived and breathed. This is just another Aussie Norseman we have here.
I got to take my hat off to you, by the way. I cannot believe that you are sitting up here all day long and talking about all of these cars. It must be extremely difficult.
On a test day?
On a test day?
I know.
You're like, I don't even know, what, 12 hours now?
I know, but did you see what was in the lanes? Like, we have not got one junker here. Not one junker, Shano. We don't have one junker. When you turn up at Jambo, the level is here, and it's only because of 35 years of evolution. Guys that got the bug when they were younger, a little bit older, can afford the bigger toys.
Better stuff,
and they still kept the good contacts, the good workshops. So this is, of course, Greg Saccharides. Of course, Mauler was his original name. He had an RX-4 four-door with a gassed Windsor on a small tyre on leaf springs as his first little modified street car. The bug bit, this is, 481X, all the fruit. Paul Mahay had this car, of course. This was 274 mile an hour car. So let's just get, it's ran a 48 last week testing. I'm going to let it eat here as well.
Just listen to the music of don't say anything.
bucks it up at half track. Oh, 367 a half track. 564.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, look at the speed though.
564. Quick photo.
Right.
Don't roll the screen. Don't roll the screen here.
Clicked
race control.
Clicked
hold
it early. Oh, you got it back.
Oh, Nelly, hold it. Race
Clicked
control.
it 211. Look at that.
There we go. Oh, look, mind you, 026 off the button, 956 to 60.
Stunning.
249 to 330. You saw it all come in there. Just so much good management. 67. Locker up near there. 211 and a half track. Book it. Hey, click that near 1,000. 64. You know we can't go over 260 here in this this race. So they know it could do 270 accidentally. So good run. You could win that whole event with that.
You don't go 970 out the back. That's any respectable turbo car probably at least take up 55 or 60 in the back.
Oh, absolutely.
That was a 270 mile an hour pass to run the other end.
What stuns me is the turbo pro mods that can go 220 in the 660.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an early lock. I mean, lock up is the key for those things, obviously, to
100%.
to get that thing to just throw the wastegate off it after that.
It takes everything.
It
right?
takes
the track
everything.
being good enough, and so the car I work on, the best we bid is 223, and the best ET we've ever had is 366. When we ran quarter mile, we went 554, 274 in Vegas, and went 374 to the 8th.
Yeah, right.
214.
Yeah. Just got.
And that was with 88s. Now we run 98s. Yeah.
I mean, I still think you can. I reckon if you made it all 88s again, the racing would just like fatten itself right up there.
That's basically exactly what they did.
And
so
it's an eighth mile thing. The 88s
yes,
are just perfect.
But so now, like with the World Series and all that stuff going on in the wintertime, it just makes more sense to everybody have the same rules. PDRA, Midwest. We run the Midwest Drag Racing Series back home, and PDRA's adopted the same rule, and the Winter Series is the same. That way you can get all the. Otherwise, you limit your car count, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be inclusive to get every number out there.
So now that's almost, if you want, it's almost a spec turbo. I mean, you can have different manufacturers, but basically it's got to be an 88.
Yep.
And kind of an accepted. There's a couple accepted turbos.
Yep. All right, Po Tung, Anthony Matook, two Sydney guys bumping in here. Took's got the clutch pedal. VL God.
It's going to be big. Go.
Okay, Poe, 124 in the 60, half track 474. Hey, 712, 201 mile an hour. Back to his old tricks. That's where Poe can just run that thing with all its 2J goodness and deliver it. 124 in the 60. Anthony, in all sorts of trouble in the short time. Yeah. 120 in the 60 foot. It's almost like it rolled up. Yeah, well, he was trying to just. Yeah. It was almost like an attempt to. I don't know what, but trying to just get it out on the tyre and go. A few guys have tried to play that game today, and it can nearly work. But when you got that much, that gobs of horsepower coming on after that, well, sometimes it's never the right way to do it. And do you find sometimes that you've ever had a fair dinkum? And we'll ask about it shortly. Actually, let me just let these boys go. Here's the guy trying to license. Here we go. All right, so 20B, this is one of the ex-Sedek cars, so Jay Sedek sort of earned his wings in this thing. We've got a lot of big tyre RX3 in this country. We've got to thank that three-letter word on the back a lot, PAC, of course, Pack Performance. No shortage of customers wanting the Rotary Dream. I think if you were to do a sticker price on if you walked in the pack and said, I want the RX3 that you guys build, ring hundreds of thousands of dollars, but guess what? It'll run. If you want it, it'll run a 790. It'll take you to the shops. It'll do everything.
If you wanted to do it yourself, you'd spend the same amount of money.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
Take a lot longer,
Exactly.
Right? So it's just a way to shortcut the line.
Absolutely. And for people that are, as we say, can't always be good at working on cars to be successful in life. But if you're really good at something else, and cars are the passion, well, you get in the game. You get the best people around you, and before you know it, you're living the drag racing dream that you've always wanted to do. And you've sampled the very pointy end of it all, mate. It's an epic achievement to try and do. Let alone win like an NHRA championship over 26 rounds.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a slog. No, but almost by the end, the gloss is almost completely worn off it by the end of 26 rounds,
100%. Those cars usually still out.
Wait, no.
Big test on
Easy boy. Wall there, Silver. That big 20B. I still think licensing-wise, it was about trying to attempt to get the thing out and along a little bit. Certainly wasn't at that stage where we were going to send him past half track. It was still part of a 330-foot deal.
You can see it grabbing the tire. I'm sure it's a little bit misleading, but it's sort of counterintuitive that too much grip is actually a problem. But what happens with these cars is that you actually have the tire rotating across the surface for the quickest acceleration. So when the track is too sticky, it's difficult to get the tire to spin. I'm sure that seems like it's backwards, but in reality, you want the tires to spin a little bit across the surface. And if they don't spin, then you end up with something called tire shake, where the tire jumps off the ground and you go nowhere. So it's difficult to hit that right. When the track's good like it is now, it's basically too good.
Yeah, and combos that worked before, when you're just about on it, you get that last little bit of prep and it's a little bit too much for it.
Well, there's two ways to run the car when the track's sticky like that. One way would be similar to what they do with the Radial, where they don't spin at all. A Radial cannot spin, right, because it can't recover. But a slick tire can spin a little bit and recover. And so the fastest way with a slick is if you can spin it. But if you can't spin it, then you're better off going back to Radial. Right, it's slower, but at least it goes down the racetrack.
Oh, absolutely. And I've loved that was never thought of in the 80s. It only became a millennial thing, a challenge where small tyre became another way of, and I remember 10.5, the old outlaw 10.5. Here we go. Oh, Smithy, nice little wheel stand.
Yeah, that's gangster.
That is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was fresh from Spot On. Another one from Spot On Performance. You'll find that down at Spot On Alley, which is, of course, right behind the main tower here, where Pack is in behind as well. So the big building in the back behind the start line, Spot On Alley is behind there. That is another vehicle out of that workshop. And the whiteboard in their office there is off the bottom with projects, people wanting the cars in the workshop to do their vehicle. And some of the stuff that's getting built in this country, Shane, is it's not like there's a workshop out there waiting for a customer to come in. A lot of the good workshops, they've got a line. They've got a line 6 months, 8 months, 12 months.
Sure. Good on them.
And it just goes to prove we've got quite a few opportunities in this country on be able to race. We've got a nice little drag and drive. Seeing a few guys doing drag and drive promotion. So of course drag and drive's trendy at the moment in the States and going off its head. Our Radial and import stuff's always kind of been world relevant. And one of the things that keeps everything together is the big J and the big Jambo. 3 a year now just keeps your attention.
It's Jambo, mate.
Well, Jambo. It keeps your attention. It gives you at least three times a year where you can swing well, swing with the right people, swing with your peers. Just an announcement here. Attention in the pits. 7:45 is the lane shut-off. 7:45 is the last call. So 7:45, the lanes are shutting. There'll be our big wheelie bins stuck in front of the staging lanes, and that'll mean you cannot pass the wheelie bins. You will have been locked out. 7:45 is the last call for the lanes, please, for testing. And that still gives us, geez, it only gives us 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes to shut the lanes.
Our guys are trying to get up there, so I sort of told them, look, I'm going to go up there. I'll meet you up there.
No,
so if I'm not mistaken, this seems like this might be another one of those V8 with Terpskis in this lane, huh?
Yes, and of course from the other side of the country, that's of course Lorenzo Galotto.
WA.
Yeah, he's over in WA. They still run a traditional championship style rule book slot. Okay. So he sometimes runs in a Group 2 or comp style. Right. But he did build a Radial car, which he's come and run over here before. He's now bought this Pro Mod. It's got a 471 cube
small inch
brad in it, like it's got a sort of Hemi in it.
That's what we had. We had a 481.
Yeah,
I think 554, 274.
I think they're a good size. I think they're not as hard on everything. You let them rev a little bit.
It's not that fun trying to get it through the converter, but once you figure it out, yeah, I mean, look, the thing is that they'll rev well because the cylinder head's relatively large compared to the engine.
All right, here we go. So Simon Ione's done his bit. So 13B beside twin turbo Hemi Pro Mod. So Pro Compact against Pro Mod testing. Well, look, I'll tell you what, Simon's thing did not sound the healthiest, but it got down. 105 in the 60, half track 468, and look, at 26 and 187 at least gets you some seat time through the pointy end here. Reacquaint yourself.
Exactly 1,319 feet further than mine's gone so far.
Is that right?
Actually, it's hard to complain about that, isn't it?
Oh, well, sometimes I think it's well, well, what probably saved it would probably be that it did have the miss and it wouldn't overpower the tyres or something. So it did everything slightly worse than it would have if you zinged it. So here's another guy wanting to have another crack. This is another fellow here that has built this car in his own garage and for years has run green VL station wagons.
Okay, so that's
and
a trademark.
always with 2 JZs in it. So it's 2 JZ. This is a 25-1 SFI Pro mod, essentially. Built it on his own jig. I know he built it to that because he had that book open when he was building it, and then he built my car at the same time. So now I have a 25-1, but mine's 79-inch wheelbase, and his is a VL wagon. But he's finally finished this thing, and as Danny said, it was a 5-year rebuild, and he said, I have learnt more stuff in the last 5 years that now I wish I put into my own car. That he goes, I now feel like I'm finishing an old car, and I'm so much further ahead now from what I've learnt the last 5 years. So it's nice that a bloke can admit that himself.
Oh, but that happens. Like I was just talking about that with Kyle down there on the starting line. Like, look, the stuff we were doing 5 years. Even I look at the S15 when I'm looking at what's going on in there. I'm like, why was I doing it this way? Like, I don't do it that way anymore. I found a newer, better way, maybe.
Yeah, that's crazy. There you go. The Mercedes guys apologising for the German kangaroo. There we go. So guys apologising for that. Yeah, Brett Murray. Yeah, Shane's a gynecologist. We know that. Now here's Shagger. Shagger saying a couple of GCs in the booth. Yeah. There we go. So
good on you, Shags.
Yeah, Shags, you're a good. You're a GC too, mate.
You're a GC. Yeah.
Okay.
You're a good C.
Yeah, you're a good one. You're a good one.
not a shit C.
No, not one of those, or a grub one. Right. Staging lanes. Well, look, tell you what, they've called stumps on the lanes already. 7:38, the lanes are closed. Staging lanes are closed. If you were rolling, maybe.
We're going to find out.
Staging lanes are now closed. I've just had a message sent through to me that they've actually called. Apparently, there's that many cars there. They're probably just saying the lanes have got to be closed now anyway because it's, you know, there's a term. Have you heard this in Australia? Chockers.
Chockers. I know. What's this mean?
Full.
Full. Yeah.
Chock-a-block. Yeah, chock-a-block.
Got it.
Yeah. So you heard chock-a-block.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
Yeah. So in Australia, it's like chockers. It's like, you know, no one called breakfast brekkie. I think Aussies called brekkie.
It's brekkie in the Arvo.
But yeah, that's in the Arvo. You love that one.
Yeah, I love all of it.
Yeah, just
fantastic.
But yeah, so the staging lanes for those people on the stream. And remember, if you're watching on the Shane T live stream now, go to YouTube on the other device that's in your room called the television. And the telly. And look, it's only going to give you 20 minutes of it, but go and get onto YouTube and search Jamboree testing, and you will see what we're watching on a big screen here as well.
Do yourself a favor.
Yeah. Well, that's it, and do it again tomorrow, and do it again the next day. Like and subscribe, because we'll give you the next 2 days of about 220, 230 cars. From all over, and predominantly with testing, we're bringing all the interstate guys. They come early. So we've got cars here from probably nearly 5 states. And of course, remember, in America, it doesn't sound like a lot. We've got cars from 5 states where you got 50-something states.
Yeah, your states are bigger.
I think we've got about 7 states. That's about all we got.
Yeah.
All right, come on, Danny. Come on, Danny. Go. Nice run all the way. Danny Lansdowne, 7.14, 195 mile an hour for the Wags, 121 to the 60 foot, 311 to 330, 465 at half track at 158 mile an hour. The last Kenda here, him and Andy and everyone from Spot On all wrecked their torque converters because the traction was so sticky. It's good to see them back, and you know what? They joke about that. That's got a torque, so they've had a variety of different bolt-ups and they've had different problems with it. They've still got one that they share between cars that still goes in and never fails.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be that one. That might be that one.
Try all this magic and then eventually just, okay, put the other one back in that works now.
Oh,
we're done with all the theories. They're out the window. Try again next time.
A couple of months ago, we're sitting down behind there and we're just looking at all this destroyed torque converters. Like, well, you're making power. That's one thing we can say. The track was so sticky. When we do a full radial prep here, look, Justin's doing the big tyre radial vibe. He's got to kind of give it a median track to that. That's the sort of track you do like for a top fuel event or something.
It's good. The track is way good.
Do you like it?
Even
you like
during
it?
the day,
I
think it's too good. I think everybody's not really.
Well, you know, you can go and you can call your mate Kurt up and ask, "Are you watching?" Kurt could be watching. How are you, mate? You're a GC as well.
Yeah, he is.
I remember on the start line when he first came up to me, he goes, "Shane T told me to look out for you," and it's like, "Oh, g'day, Kurt."
quad rotor Camaro in it.
Yeah, he said, I know. How good's that? Lanes are closed. Okay, there we go. Lanes are closed. Soon as 8 comes around, it will stop. Okay, so there we go. So it looks like we're running till 8. It's a hard cut. So what we're telling you, it's a hard cut. We might have people in the lanes, and at 8, you roll it back to the lanes. Yeah, so where else in the world do you get a quad rotor twin turbo Camaro Pro mod? And it's got a gorilla on the side, and it's from one of our biggest car dealers in Sydney. So Sedek's warehouse, I think he's got nearly 1,000 cars undercover in Sydney. There's photos of the 1980s where he would sell a car yard full of Rotaries. Sedek Rotor, it used to be car yards selling nothing but RX3s, RX7s, RX2s. So he's had a history of selling cars his whole life. And here he is now, got his son in another pro mod called Salupa. He wants the gorilla to eat. This man not only knows how to drive, he is another one of these people that knows how to party. When you got him in a good mood, you've got the happiest, loveliest, good dancer you've ever met. When you got him in a bad mood, we'll just take a look at that gorilla on the side, and that's the other guy. So
Only an Aussie.
Yeah, oh, look, Sam Sedek, he's a driver. All right, next to us is this Barra. Dandy Frank at the door. They're both having a sand, they're both having a go.
Sounds like it dropped a rotor, to be fair.
Yeah. 105 for the Camaro, half track, 437, 330, 282. And yeah, it was starting to hurt, eat itself up or do something there, maybe slipping. And then look, can't tell the Barra's not too impressive. That's still a pretty good run for a full fended Falcon.
Speaking of pretty good runs, what about Rickus car?
Oh,
weapon, is it not? And Paul Moyet, well, man, that guy's, he's a badass.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's do you know much about Paul's original story about how he took over door slammer racing in this country? It's an interesting yarn. I'll tell you my view of it if we get a chance, because he wanted to lobby for turbo cars in door slammer over here, and there was a few owners that are in the association that kind of didn't want this change to come. And I think
said, okay, fine. Now you pissed me off.
There was a certain racer that kind of said to him, "Listen, you can come after us with a blower, but you'll never beat us because we know we've been doing this for too long."
Hold my beer.
And that was the dare, and Billy Stockland and everyone got involved. He went and called he called to war. And the rest was history. But you know what's still amazing? If you go back and follow the history of that period of time in Australian drag racing, is it was him and John Zappia, because no one could beat Zappia for years, and then Zappia was kind of the king for years on end, and then Mahayat came in, and within that first year it was like literally becoming Zappia and Mahayat everywhere, and I didn't get sick of watching that either, because again I don't know who to, I still got massive respect for Zappia. Zappia can stand on what he's achieved.
This is the John Force top door slammer.
He pretty much is. Him and Victor Bray. Victor Bray. You know, if you're going to remember Australian history, I mean, think of guys like Jim Reed, multi-time national top fuel champion. You think of all of our Aussie top fuel guys, Rochelle Splatt. I rate the Cowans, the McGees, all that early stuff. The Sainties, the Sainties.
Yeah, the Sainties.
I mean, we've got a lot of history in Nitro in Australia, but then it's the door slammers that everyone loved, the Wild Bunch. Dennis Sirimus brought Cam Stanley and Tommy House here. I was a teenager.
That was, the cars that I worked for in the States. John Shelby, Wapanu, 57
well,
Chevy.
Shelby came here. Torkelson, Coons.
And Kirk Coons. I worked for Kirk also. He brought the 59 Corvette.
You were meant to come back to this track. You were meant to come back to this.
I was too young to come in. Like when I went to Kirk, I just graduated high school.
Is that right?
Years old. No, I was like more like 14 working on Shelby's car.
No, I was up 56 minutes down the road. Would come here and watch it happen. That Taurus station wagon and that 300Z.
But see, those guys planted the seed.
Oh, absolutely.
Here we are, right? And we're
and it's got a lot to do with that name there, Dennis Sirimus. He was the guy that saw Wild Bunch and door slammer racing in the States, saw supercharged racing as popular, and he was a showman. He wanted to. This is back when the track used to do their own promotions. Okay, boys. Oh, wow, God, the power wheel stand, second gear. Shane T made the call. It's 691 there for Jay Sedek, off the throttle early, 100 to the 60 foot, lost the time off the screen. But you and I both almost said at the same time, that got it, got it. I missed the 60. I didn't get to see the 60. I think it was 106, 105.
105, yeah. So, but you don't get the perspective from up here, right? So you can't tell it's about to cross the center line. It just looks got the front end up, and it's obviously going.
Yeah.
It's like, that's right. So Eric nailed that one.
We've got the opportunity for Tyler to give us the replay of that run again, if he could, because, we've got to see. There we go. So we let it eat here. So he gets out on the tyre good, grabs second, and that's when all hell breaks loose here.
So it looks fantastic. Other than that bit.
Well, from
right
our
up to there.
from our angle, it leapt. It literally on that first to second, and then it leapt over this way. I didn't think it.
To be honest,
shouldn't have been
I'm shocked
there.
that was a 105. Maybe it looked better. Maybe it carried the front end over the 60-foot clock.
I think it probably.
Maybe that was
could've.
a rear wheel 106 or 105.
Yeah, well, I think it probably could have been. That was wild. That's wild.
Pretty sporty.
There's still enough in this track to give it. I think everyone what they want. But while we're just having a quick inspection there, back to why Aussie drag racing we did need those international people to come, and it was good to see. These cars in the flesh, in the pits, to know that the world was bigger than what we were seeing in front of us. But then to see the local heroes take it to them and almost try and beat them, never always quite dominate them. But, we go back to the early days when a certain young upstart called John Force came to Surfers Paradise with Gene Beaver's old funny car, and then... proceeded, I think, kick the rods out of it on the press day, and then with Densham here helping him get it back together and his first tour.
He certainly was not the person that he is now until about 88 was the first time he won. He was just been to the final and get beat every time, and then finally broke through in 88, and then kind of that was when it started.
Well, I remember watching Diamond P in the early 80s where he was just struggling he was on the road.
Early 80s was Snake all the way.
Yeah, right? Absolutely. You couldn't be. It's almost like Prince and Michael Jackson back in that same era. There's Forsey trying to be the star, but it was the Snake.
Snake and Bernstein.
Yes,
early 80s Snake. Late 80s Bernstein.
But McCulloch, McEwen, there were about 6 or 8 in there that would always just mix them up. Back in the day, single pump, single mag. I still watch that stuff and get a kick out of watching it. The good old days like that. But we started getting them too, so we would get the American visitors. We've had Tom Hoover, we've had Corey Mack, we've had Ron Katz, we've had Tommy Johnson.
You've got Tommy Johnson and Larry Dixon
Tommy Johnson
now in Sydney, right?
Hey, Tommy, where the bloody... You should come to... Has Tommy ever been to a Jambo?
I'm doing what Tommy's supposed to be. Now he's announcing at IHRA with Ken Stout.
Yeah, well now that I think... was already... Oh, that's right, he did too. He sort of ditched before it all went down. So Tommy's not even here. He's still in the States. But
No. I think he's in Sydney right now.
Oh, he did have to go.
Yeah, him in Sydney. Yeah, him and Dixon are in Sydney right now. I think running Top Fuel.
Oh, that got canned, that event. So guess what?
Did it?
Where the bloody hell are you?
Yeah, come up here.
Come on up.
Come up to Bris Vegas.
Come up to Bris Vegas. It's an hour's flight, and you'll still have your mind blown by the end of the weekend.
So when I was a kid, we used to go to street races, right? Which is not popular to say, but it's the truth. It's what we did. It's kind of where we started. So the Valley in LA. So Valley Girl Valley.
Yeah.
We were from a different part of the city. We're from south there in Orange County, but we usually go to street races every once in a while in the Valley. And so one time we go to the street races, and I'm looking at these two guys that are standing in the parking lot. There's 100 people in the parking lot. Everyone always talks about how they're going to race and nothing ever happens. Anyway, there's these two guys standing there. I'm like, why do I know these two guys? It's Steve Johnson and Larry Dixon. Right? And I'm like, what are you guys doing here? So Dixon had just got his license in Snake's Top Fuel car in Gainesville. Went 476 when he got his license, the quickest run ever for somebody to get their license. So anyway, I kind of went through that, and it was always stuck in my mind. Then we were running Speed Demon about 5 years ago, and Larry Dixon and Doug Herbert come up to look at the car, and it's like, what do you guys here? Get in the van, come with us. And I was telling him, I'm sure you don't remember this, but I met you one time at the street races in the Valley. And he's like, I remember someone coming up to me and Steve saying, someone that recognized, because no one else did. They didn't. Nobody's paying attention.
That's right. You were the only one paying attention.
But to me, it's like royalty, right?
Yeah. They were gods of the sport, and you knew who they were.
Then he went when he went to work for Alan Abbey, when they started running Top Fuel and Funny Car with Borsham. Then I got to meet him again then, right? And then with the Speed Demon thing. So now it's kind of it will always be if we go to one of our races that happens at in early September in Michigan.
Yep.
And usually he's there with his 2-person Top Fuel car, right, giving somebody a ride. So.
Yeah.
And some of the guys that work on the car, I'm become friendly with them over the years, and so it's kind of a cool deal.
Oh, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So here's a message here. So Dixon didn't get here. They called it before he left LA. Tommy is here.
Yeah, so he's having holiday.
Yeah, well, he will. You know, but if it's raining still in Sydney, sunny Brisbane tomorrow.
That's it. Take a plane.
Actually, I wish the weather.
You
was...
can have this job.
Oh, no. Well,
no, not your job. My job.
No, but you don't want to give up your job. Well, you got other jobs.
It's not really my job, is it?
But I know a lot of people are getting a kick out of us having a good old chat here. We're watching the clock. I don't know what we're on against here. Whether we're picking up or checking something here.
I think they're trying to lay the cone got taken out, right? So they're trying to glue it down.
These poor things that they've. And
they hate these cones.
But yeah, and they can't be 50-kilo lead weights. They've got to be light enough to deflect. And you still see how much damage they do if you hit them at 200 mile an hour.
Yeah. It's a lot heavier at 200 miles an hour than it is when sitting there.
And all sometimes I think the dump pipes or the chutes. A lot of times it's the chutes, and that'll just be it. But
I think I got it sorted now.
They should do a retractable one, so they do the timing and then retract.
And just put another one up underneath it, just rises out of the ground.
Yeah, just nice. like those retractable bollard things.
You should patent that.
Oh, it'll only be useful at drag strips. I don't know how successful that will be,
By
mate.
patent, I mean patent.
Yeah, patent. Yeah, I know what you meant. Yeah, patent.
Right. Tomato.
Yeah. Do you hold any patents? Do you got patents?
I do not.
I've never had a patent either.
Believe it or not, my name is on a patent, but it's really almost shouldn't be. It's something else.
Is that right?
Entirely,
Isn't that weird? Because that's another thing that was an old stock. Like these days with the freedom of manufacture, like you can freestyle manufacture something. Patent what? You know, like
I think, people still do that a lot, and I get it. But honestly, I just think you're better to be first to market, do a good job.
First to market.
It's going to be what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here we go. Zeus is back. This is a full-size R35 shower.
It's definitely a weapon.
We've seen Rob rise through the ranks, you know, primarily a GDR guy. I always had quick street GDRs, and the bug bit pretty hard. The last couple of years grows CRD to the next level as well, because again, you know, horsepower. People want to buy horsepower. You need a flagship, and sometimes this is the best way to enhance your business.
They're definitely putting in the effort too. That thing's got a billet cylinder on it that they're experimenting with and trying to refine. So far it's working well, but that becomes a limitation on most of these things. We're all running cast still, and cylinder heads still, and 2J and the SR and so forth. So you start to run to the limit of what those components can handle.
The traditional drag racing Achilles heel. Get rid of the Achilles heel until you don't have a weak spot. Now it's the cylinder heads. It was the blocks before. It's the cranks, whatever. Someone sent me a picture that the lanes are closed. Now we knew they were closed. We called out the lanes are closed. As he said, I reckon we've got an 8 o'clock hard cut, so we might have a few disappointed people yet. But let's see how we go. Here the boys are having another go. Marjan ready to go. We're going to let them eat here. Friday testing nearly done. Half track 386. Oh, 580. Thank you. 582. Wasn't that worth waiting all the way till 8 o'clock for? 582, 243 mile an hour. Half track 386, 198. But hey, it looked soft.
It was good. Slow as fast and smooth as fast.
Well,
it was good.
I was about to say slow as fast because it did look soft, and then 998. That doesn't lie.
But that's fantastic for those guys. And hopefully I can go over there and congratulate them without them over-serving me again.
I know. How good, but how good.
Yeah, no, that's really good. That's good for those guys.
And what was that? What was your shirt you were wearing? What's the liver shirt or something?
My wife got me that. It's shut up liver, you're fine.
Shut up liver, you're fine. I've actually had a couple of weeks ago had a diagnosis here with a fatty liver. I said, what have I got to do to sort of get rid of it? Because don't drink as much alcohol and everything. And I said, sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, exactly.
You said wah 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 wah. That's all I'm hearing from you, doc. That's all I'm hearing from you.
I went to the doctor too and got the same kind of lesson. The same thing. Stop eating. Do one or the other. It's either stop eating or stop drinking. You pick, but it's not going to be both.
Yeah. So, but then again, all in moderation. So I eat a little less and I drink a little less.
Well, the guy told me I could have 2 a day, right? So I figured if I store up 10 days and don't have any, I could have 20 all at one time. It's the same average, is it not? I'm not good at math.
No, well, I agree that the binge is probably the better way to do it. If you want to slowly do it, or the binge.
What am I going to have, 2 beers? What am I going to waste my time with that for?
I know.
Nothing good is going to come out of that.
And do you find that your American beers, they are, like you can drink a million of them because they're like one standard drink?
Yeah, because my go-to is Coors Light. It's called Colorado Kool-Aid.
Is that right? Why?
Why? It's like the difference between, let me think, there's a joke here. Let me get it right. So what's the difference between Coors Light and making love to a woman you're a stream?
One of them could be effing close to water.
Yeah, you got the point. Obviously, you can see where that was going.
Because
right?
I heard that from a Foster's, a reference to the Fosters as well.
Oh yeah, that's the first.
Yeah,
the first time I ever came here, we ended up in Melbourne going to Motec for training, right? So we go to the first bar we go to, we walk in, we don't know what we want. The bartender's like, "What do you have?" Like, Foster's. Like, nah, mate, we don't drink that shitty.
No, that's right. That was one of our early exports that we don't have to worry about anymore.
Yeah, send it to the Americans; they'll drink it.
Well, just tell them Chris Hemsworth endorses it, and they'll probably sell 1 million.
That's it.
G'day.
That's probably one of my longest lives ever, being down to 5 people.
I know, it happens.
Everybody.
It happens.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was trying to do it.
Oh, have a look at that. 990 in the 60. Aren't all these cars just so on the money? So on the money early now. 990. That start line's been really good. Look, it was off at way before the finish. So we got 15 cars left, and it's nearly 8 o'clock. 15 cars left, and it's
3 minutes.
Well, no, we got 3 minutes. We are.
So we're going to get one pair done.
Well, we're talking. We always talk hard. We always talk hard cuts. But then we also call for the spirit of it.
Run the lane out.
Yeah, but so let's just see what happens. Sometimes we might be a soft touch. Sometimes we might just be like that. So let's have a look. Hey, it all depends on whether this guy doesn't oil the track again like he did last time.
Somebody greases it, and then we're all in big trouble.
So, mate, so the thing we've got out in front of us here is a Tirana. Now, again, I hope everyone that's been watching Shane still gets onto YouTube right now and search under Jamboree testing. It's right on now, the last 2 minutes of it. That's where everyone's gone. They've gone to your stream.
Well, hopefully.
Gone to the Jamboree
4
stream.
lowly souls left.
Yeah,
that's probably my mom and my wife and my daughter. That's 3 of them.
Good evening. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Actually, none of them want to watch me anyway.
No, but it's again, if you're watching that on YouTube, you're getting the whole vibe here. And if anything, you can watch all of that stream back on YouTube anyway. So do that as well. A lot of racers do that. The next day they'll actually scroll through the stream, find their stuff.
Sometimes you'll be doing it at the other end of the track as soon as you pick the car up.
Well, that's it. It's surreal that you can do that. All right.
What did that look like?
Yeah, well, this is all we got sometimes, so might as well log it while we've got it, you know.
Right, so is this a VL in the other?
It's a VL, but it's got a Barra in it. Australia. Twin turbo small block in the Tirana. 115 in the 60, half track off Busbridge, another 6-second time coming in, 677, only 185 mile an hour. He's looking for another 201. Farrelly sends it through the deep end.
He's on the skids.
Yeah, look,
after the 8th.
Yeah, it went only 893. He's been 784 today. 77 from Busbridge, the old faithful. He's had that car for years. Has he changed it much? Not really. It's a traditional small block Chev. It's got all the right bits in it. The license plate is 2 whizzes, right? So the number 2 and then WIZAS. He's a Victorian Aussie bloke, and let's go with the button like any other racer, and has an uncanny habit of beating everyone with that car. All right, here we go. This is one of our best.
A powerhouse over here,
right?
right?
Mate, that first, I was so glad for him when he keeled off that 83 this afternoon.
No doubt about it.
You got the best seat in the house here, Shane T. You've got the best seat in the house.
You ain't lying. I think maybe I'm going to stay up here when my car runs, too.
Oh, but yeah, I think you need to be there.
Yeah, I think I'm probably not going to run, would be my guess. I don't see it yet, so we'll see what happens.
No, this is great to be able to sit here. We're looking straight ahead here. We've got it all on the screens. This is...
Look at that. Who's that bloke?
So that's, Benny Bray. You
Benny
met him?
Bray,
Have you met him?
Yeah, I have met him.
Yeah, you
looks
did
like
meet
me,
him.
doesn't he?
Well,
from that angle he does.
Ben Tecklenburg.
Nah,
Ben
maybe
T.
that's it.
call him Ben T. Oh, someone call my name Ben T.
Exactly.
He could be.
He's probably tuned in listening to us right now.
I've known him since he was like 7. I used to sit there reading National Dragster with him at indoor cricket. His sister was dating a guy I went to school with, and little Benny, no one had talked to him. I'd sit there and read his National Dragster with him.
See, like, he had the target out there for us with the CPS ticket price.
Yeah, that's right.
They went 67.
I remember that Altima that he'd been there. He crashed right out here. He crashed that thing. He was on something. Had that car still been around, it'd still be a very low 6-second car.
No doubt about it.
And you know, he built a Solara with a 1FZ in it after that. So the kid didn't muck around, you know, with but he still has a hand in it. All right, here it is. This is Pac Jr. So again, I've known this bloke since he was a kid. Of course, Rocky's son. And he was always going to do this. Of course, his uncle's there. There's Uncle Rodney beside it. You've got Rocky at the door. Where's Uncle George? Probably back thrashing on the RX-9. Turning the thing off. Uh-oh. Just the ears, someone's ears pricked up there. I know what'll be happening now I know what they'll be doing now. They've got their favourite rugby league team playing. They kicked off about 10 minutes ago. They've got to watch the Bulldogs play the Storm tonight. Melbourne, the Canterbury Bulldogs against the Melbourne Storm.
They surely didn't plan on doing that.
No, well, some little noise there. They've decided that they're
better off to take it back. It's test day.
Yeah, and right now this man is hopefully getting everything ready to send this machine down. Of course, still one of the top 5 quickest pro import cars of the world, Rod Harvey. All of these cars at any one time have got the potential to have that perfect moment, that perfect run, where that ET doesn't lie, and it gives you you're chasing ETs your whole life here. You can spend a lot of money to chase what you really want.
It's starting to worry me a little bit. They're spending a lot of time looking in there.
No, same deal.
Good, right?
Same deal as well.
It's done. Go back.
Whoa, wow.
Wait a minute, other direction.
Okay, so the thing's running. So interesting that the thing's running.
He's just told him cut it off.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So and I can't believe we just saw that happen right on the stroke of 8 o'clock.
Do you reckon we jinxed it?
Oh, well, I don't. Look, all I can ever do is talk up what we see out there. If it turns into failure, I wouldn't. Never entertain that I would have any control over that at all. That's my disclaimer.
That'll get me invited not to come back, won't it?
No, you're right. No, you'll be right, mate. You're welcome back any time. It's still a fair haul to get here, is it not?
From LA, yes.
Yeah.
From the pit area, not so bad, but from LA, yes.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. This is a better way to catch up than but it was good that I did that on the way back, of course.
That one won't do a burnout.
Well, here we all are now. Right at the end when we think we might be hitting our high notes, there's a few little things.
Steady.
Like torque converter, not lighting these things up. And I don't know what size turbos.
I just probably missed the water is all.
I just don't know what Stu's got on board, 88s or 98s with this thing. You just don't know. It sounds good though. It's Noon and Hemi though. So and you notice the Kiwi Bro mod.
Yeah. There we go. That's what I like. That's definitely better.
It is for now. And it's one of our big Commodores on the line. We've got that as the big Caprice over there.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a what is that over there?
GDO, I thought.
GDO, like the GDO. Yeah. It was good that we had a manufacturing industry that would make those locally in this country and send them to the US. And we canned the Commodore.
They were popular. They made cool looking race cars too.
For nearly 20 years, we used to race them against each other, kind of like NASCAR, Commodores and Falcons. And now that's Mustang.
V8 supercars.
Now it's Mustang Camaro, which is the whole world. Mustang Camaro, the world. It's just a sad reality sometimes, but then sometimes people build 49 Mercuries and Barracudas and something different.
Takes all kinds, doesn't it?
It does, and people just want to be different. All right, so here we go. Let the Bro mod eat here.
With Chevy versus Holden, don't we?
Yeah.
In theory.
In theory.
Here we go. Pull it up, bump it in.
Oh, 382 and half track, bro. 573. 573 for Stu. Half track 382 at 204. 995 in the 60 foot. And everyone's happy in that team. Everyone is happy. It just goes to prove you've got drama and then you've got reward, elation. You get that, and how good did that go? How good did
I
that
see
go?
my card down there.
Uh-oh.
So we're in good nick.
Uh-oh. All right, good luck. Good
Much
luck
obliged.
this time.
Thank you for letting me hang out.
All right, we'll pick
Catch
it
you
up
back
again.
later.
We'll pick it up again tomorrow, perhaps, or whenever. Oh, thank you. You did, Shane. Sorry. All right, he's going to go down. He's got the magic phone out. He's going to see what they can get out of the baddest SR20 in the world as they jump on top of the clutch call from Eric Lazinski himself, Mr. Easy Clutch. All right, it is Benny Graham's time for one more hit. I'm just looking to see whether he's ticked off on the licence. I'm seeing if we've got any IHRA officials there, because he's at that stage with the new car. You've still got to do a couple of runs in it, obviously, and at least get it to half track or a full power run to advance your licence. Now, he's on a radial, so there's a few things he's getting used to with this sort of combo. There we go. That's getting it a little bit out there, Benny, just to get a nice run down. It went 9.29 at 138 mile an hour. Did not let that get up too high in the RPM there. We saw what happened on the previous run with that car when he was revving it up. It would break free as the RPM came up. So that's why I think it is a centrifugal supercharged deal. That thing was too cranky on the RPM, so he just thought instead of having another chance of putting the foot all the way to the floor, how about I just sort of feather it out first, second, third, and not wind up too much RPM and just get a settler in. So good one there for Benny. That's at least progress for today. Progress today for our friend Benny Graham. And here is Dale Gridley again. DIY 27. I love the license plate on that. DIY 275. Gazzard Brothers, cool as hell. You know why we've got the lights under the vehicle there? That's so that you can film. Normally there'll be a camera under there that can observe the suspension. Normally you illuminate that to be able to highlight suspension activity. All right, so there we go. We've got the only way to get all these guys through to the end was to put the collar at the end. No, not this time, not this time, not this time, not right now. Whatever they thought they were going to try on that occasion did not work, and the Valiant gets a nice little leisurely Friday night stroll down through the Willowbank quarter mile. And not too many cars left, still a few swingers. I do believe that right at the end, Captain Colin has the Compound SR. Compound 4G63. Sorry, I'm thinking of what Shane T was talking about. But no, I think he's still licensing Dom, so we couldn't put Captain and Dom together, you wouldn't think. Dom's still got to kind of do solos, I think, until he gets ticked off. Again, Captain didn't have a perfect run there either. It was a little bit. Now this thing's not sanding too good either. Now Frankie Tarabay. So that thing did not want to come out with full screaming 2J vibes. Meanwhile, Smithy, geez, he's put a few runs in today, Smithy. It was about 4 runs today. Stephen Smith. 2 sort of wild rides in the middle of the day, but what was impressive was the first hit of the day. 600 at 245 mile an hour. This is, I believe, a 4.8 Noonan on board this. So it is essentially a crazy hybrid big block, small block thing. So let's just see how he goes here. We've got Kevy on the start line behind, Kevy Morton. You've got Ricky Fenwick there on the 2-way. We've got the crew there having a look inside, making sure everything's right with Smithy. All right, so they're back on the mic. Smithy puts it in the gear. Now, I don't know about Frank. That thing didn't sound good in the burnout. Does that thing got a miss? It's got some little problem. I don't know. He's putting it back on the line, and he's going to give it another try. Steer, but he's not going to get an ET. No, he did get it. He did get it. Frankie got it. 594. Smithy 606 on a mission. I didn't know where to see it. I didn't know where to look. I did not know where to look. But all I know is that through whatever he holds with the Almighty, Frankie Tarabay, and he is a religious bloke, but whatever faith he held then came out, and he got a time slip. Like that thing was about to not throw him a time when he left. I can't believe how close that was to him not getting anything for his efforts there, Frank, but he managed to get that in there by some magic moment staging the car. And that's 594 at only 215. Half track, 386 at 185 mile an hour. It was 248 in the 60. 248 in the 330. This is the one part that, read into it as you will, the 60 foot was a 700. So he is, Smithy was in a huge power stand. I know we talked earlier in the day that Smithy went down that 600, didn't even hit the wheelie bar. Well, what did it do when it hit the wheelie bar? It's doing this crazy power stand stuff. It did send it 103 for Smithy. 389 to half track was on a mission as well. 190, kind of still the wheels in the air. And a 606. I don't know, have we got time to replay that run? I don't know whether we have. Guys are asking for Smithy's rerun, but we've got this, we've got the man of the moment, the vehicle of the moment. We'll be listening to Shane T's blow by blow on this car, and that they are still looking, look, horsepower they've made that on the dyno. It's now this clutch. That's the difference between now getting that horsepower that they see on the dyno through this car, through this transmission, through this suspension, through this tyre. This clutch baseline, they've got to be somewhere. They're going to give it one more crack here tonight. All right, half a dozen cars in the lanes. It found something off it when it went 117 to the 60 foot. We'll see if we can get a little replay of that one there, whether it had the wheels in the air before 60, but 117 in the 60. That whole staging procedure, the boost, everything to get that thing in and not creep the beams. Pulled it all off there for Don Miolo. And what can you do? When the thing goes towards the centre line and you're brand new in a car that's not yours, well, you're going to do probably the exact same thing, but needs the seat time. So that's some seat. Obviously, 2 days of testing probably would have helped us further along for the plight of that crew, but not to be. And these runs today have been all part of a learning process. Here's another one. Now, I'd love to know what thrash has happened on this car since the first run today, because there was something about the car that they weren't happy with. Something interrupted their normal flow. I can see the thing kind of coming back. Here we go. Now he's back. This is nearly next to the last car to run here. Or I know we did say a hard cut, but when the captain's out there, I wonder whether there'll be other guys wanting to have a crack here if they are still in the lanes. So where he's at, he's about 5th in the world as well, I think, Cole. We've got Rod Harvey at about 5th in the world for outright import, and I think Cole's about 5th in the world outright for 4-cylinder door car. Well, 4-cylinder period, pretty much. Very professional crew, everyone on board. Got Blaze Hanson, you've got Johnny, you've got Pete Farnell. Very good crew around it. All the captain wants to do is run some numbers at his own event with one of the baddest hot rods in the world. Jamboree testing. Hope you've had a great afternoon. Watch it back on the live stream, all the early stuff. Some epic stuff happened today. Got the 7-speed back in it. Cole Wilshire goes out the back door, 631, 228 mile an hour. Well, that'll do. That'll do for the captain. That'll do for the captain. Beautiful run. Just missed the photo of the run. Just missed the photo. Oh yeah, look, 108 to the 60, half track 417 at 182 mile an hour. Pulling though, I think it was pulling the 7-speed there. 631 at 128, and it did it all. 108 in the 60, 283 to 330. Half track 418 at 182. Not a bad number. A nice 631 at 228 mile an hour for the captain. Little settler. Shane Faccioni gets one more in. One more for the family street car. The VNSS. Turbo LS. Built from Spot On, of course. No, and come out on the shock, come out really trying to dead hook that tyre and move that suspension, but yeah, too much grunt or whatever, knocks the tyre off it. And Shane's last run of testing today, nothing like his 853 and his 812. Some cars are lucky enough to have had a few extra in there today. Our friend here in the RX2 might have had maybe 4 or 5. Checking down the end on the captain to make sure everything's okay. 228 mile an hour. So I think that's the plan. Whatever remaining cars we had there, as much as we said the hard cut, we've still been a bit lenient. Still been a bit lenient, which is good. It's the Aussie fair go. Yeah, so our friend in the RX2's had a few today. So's Shane Crichton here in the Cressida. 785, 775, 743. So you can say that's a fairly decent day of race car love here for Shane. And we know we've had some good runs out of the RX2 when it works. 937, 928. Just this bump in time, that might be his Achilles heel during racing on Sunday. Kreitz. What class is he in this weekend? Is it J275? Is it? qualified 10.5. Sometimes he's played in there. Big old Cressida. Two in the 60, half track 467, early shoots, and he goes 59. Crites, what a run. There was some potential in the back half, but he didn't send it the full way. 467 to the 8. That thing does get a fair buzz about it, doesn't it, that thing? She's a revy old rotor, that one. 7.59, early shoots for Crites, half track 467, 151 mile an hour. So that was on a march. Oh, what about a double-barreled VL bump-in? I mean, we do live in the modern 2025 world of Bump City. Selling away. Oh, just great. Another day in Bump City, Brisbane. 2 VLs. Fully sick. Only one more after that. Okay, so I think is that Dom coming back from the S15 to drive the R32. All right. Oh, battery is at 4% on the phone. I'll tell you what. It's got to get on the charger. Yeah, it's just a normal thingy. Normal 2001 iPhone. I don't know what I got. It's a ridiculous thing. All right, here we go. Bump City. That's the sound. That's the sound on a Friday night. 818 at 164, 785 at 177. So into the sevens for them. Low eights for our friend in the other VL. I don't know what time the spectator gates open tomorrow. You would assume could be 7 o'clock, could be 8 o'clock. Janie, if you can hear us, what time do the gates open tomorrow? A lot of people interested to know what time the gates open tomorrow. People are frothing to get here. Frothing. So click the QR code. 8 o'clock for spectators. There we go. 8 o'clock for spectators. That Dom needed to do just to clear the mind. I mean, he's been in that S15 and now he's back in the old faithful one that he's actually got, you know, history with. So good to see this RB powered, air shifted, clutchless transmission. And good to see we've got a good couple of full tube Skyline RB powered rear wheel drive drag cars in this country. It's so good to see. I know the rest of the world's got their own versions, but proudly, of course, we had this on our own Australian racetracks right in front of us on free-to-air television, racing the very best of the Australia's tin tops. So we got the R32 probably as new as it was in the world because we had it on our racetracks due to the rules of International Group A. The R32 was the ultimate weapon to run in touring cars, and it proved itself. They look so good as a drag car, especially when they're Nissan-powered tube Nissans. Thank you for that. I'll get a couple of zaps out of that. Now I know how Tesla owners feel. 2% desperation that you feel. It looks like I'm taking an electric scooter home tonight. okay. No, you don't have to waste it. Nelly didn't have to waste it. We would have given him 5 more seconds there if he just, well, he tried the big bump. He tried all of that. And testing on that note, is OVER for tonight. So thank you all for attending and watching today from wherever you've come to be part. Obviously, bets on that we're going to see you all again in the morning. And as I said, just a bit of homework to take home tonight. Bring back 6 people who have never been to the Jamboree tomorrow with you. And I'll bring my 6. So I'm going to go down and make sure all their credentials are ready for tomorrow. And I hope you guys have a safe trip home. If you are heading home, or if you're hanging around, that's good, so am I. And we will be back again. I don't know whether we'll be on again at 8 or after, pretty much after that, whenever we're on track. I don't know what time we're on track tomorrow. But you would assume it's going to be closer to nearly 9 o'clock on the dot if everything works well. We've got that many cars to get through, so you can hazard that. You can definitely be ready to be called to a driver's briefing early as well, so keep your ears peeled for that, because that's going to happen early. So any of our competitors, just be mindful that, we'll be wanting you ready to go early for a lot of you. And if you look at the schedule, you know that you've got to get yourself here and prepped and ready to go and accredited. If you hopefully have done it all tonight. If not, first thing in the morning, get down there and get it done. So great to be part of this great stream, and we will see you again all tomorrow.